Hi, wake up. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Thank you so much for joining me today on another Tippa stream on a Thursday, a Friday's Eve. Gamers, thank you. Oh my goodness. Also, speaking of thank you, Mad Dog, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hi, gamer. So as you can tell by today, also with my cursor, oh, okay, we're free. Oh, anyway, as you can tell by today's post and all the streams coming up to this, today is the day of my second to last exam. So I'm just gonna put this up a little bit. I don't know if the background music is too quiet or too loud. You clubs let me know because I have it much lower in my head anyway. But anyway, not the point. Today is the second to last exam that I'm going to have for the semester, and unless I decide to pursue any sort of other higher education, I am safe to say this is going to be the second to last exam I ever take in my program or in the studies or in my journey to obtaining my career. So I'm so excited. Now, are there technically more tests and stuff to do? Yes, I do have to do the retake. Yes, I do have another exam on the 21st, and yes, there are 2 presentations. First of all, not even worried about the presentations because technically, I finished one of them, so I'm very excited. Did my classmates look at it yet? That's very debatable. I just said, hey guys, I finished the PowerPoint, so I don't have to worry about it later. Check it out, and if you hate it, just modify it. But otherwise, all the information's there. And the other one, that's a next week issue. Method Gamer, thank you so very much for the follow and subbing. Brother, thank you so much for becoming a sugar berry. Appreciate it very much. These emotes are just too cute. Brother, you're so sweet. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. I throw the hearts right back at you. Pew. But today I don't think it's going to be a very long stream, and you're kind of like, and I know these type of streams tend to be a little bit longer. I only have 72 pages of notes to go over, and a lot of it is just pictures. A good chunk of it at the beginning is not pictures, but it's only 70 pages of notes. We've had worse. Remember, like the 6-hour one we had last time? That had like, or 6 to 7 hour one, that had 200 pages. So I'm hoping that we finish within the next 3 to 5 hours. Yeah, or maybe even sooner. As I also lose my voice, sorry Cubs. It's before stream again, so forgive me. But let me go cough up my lung really quick. I get to say my hellos. I'll talk about what we're studying today, and life will be good. Yeah. Hold on one moment. Oh goodness, coughing in my lung took me out of my seat. Hello? Anyway, speaking about walls, hi user, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Thank you so much for the Cup Club check-in. Welcome, hi Seb, hi gamer, thank you for sharing your bear mug. I'm so sorry, I meant to comment on it yesterday, but I was so eepy yesterday. What was I doing? Yep, don't remember. So apologies, but thank you also for checking on it. Thank you. Hi Rebel, hi, let's go! Go! Go to the bone. Sorry, I have no idea. I'm like, oh, let's pick up a random obscured memory in my brain and make it fit in. Anyway, hi Devil, hi, welcome. Howdy Tippa, howdy gamer, welcome. I hope work is treating you super duper well. And Trinas, hi, welcome. Hello gamers and Tippa. Hello, hi gamer, welcome. And thank you also for checking in. Hi Karma, hi, so lucky. Good job gamer on the gambles, and happy hacking Friday's Eve to you. Huh? I want to nickname you Dis, but I'm like, no, is that bad? Like, oh, I'm dissing you. Dissociative. But I'm like, oh. I don't think personality is better either, but this says, this is not an exam anymore. This is a series of failed experiments where they're going to make artificial suns like they did in China? Oh, well. Period. Oh my goodness, it's only 60 pages. Yeah, only. So it's so easy. We're gonna get through this so fast, you know? Seth says, oh, no worries. I want to take a better picture for the second drink I saved today. I know, and it's so cute. He took it, I was there. I'm like, that's me. I felt like the SpongeBob meme where he's like in the background and he points. It's like, I'm on TV. That's me. Anyway. But, Yusuf, thank you so much for the hydrate. Actually, I've been drinking... I've been drinking a lot today of hydration and water. I went to the gym today, which was kind of like because I went to the gym. Okay, so I went to the gym yesterday at 6 because you remember I told you, Cubs, I'm like, oh, my classmate really wants to go and I'm not available this evening, but I'm available Wednesday evening, so I'll just go. But I also really like the classes Thursday morning, so imagine just going to the gym at 6, getting out at 7, and then having to redo it again at 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. the next day. My legs are so sore. But it's okay, it's alright. You know, honestly, funny enough, I think my legs are more sore because she had us do these banded loop bridges, and I have not done bridges in a very long time. I feel like a lot of lower body extension stuff we do are completely different other activities, so I was like, bridges are so easy, let me do this. It was not easy. I was struggling, so today I've just been staying hydrated. And you know, when I keep opening and closing my fridge for magic to happen, well, magic did happen because I forgot I had this peach iced tea that I got a little while ago, and it's from like I want to say it's a Italian market, or not like an Italian market, but they specialize in like different types of foods, and they have like a little Italian section, and they have this like giant bottle of like peach tea. Hold on, do I have this? Hold on, Cubs. You're gonna see. You're gonna see. But I have to do this and that and this and that, and then I have to do this because I still have the empty bottle with me. That's all to say. Yeah, I have an empty bottle just on my floor now. But I'm gonna throw it away. I just drank it like right before stream. Let's see. Da-dang, da-dang, da-dang. Alright. It's a really stupidly big bottle. I don't know what to use for reference. An Xbox controller. Bam. So it's like 2 Xbox controllers. And it's really cool because it's so European coded. And before you're like, Tippa, what does that mean? What do you mean it's European coded? Look. Hold on. Look! The bottle stays on! That's crazy, right? Like the lid stays on, you never have to lose it. It's crazy! Okay. Anyway, I'm very happy about this bottle. Anyway. But yeah, it's 1.5 liters of just peach iced tea, and I was like, oh my gosh, I saved half of this for future me? Oh my goodness, I'm gonna treat myself. But yeah, that's all to say. I'm gonna hydrate now, so thank you for the hydrate. Thank you! So thank you for that. Let me go ahead and close my regular bottle. But yeah, to those who are like, yes, Tippa, the cap is on the bottle. No! In America, a lot of the Coke bottles or like bottles here in the US, the cap completely comes off, so a lot of people end up dropping it or losing it, and they're like, damn, I have to chug this drink now. So yeah. Level says work's been good, slow day, which is good for my body. Good. Take this beautiful Friday's Eve to relax and do what you need to do, gamer. This says I have no names. It's a part of your deranged mind. Fair. Fair and fine. But yeah, I get some protein later. Thank you. So I finally got to get some of my protein. Oh, this is so funny. Here's a little tangent and story, okay? So I told you guys, I'm like, oh, I might have forgot to wash my protein bottles. So when I went to go smell them the other day, I'm like, ugh, these smell awful. So I, heated up some water, hot soapy water, left overnight, and then I cleaned them again this morning, and they're smelling great. I was trying to hype up my friend with the protein shake that I got with the powder, because this was the milk tea one from the oh my gosh, boba, what is it called? It's not boba nutrition. Boba tea protein? And I really like their milk tea flavor a lot. And I told my friend I was gonna make it for lemon so they could have a sip. But because all my bottles smell like bad, so I was like, here's some powder. It was just like the most suspicious thing because I'm like, how do I give this to them? So I put like the powder in a Ziploc bag and I just handed it at the gym. I'm like, here you go. Try this out and let me know how it goes. Thankfully, it's not like the powder is white or anything, but I'm just like, yay! This is the only way I could think of. Sorry. Not suspicious at all. I hope you do eventually get to try it. And hopefully eventually I do get to make something for myself because I know I'm gonna get a little peckish. I only ate Cheerios this morning, so I'm like, oh, I need something to sustain me at least until 7 p.m. But yeah, very excited. Anyway, Mad Dog says as a native German speaker, I can't really say that. Well, now that I know that I should start with speaking more English instead of writing. Oh yeah, get immersed as much as you can. Wow, so cool. I promise when school's over, I'm going to try to immerse myself more with Spanish because that's the language I'm trying to learn. Just been a little wacky with that, but it's fine. It's okay. Anyway, they also say we often just rip off the cap off because it gets really annoying after a long time, especially with milk. Wait a moment! Wait, like your milk jugs also have the cap stay on? That's crazy. I feel like that is a little less inconvenience. But yeah. Steph says our manufacturing is stinky because sometimes they don't want to make stuff better. They don't. They hate us. They hate us. Here's some really normal looking powder. Yeah, it's like a little brown, but like, here you go. Da-dang. But Devil says unwashed protein bottles are one of the worst smells. Yeah, getting to experience that firsthand, not a joyous experience. Can name at least 5 other joy-ish experience. One of them being Gallo, hi! Long time no see? Oh my goodness, you're so right. Long time no see, gamer. Welcome! Welcome. Oh my goodness. I'm like, did my music go away? My music's supposed to be on loop, my dude. Anyway. Anyway. So, Cubs. Hi. Today we are going to be studying, and as you can see from the topic, we're going to be studying a variety of topics. We're going to I said in my initial announcement about an hour ago that I was going to work my way backwards, but to be honest, I'm not going to lie to you. I think this is going to go by really quick, and I think I will have time to focus on my weaker stuff. My weaker stuff being more of the newer content. So we're going to be studying the vestibular system, so that's snail in your ear basically, and other rare diseases such as ALS, which if you Cubs are familiar with the Ice Bucket Challenge that was again trending a couple years ago, post-polio, cerebellar ataxia, Charlotte-Marie Tooth syndrome, brain tumor, and oh, what's the other one? Huntington's disease. So basically, we'll be going all over that. And again, a lot of this is going to be explained as much as I can in layman's terms, because one of the perks about studying this way or reviewing the notes is basically explaining how do you say it? If I can explain it to other people who may not have a foundation to it, then I have a pretty good understanding. The rare diseases, that's probably gonna be my weaker point. So we're gonna start off with the vestibular instead. So teehee, haha, ho ho. Let me go ahead and move this over here, put this over there, and yeah. Well, we'll go ahead and get started. Actually, in just one moment. I just have to potentially sneeze. Hello? Hello? Huh? What about the people with the ice bucket challenge with Pepsi? I haven't heard of people doing that. Sorry, gamer. Well, hold on. My nose. I feel so. If I sound nasally today, I don't know. I feel like there's something going around, not to be my germophobic butt, but I'm like, I know a lot of people have been complaining about getting sick lately, so I'm like, gosh darn if I'm one of those people. Anyway, Anyway, oh yeah, I'm sorry. In addition to vestibular stuff, by the way, and the rare diseases, kind of in the middle is going to be post-concussion stuff. So, you know, people who hit their head a little bit too much. Technically, this is kind of a condition that heals on its own. There's nothing really you do with someone who hits their head. Like you do testing and whatnot, but there's no like cure or treatment or intervention. But for post-concussion, these are like symptoms that kind of overstay its welcome past the expected like healing time. So, Karma says the ice bucket was so 2013. Wait, was it that long ago? Oh, my sense of timing's so bad. Huh? Garfield says, I'm glad I just got... Wait, I accidentally got all the required hours for the major I changed. Well, okay, now you have to explain why was it accidental? And you have to explain what is the major. But you don't have to. You don't have to if you don't want to, you know? I feel old, don't worry, you're safe here. Who we calling out for the ice bucket challenge? Not me. Not me. So, you know, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. I had to look up what the ice bucket challenge was about. Like, other than, yes, bringing awareness to ALS, which we'll talk about in a moment, which is, ALS stands for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. So basically, it's like a motor degeneration ability. So basically, imagine just losing all your function. Not really appealing. So I'm like, but why the ice bucket challenge? And some people were like, oh, you know what? It was a viral stunt, and you either chose to donate money or bring more awareness by taking a video and dumping water on yourself, or doing both. Ha 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 ha. But I'm like, what was the purpose though? And apparently, and again, I'll reiterate this once we get back up there for any cup coming on in, walking in. But basically, you know, when you dump a bucket of ice cold water, that kind of like, I don't know what the best word is to say, but like the paralysis, I guess, that you feel in that very moment. It's basically what people with ALS feel like. So it was a very quirky challenge. Anyway, so when we get into the vestibular system, we have to talk about some of the anatomy, how our body functions, and blah 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 blah. I do apologize in advance. I don't feel like the study guide is as photo heavy, more than text heavy, but I do have another tab to show off YouTube videos and whatnot, so we'll do our very best. Okay, so let's go ahead. So tonight's exam is 58 multiple choice questions with 72 minutes. I think it's definitely doable. The majority of the quiz, because it's only 58, so literally half of it's vestibular. I have a pretty good grasp on this, so very excited. Orchestrated by Big Pharma to sell more cold medications? Yeah. It's like, oh, these people got sick by dumping ice water on their head? Adrian Warfield basically says, I crammed as much class as I could last semester and did college classes in high school. Somehow these and the classes I'm currently doing check off every class requirement for the Associates of Applied Sciences. Let's go! All you need to do is night classes for welding? Let's go! We love to hear it, Gamer. I love that everything's kind of like settling into place. And honestly, the hardest part about the night classes is just, well, it being at night and the availability. But I wish you the best of luck in getting what you need to get done, Gamer. Yeah! Alright, so an overview of the vestibular system. So the vestibular system is actually both sensory and motor. It's a sensory and motor system that's going to provide input on the head position and the movement. So we have this thing called VOR, or vestibular ocular reflex, and that's going to help us with our gaze stabilization. So this is going to help us keep our vision steady while our head moves. So, you know, when we're driving, we're focused on the road and everything else is like kind of blurry, like besides us. But it's the idea of like, thinking emoji, but we're moving. Why don't our eyes get blurry? It's because of this reflex that we have here. Or think of other examples when you're nodding to music. You're like, yeah, this is my jam right here. Yeah. You know, you don't get dizzy. Or I hope you don't. Hi, Spuds. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. VOR sounds like some PC cable port. I'm not that tech savvy to be like, yes, quite, yes. But you know what? It's very rare to see V abbreviations outside of tech stuff. Like, you know, you're so used to seeing like video something. So it's like, oh, I see the vision. Sorry you weren't. No. Do not apologize. Do not apologize whatsoever. Honestly, it all worked out because as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh, I'll just play more Marvel Rivals. It's fine. Apparently there's an event today. Or ends today, I think, question mark, that I completely missed out. So I'm like, oh, I'll just kind of cram. Ahaha, tee. But no worries, gamer. I get my redemption arc in 13 days. So in addition to the VOR, the vestibular ocular reflex that's going to help us with this gaze stabilization, we also have the vestibular spinal reflex, which is the VSR. And this is going to help us with postural control. It's going to help us kind of maintain ourselves to be upright, so our orientation of being upright, and any kind of stability. And this is going to be really important when it helps us when we feel kind of uneasy or unsteady. It's going to help correct our balance when falling. So you've ever taken a misstep, basically? Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that come to play, but maybe you're kind of like on one leg, you're like, whoa! This VSR, the vestibular spinal reflex, is going to try to keep you as upright as you can. And how is it going to do this? It's going to do this by providing sensory input regarding the position and the motion of your head, so where you are in space, basically. It's going to have a role in controlling the position of the body's COM, or center of mass. And I believe our center of mass is like... Oh my gosh. No, I forgot! I was going to say, I think it's like in one of the... Hold on. It's like lower. It's much, much lower. Let's see. Human center of mass where? Just below the... Okay. Just below the belly button, near the pelvis, and something is saying about 10 centimeters lower than your belly button. Near the top of your hip bone is basically where most of our center of mass is. So, teehee. Ramadan, hi, gamer. Welcome. Gamer, hi. Gamer. Hi. I hope you had a good time with Voices of the Void. Welcome on in. Welcome. Mad Dog says, by the way, I didn't know I was getting myself into when I joined the stream. I'm so sorry, gamer. But now I can be comfy and learn. It's great. I'm glad. I promise I also game. I just have an exam. I'm TLDR. I'm a hybrid graduate student, and it's my last semester, so I do a lot of co-working and studying because if I don't, I would disappear off the face of the earth. And plus, it's been so nice the past few years not to get so emotional and like, but excuse me. But it's been really nice getting to just sit and have other people join in with co-working and stuff. So yeah, and all this stuff is pretty applicable because we all have ears, to my knowledge at least. Hi, Cosmic Toe. Hi, welcome. Anatomy studies? Kind of. Not a lot of spookies, a lot of gameplay optimization. Let's go. The exam is later today. Yeah, it's in about 7 hours at 7 p.m. EDT. So I have quite a bit to go. But thank you so much for the hydrate, gamer. Let me go ahead and take a quick sip, okay? Sorry, again, I picked the wrong day to read notes apparently, because my body is like reading. Anyway, you don't mind, it's a nice chance for what I normally watch, so I really enjoy it here. Brother, you're gonna make me start getting so emotional. But thank you, I appreciate it. So, our postural controller VSR also helps with, again, so we talked about role and controlling position of the body's COM. So we just said that's about 10 centimeters below your navel, below the belly button. That's where most of your center of mass is, which makes sense. And what does that really mean? So, let's say there is a giant individual who's going to try to balance us like a pencil on our finger. They will try to aim for that spot so they can try to keep us linear. That probably didn't make too much sense, but just work with me here and use your imagination, okay? Okay. But yeah, also there's a role in stabilizing and orientating the head with respect to gravity. So, when we talk about the vestibular system, I'm gonna have pictures in just a moment. There's three main components. We have the inner ear, or the peripheral sensory apparatus, and the inner ear is gonna be responsible for collecting sensory info. So there's gonna be three parts to this, okay? There's gonna be three semicircular canals, and we're gonna be talking about these so much. We have the anterior, posterior, and horizontal, and this is gonna help detect rotational movements like acceleration and deceleration. And then we'll talk more about the anatomy in just a little bit, but they have like these bumpy protrusions at the end of these canals, and they're called ampulas. And within the ampulla, they have these hair cells, and these hair cells are going to be the ones that are going to help detect movement. So when we bring our head up, down, when we bring our head when we bring our head in a rotation, like when we turn left and right, they're going to go ahead and activate. In addition to the three semicircular canals, we have two otolith organs called the utricle and saccule, and these are going to detect linear acceleration. So the semicirculars detect rotational head movements. These structures in our head, these two otolith organs are going to detect horizontal motion, so when we're moving in a horizontal way, and when we're moving vertically, like if we're in an elevator. And then same thing here with the structure and anatomy, that there's going to be hair cells located in each. And then we're going to get back into the cranial nerve stuff, which it's been a hot minute, but we have cranial nerve 5, 6, 7, 8. Cranial nerve 8, which is our vestibular cochlear nerve, and this nerve is actually going to be responsible for us hearing. So you hearing the sound of my beautiful voice is all thanks to that cranial nerve that's in your ear, okay? And this nerve is going to send signals to the brain to be like, here is this sensory input, and then the brain is like, oh, I know what this person is saying. But hi Zikai, welcome on in gamer, welcome. Thank you for the Cup Club check-in, thank you. So in addition to the inner ear, we have this thing called the central processor, which processes information! Yay! And so you have a thing called vestibular nuclei. So we have the superior, inferior, medial, and lateral. We'll talk about this more in a moment. And we have the cerebellum, which we will talk about more into detail in this lecture, in this section, and then even later when we talk about rare diseases, okay? The cerebellum specifically, we have this thing called the floccular nodule lobe, which is a very funky name, but excuse me, it serves its purpose, okay? And the last thing we have, in addition to the inner ear central processor, is our motor output system, which is going to execute that movement. So we just talked about the VOR and VSR. So the VOR again is our gaze stabilization. So the VOR, the motor output, once it gathers these informations from the collection and the processing, it's going to help stabilize gaze by coordinating the head and eye movements. The vestibular spinal reflex, or the VSR, this is going to help maintain posture and balance, because again, that's what it does. It's a postural control thing. So now let's get into some, haha, look at pictures, brain happy now, yay! So, let's talk more about the anatomy and the structure and the functions and what relates to the ear. So our ear is broken into three parts. We have the outer ear, the middle ear, and the inner ear. And so we can see here the outer ears are external auditory canals. So like when you stick a Q-tip into your ear, which apparently you're not supposed to do, you're coming onto here. And the tympanic membrane is when you dig in a little too close and you hurt yourself. This is what you're most likely hurting, you know? Then the incus in the middle, we have three bones in our ear, which is crazy, right? But we have the malleolus, the incus, and the stapes. And the stapes is going to connect to this oval window that we have right here onto the cochlear. And look, this purple structures right here is going to be the semicircular canals that we're just talking about, which again, we'll go more into detail, but it's the anterior, posterior, and horizontal. And then look, we have our cochlear nerve, or the vestibular cochlear nerve, or cranial nerve 8 that I was mentioning right here. Teehee! Teehee! Teacher mode tip is a vibe. I'm glad. It is definitely like, oh, thank you for letting me speak about this. Karma says, sorry, I know you said gaze, but for a second I heard gaze stabilization and you started losing it. I'm so sorry. I will politely pronounce my words. Gaze. Well, that doesn't help. Gaze? Gaze. Gosh darn it. Even the closed captioning is against me right now. Anyway. I'll try. Anyway. So as you would imagine, the middle ear, which is right here in red, is close to the inner ear. So typically when we have ear infections, it's the middle part that gets affected. And this unfortunately affects them all. So the middle ear is really close to this ear. So if we have an infection here, this could cause some vestibular issues, okay? So the inner ear is going to contain, again, the peripheral vestibular system. And oh, I'm so sorry. We'll see the otolith organs, and you see the semicircular canals, and those are going to be, again, your peripheral vestibular system. Let's talk about semicircular canals. I can't believe you put a new emote, shaky my head. Anyway, hold on. Okay. So the semicircular canals, here's a, well, I think maybe I should bring it up. So this purple structure is going to be the same as this structure. So now we could see that these semicircular canals are going to be responsible for angular or rotational head movement, okay? So what happens is that these are bony labyrinths that are going to be filled with these fluids called the perilymph. And the membranous labyrinth is going to be filled with endolymphs, and we have our canals as the posterior, anterior, and the anterior and posterior are going to come here, and they're going to form a common canal, also known as a common crus, I believe. And then here we go, right here horizontally. I know it says external, it's a little bit old, that's like an older term. But external or horizontal canal is located right here. And as you see at the end of each of these canals, here's the posterior, horizontal here's over here, and anterior over here. They have these things called ampullas, which are swellings at each of the base of each of these canals, and these are going to house the crista ampullaris, which is going to be the sensory receptor. So within this is the cupola as well, which is a gelatinous structure that's going to contain these hair cells. And these hair cells, again, are going to be the thing that are going to detect our motion, the whooshing of our head, basically. So it's responsible for detecting motion of the head and sending the information to our brain. And that the fluids in these canals are going to move through the canals, and they're going to deflect in the cupola. And so these fluids are pushing onto these hair cells that are within the cupola, and then if it feels those fluids, then technically that means that the hair cells are stimulated and be like, oh, I'm feeling this head motion, and it's going to send this message to the brain via cranial nerve 8, or again, our vestibular cochlear nerve. Semicircular canals, again, are going to detect fast head movements, rotational acceleration, and deceleration. So this is such a wacky photo. When I saw this the first time, I'm like, huh? What? Huh? So the three semicircular canals, anterior, posterior, horizontal, are going to detect okay, sorry, a lot of these are going to be kind of repeating, apologies, but detect rotational movement, acceleration, deceleration, most sensitive to head movement. So these canals, I don't know if the other pictures really gave a good idea, so this weird wacky photo is probably the best way we can go ahead and do this, but they're all orientated about 90 degrees from each other. They look like that, but huh? Huh? Not that, what the heck? Gamer, thank you! Thank you. 5, thank you to the 5 get the subs. Thank you so much for going to the Sugar Bear community. I appreciate it very much. Thank you! Thank you for the RNG. I can't believe you got Eater Project. That's my TikTok mutual. So I'm so happy. Thank you, gamer. Nice? So nice. Oh my goodness. Thank you. And thank you so much for the level Oh my gosh. Level 2 hygiene, Choo-choo. Thank you. Oh my goodness. But yeah, look, this is in your ear. Aren't you so happy? Wow, I have canals in my ear and I look so metal. That would be the adjective, right? But yeah, just to indicate, how do you say it? That the canals are orientated 90 degrees from each other. So we have the posterior, the anterior, and the horizontal. Posterior blue, anterior or the front red. And then we also have horizontal and green. I kind of lost it for a moment. But the horizontal canals, as you kind of see from here, is tilted 30 degrees from the transverse plane. And then the other ones are oriented 45-degree angles at the midline. Sure. Anyway, so these canals, they get paired for reciprocal signaling because so what happens, and we'll emphasize this a little bit more later, but when we move our head, typically we want like a equal but opposite reaction, because if not, we might get a little dizzy. So each canal gets a little bit of a pair, hand in hand. So the left anterior gets paired with the opposite right posterior. Biblically accurate human, basically, yeah. Hi Luna, hi, welcome. Oh my goodness. And so the right anterior, you would imagine, okay, complete opposite, left posterior, and then the horizontals and horizontals hold hands. They're the quirky ones. They're like, we don't need anything else. We are together, which, I mean, they are. Alright, so this is where it gets a little bit, ooh. So, I just talked about that 1-to-1, yes? Oh, go! Huh? Dread him! Ooh! Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cow Club. Welcome. So we just talked about that equal and opposite reaction, right? So this is actually going with the idea of this push-pull relationship that we have in our head. So at rest, your head just staying and looking right there straight ahead, the vestibular system, our snail in our ear, our hearing, our balance is still active, and they're gonna both fire at a very tonic rate at 80 pulses per second. But what happens is when you rotate your head to the right horizontal canal is going to increase the firing, and the left canal is going to decrease firing. So that equal but opposite reaction. Okay, we're getting more activity into the involved side because I am turning to the side, and that side is going to become more active while the other one does not. So it's going to have a higher rate of firing at the side that you're turning towards. And so this reciprocal push-pull, 1-to-1, equal opposite, however you want to phrase or however you want to understand it, is that this reciprocal signaling is going to help the brain interpret the movement correctly. If I'm moving to the right and my head's turning right, I better feel like my head's turning right, basically. But unfortunately, as we'll talk about this in a little bit, sometimes that's just not the case. Hi Fee, hi, welcome! Welcome. Hi gamer. How was Path of Exile? Hold on, let me see. No, it was Age of Empires. No! I thought I had the right game title. No! But hi gamer, I hope you're well. Welcome. And I did. Hi, welcome on in. Welcome. Mad Dog says, what's better than supporting a good student and bringing more people to stream? First of all, what the heck? Second of all, uh-oh, is that the Weeper Asian code word to make me start sobbing? Let's go. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, gamer. I do really appreciate it. Don't worry, I will bring people at my big brain study streams, and then when I finally become a gamer, they'll be like, wow, we're talking about if we move our head one way, it fires more actively on the side that we're turning, and it decreases on the opposite side. So again, turn right. Our right semicircular canal gets excited, and so it means that the opposite, or the left, is going to get inhibited. So we're going to maximally stimulate the right horizontal canal. And remember that reciprocal pairing we were just talking 1 moment ago. Horizontal canal, left or right, is paired with the opposite horizontal canal, basically. And that's going to help increase the firing rate and excitation. If we tilt backwards, so we did left and right, but what about for like, I'm just going to tilt my head back into the right because I'm sleeping this way now, like at an airplane. Or on an airplane, I'm just trying to pass out. I'm like, so while doing this motion, I'm gonna end up stimulating the right posterior semicircular canals, and the left anterior semicircular canals are going to get inhibited. So remember, it's all about these pairings that are mentioned doubly right here. Left anterior pairs with the complete opposite, where right anterior or right posterior, and right anterior gets paired with left posterior and horizontal to horizontal. So yay. Yeah, I'll talk about this. I think unstable gaze are more popular these days. There's something for everyone, you know? Are the ear snails stable gaze? No. Well, yes, kind of. So, the snail ears will send these sensory signals to put out a motor output, and then, depending on what happens, it's going to try its best to stabilize your gaze. So yes. I don't want to fix them. I want them to make me worse. No, thank you. I'm already bad enough as it is. But yeah, so mechanism. So the endolymph fluids, which are going to be in those, gosh darn it, where are my semicircular canals? But the fluid is going to deflect in the cupula, the hair cells are going to bend. When the hair cell bends, they get excited, and that's sensory information that gets sent to the brain via the cranial nerves. So I don't know how important this is, and I promise that we're going to stop getting to the nitty gritty in just a moment, and we'll get to more fun stuff. But hair cells bending towards the kinocilia. Gosh, I don't all this too much. I'm so sorry. I'm just gonna read it and smile and nod, and I think the picture is gonna help us more. Hair cells bending towards the kinocilia, it means that the hair cells get excited because the ears are bent. But if the hair cells bend away from the kinocilia, that means that they're inhibited. And so what is this? So our kinocilia is gonna be our tall hairs that we have, our tall hair cells that we have within this cupula. Because remember, this is the ampulla, this is the little like puffy bit. I was gonna say bulge, but I was like, whatever. At the end of a semicircular canal. And again, these hair cells, again, if they are getting bent towards the kinocilia, that's going to be excitation. If they bend away, it's going to be inhibition. So, tee. So let's talk more about the vestibular system. So we just got over one portion of our inner ear with the semicircular canals. Thank you for that, Papa. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and move on to the otoliths. So semicircular canals, again, angular acceleration. Otoliths, though, are linear. So again, the saccule is going to help with linear acceleration. So, I don't know, like in a car. Ear. Sorry, that's not as special if I don't do this. Linear acceleration. And then utricle is going to help with horizontal. So like if you're going down, whoa, where did I go? Oh my goodness, your object's permanence. That's crazy. You're just a baby. Oh, I'm going up the elevator. Yay. Anyway, so yes, that's going to be, oh, sorry, let me not cover chat that much. Anyway, so that's going to be responsible for determining this acceleration, still keeping your head in place of like, yes, I'm moving, but I shouldn't get dizzy. These organs are helping me detect this motion and how to adjust to this. But as you would imagine, they do respond to gravity. and they have the similar head tilt thing of like whatever side that you tilt to will get more excited or increase firing rate. So teehee, haha, and ho ho. I'm gonna go ahead and read this, but let me catch up really quick. Rebel says, I wouldn't want them unstable. Yeah. Think of other things you don't want unstable. Just sounds bad. I don't think I want anything unstable in my life, actually. Luna says, I wonder if this is the same system that keeps bird heads stable? Maybe. They're so crazy. They're so quirky with it. Someone research bats and tell me why they hang upside down without getting pukey. Oh my goodness. I take it back. I knew it was bad, but that bad? No! You read the reviews! No! Hi, Julian. Hi, welcome. I'm vertically accelerating to chat? How? I feel like chat is more of a horizontal thing. Hi, gamer, though. Welcome. Hi, Chick. Hi. Tip a learning stream. Hope it's going well, Galmer. Thank you. It is. I'm trying to get you the boring stuff. This is boring. No, I'm okay. Sorry, Cubs. This is fulfilling. Having a foundation and a base for the remaining lectures is really going to help guide you in understanding what the heck I'll be talking about in the next hour to 3, you know? So it's important to get through the foundations, because without the foundations, everything else will seem very confusing. I'm like, no, I want to tell you the cool stuff. Blah! Anyway. Oh, okay, this is where we could get to some of the cool stuff. And then, Cubs, you would not believe it, but I've already yapped for an hour, which makes me scared. And if you're unfamiliar, basically every hour we have to take a little 3-minute ad break. You Cubs won't be missing a thing, because I'll also politely BRB, but it's the idea that we're already an hour in, I'm like... Anyway. Anyway! So, this is where it gets interesting. So the utricle and sagittal, right? They have these things called the hair cells as well. That's in the macula, which is within these structures. But how they're going to detect movement is not fluid, but through these things called otaconias, or calcium carbonate crystals. So when I was mentioning to you, Cubs, like, yeah, you have some crystals in your ear. I know that probably sounds like a lot of like silliness, like, Tippa, what are you talking about? I don't have crystals in my ear. I'm like, but you do! You do! So basically what happens is that it makes these structures, the utricle and saccule, very gravity dependent, because these calcium carbonate crystals, the crystals are pretty heavy, all things consideration, and they only move with the sense of gravity. So as we're hopefully all sitting up now, gravity is kind of hitting us this way and hitting us down, so it's like, oh, okay, they're exactly where they're supposed to be, but sometimes they're not where they're supposed to be, and that's where we get into some vestibular disorders that we will be talking about in a moment. But one of the most common things is that if the crystals get stuck, and they most likely get stuck outside of the otolith organs, they actually get stuck in the canals. So we're going back up to our semicircular canals. They most get commonly stuck in the posterior canal. You end up with this condition called BPPV, and we'll have the name to it in a moment. But BPPV is a benign vertical. So yeah. So the key difference from semicircular canals is that there's no otoconia. The semicircular canals are not gravity dependent. However, the otoliths are. So teehee, haha, ho ho. So now that we're done with all the collection of information from the semicircular canals in the inner ear, the otoliths, and the cranial nerve 8, now how do we process all this information we've obtained? How do we know that our head is in this position? So now we have to process it through this thing called the central processing of the vestibular system. So here's a cool little image of your brainstem. Yep, your brainstem. And there's little points and areas that processes the information differently. However they discover this information is still absolutely insane to me. You're telling me you found this and you know what it does? You're insane. So excuse me. Julian says BPPV is the new app, the APT, the app, BPPPV, I can't. I have too much of a p, you know? Not as cute. Ooh. But yeah, really quick. Sensory processing information. So basically all the sensory information we just collected is going to be sensory info about the head position and the head movement, and all this is going to be sent to the central processor via that cranial nerve 8 or the vestibular ocular. Then the nuclei and the cerebellum processes here are going to then exert a motor response via the VOR or VSR, vestibular ocular reflex for the gaze stabilization, and VSR, vestibular spinal reflex, for the postural and keeping ourselves upright. So there's different little places that we could go poke into, like the superior and medial nuclei, medial and lateral nuclei, and the inferior nuclei. But we're actually going to go ahead and talk about that after we have our 3-minute break, okay? Okay! So, I'm going to go ahead and take a 3-minute ad break. I don't want you cubs to miss a thing, and this is also really a good time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. So I hope you cubs have a good 3-minute ad break, and we'll come back to this very soon. Would you believe we're on page 6 out of 74? And we only yapped about this for like 20 minutes? See, we're gonna be so fast, so... Ahaha, teehee, ho. Trick says lurk. I gotta go lurk anyway. Have a good study. Thank you, gamer. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really do appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, I will see you gamers in just a little bit. An ad will play in the next 15 seconds. So please use this time to take care of yourself. And I'll be right back. No! Hi, Rika. Thank you so much for your patience for the 3-minute ad break. And a little bit extra. I got distracted. I have to read you this post. But before I do that, Yak and Man, E major. Thank you so very much for the follows. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome, welcome. Oh my goodness, back to back, point left, point right emoji. Thank you, gamer. I do appreciate it. Thank you. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Yak is from Fee. What the heck? Anyway. Thank you for the welcome back. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Honestly, I should have got a snack, but it's okay. I have fresh peas air. I have the mental fortitude. Hi Ube, hi, welcome. Hi Tippa, hi everyone. Hi gamer, welcome on in. Happy Friday's Eve to you. Welcome. Welcome back. Welcome tablet sponsorship. Secretly? Oh, wow, Spots, you shouldn't have. That's crazy. Thank you so much, gamer. And hi, welcome. Thank you for blinking on in. I appreciate the comfy vibes. Yeah, so I came back a little bit later because there's this post that oh my goodness. I'll link it over and I'll also oh my gosh, shout her out as soon as as soon as my brain works. Hold on. Okay, cool. Sorry. Sorry, that was not me to try to be obnoxious, but I was literally processing and it just felt like a processing noise. But anyway, the post she talks about is, or retweets, or quote retweets, is saying, the broken bone theory says that the person who has never yet broken a bone in their body at any point in their life is meant to experience so much immense physical, emotional, and spiritual challenges that they are at least spared from breaking a bone. And Citrus is like, that better not be true, what the heck? And I'm like, yeah, that better not be true! Ah! Hi, Robert. Hi. Welcome on in. Welcome. Second to last exam in total. Let's go. Let's go. I'm so relieved to be free of any academic struggles. It's been a very long 4 years of getting my doctorate, so please. Soon? Reddit that never broken a bone will like that news? No, they will not. Me who's never broken a bone? I hate that. And I commented to Citrus, I'm like, I suffered enough! Ah! But it's okay, it's fine. Anyway. Alright gamers, we'll get back into it. So hi to anyone who came on in, welcome! I'm studying for my second to last exam! And so it's a combination of vestibular stuff, so the snail in your ear and balance, post-concussion, so if you ever hit your head really hard and you go owie and you're experiencing symptoms for too long, and we'll talk about rare diseases! Woo! So yeah. Huh? Same here, but at least that means my life won't be boring. You have a point, but I don't know. My life was boring. I'll just get hobbies. like break a bone, get a hobby. Those hobbies sure are looking nice. Robert says that the struggles of job search. I know, that was so funny. I had that conversation earlier of like, I got to talk to Rip a little bit because I'm like, yeah, I'm studying for my exam. And she's like, won't it get worse because you have to work? And I'm like, oh, don't worry, gamer. I've been mentally preparing for work since I was like 12. Let's go! Second to last exam! Hi, Sunny! Hi, welcome! What if my hobbies is breaking bones? Then you just come back stronger. I know this sounds crazy, but if you actually break your bone, the bone comes back stronger because of the remodeling process of Yeah, go ahead and feel free to Google it because I am not well versed. But it is something that I learned. I'm just like, oh, that's cool. Anyway. But yeah, I love boring, but I don't mind the opposite either. I love a little spice of life stuff. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's always fun to be like, oh, something's happening. Anyway, oh wow, is that the central processing of the vestibular information? That's insane. So look, our brainstem processes the information that we get from the snail in our ear. So we have a superior and medial nuclei. This is gonna help with the gaze stabilization and that VOR that we're talking about, which is gonna be a part of our motor reflex. This is our secret tool for later. So this is gonna help with gaze stability. And it makes sense because anatomically, it's actually close to cranial nerve 3, 4, and 6, which is going to help control movement of the eye. So basically, cranial nerve 3 is ocular motor, 4 is 2, trochlear, and the cranial nerve 6 is abducent. I'm like, please, I can't remember my anatomy right now. And we'll talk about this later, but it's really cool because I'll work backwards on this because it makes the most sense. But cranial nerve 6, your abducens, helps you with abducting your eye. So it bring your eye, let's say you have to look out to the side, to the left. That nerve is controlling you side-eyeing on your left, basically. Cranial nerve 4, superior, oh my gosh, I'm getting so excited, but I need to like breathe, hold on. Cranial nerve 4 is going to be your trochlear nerve, which innervates the superior oblique nerve. So up, like at an angle, kind of any of the up angle movements that you make with your eye is going to be innervated by this nerve. And then cranial nerve 3 controls all the other movements. So inside, down, and some other weird diagonals. So look forward to it, okay? Yeah! Robert says an unbroken bone is probably still better. Lifting the load of the bone is probably the easiest way to get them stronger carefully. Yeah, so that's actually really important. Listen, I'm not indicating or ever saying, Cubs, go hurt yourself ever, or go break a bone to make your bones stronger. I'm just saying for people who have had a fracture, hopefully not on their own free will, and to get into the sort of thing called an accident, that the bone will come back stronger just because of the formation. But how you can make your bones stronger and just generally is 1, nutrition, diet, yes, and 2, just remain weight bearing. And what does that mean? Stand. Basically standing and doing any activities basically on your feet is basically gonna keep yourself active in comparison to those who are not able to stand up for XYZ reason, or people who are bedbound, because unfortunately there's this thing called Wolff's Law of you use it or lose it sort of thing. And honestly, not that your bones start disappearing, but the strength of the bones starts going down if you're not actively using it. So yeah, good talk. Anyway, hi Polish, hi, welcome, hello gamer. I just got back from school, so you're gonna chill and eat dinner? Brother, what is for dinner? Pasta? Let's go! Good job, gamer. Well, I hope you have a really good school day. Happy Friday's Eve to ya, and I hope you enjoy the chill session. I hope the vibes are immaculate for the chillin'. Alright, time to fight the light pole. Don't do that. Nah. Oh my goodness. Just more highlighting lifting. Yeah, lifting, nutrition, weight bearing, doing what you gotta do, you know? Also, if you're dieting, you want to lift lest you lose bone mass. Ugh. Yeah, Cubs, just don't do anything I wouldn't do. How about that? I wouldn't do a lot of things. Fear holds me back. Sorry, anyway, sorry. Okay, so superior and medial nuclei. So that's gaze stability and controlling the the eye stuff. Then we have medial and lateral nuclei. So that's gonna be controlling your posture and balance for the VSR. So superior eyes, lateral posture, because the medial is kind of both shared in both, and then inferior nucleus or nuclei is going to what do you call it, connect to the reticular formation. So this inferior nuclei is going to be responsible for our body, or the signal for our body to keep alert and awake, and any other kind of autonomic functions. I don't know if we're gonna get too into this, but like breathing, very automatic process, pretty cool. And that's why when I was telling you, cuz when we were studying the spine stuff about having that cervical instability so high up, like let's say the C1, C2 area, and having that ligamentous laxity or those loose ligaments, that's a very dangerous thing to do, because if your head goes too much forward, the dens, which is that bony prominence of one of the vertebrae in the cervical spine, is going to push into that brainstem, and then it's going to push into one of these structures, most likely the inferior nucleus, and that's what's going to stop you from breathing. So don't hurt your head ever. Never get hurt. Live in a bubble. Don't break a bone either. Anyway, so that is the brainstem. So now let's move on to the cerebellum, okay? So the cerebellum, along with the four vestibular nuclei that we just talked about right up here, are going to form that central system, that central processing of all the sensory information we've collected. So, most particularly in the cerebellum, we have this thing called the floccular nodule lobe, also known as the vestibulocerebellum, and that's going to fine-tune the vestibular signals, and they're going to serve as an adaptive processor. So this is going to get more talked about when we talk about BPPV, hypofunctions, and other wacky stuff. If you have a peripheral, outside of the brain and spinal cord, disorder of the vestibular system, it's going to be okay, because this floccular nodule lobe is going to serve as an adaptive processor. So even if you have something wacky, but your central system and your central processing is okay, you'll eventually reach a new normal and feel okay. You will feel the best. It won't be 100%, but your body can adapt to this new abnormal normal. Now, if you damage the central part or your brain or spinal cord, you never really feel great, unfortunately. But again, that's something we'll talk about once we get more into the actual disorders, because again, a lot of this is just foundational stuff. So the function of this floccular nodule lobe, other than its adaptive processing, is to help adjust and maintain the VOR. So again, that equal and opposite head movement game. We want that 1-to-1 ratio of head-to-eye movement. So if I turn my head this way, or I turn my head this way, I want the signals and tonic firing to be A-okay or appropriate. Because if it doesn't, then if I have this damage, I'm going to have this uncoordinated eye movement. And we're going to talk about how to test that in a moment. Again, because of how adaptive and flexible it is, it's going to help cancel the vestibular ocular reflex, or that gaze stabilization when needed. And so sometimes it's like, wait, why would I want that? And it's because, let's say you want to look in the same direction as the head movement. So, I know the example says looking at someone after head movement. I couldn't really give an example. Maybe you're bopping your head to the right and you're like, hey. Something like that. But let me see if we read this. You may want eyes moving in the same direction of the head, because you want to turn to the person sitting in the passenger seat, and you want to turn your head and eyes in the same direction so you can look at the person in the seat. You must cancel the VOR response to move along in the same direction. Okay, I get it. So this is again to cancel the VOR, which is that 1-to-1 ratio, because you don't want to look right and your eyes go left. You're like, no, I want my eyes to go ahead and follow the where my head is going, so I could go ahead and stare at my friend. Politely, of course. Hi, welcome. Learning never ends. It doesn't. Polish says, I get back from school, open Twitch, and then bam, more school. I know, I'm sorry. Look, listen, I'm struggling. I have my exam today, and so this is like the best way. I'm like, yeah, I could really study. Well, welcome in, gamer. Enjoy your meal. In addition to the adaptive processing and all that other good stuff that we just talked about above, the last function is going to compensate for peripheral vestibular dysfunction, and we just talked about this actually. So we'll go more and emphasize it in just a little bit, and we'll talk about some eye stuff in just a moment. Don't look at the passenger seat, eyes on the road. But what if I'm at a stoplight and I'm like, oh, this could be a very truly bonding experience if I stare them in the eyes. Well, thank you so much for the 25 stream streak. Thank you so much for the holy amount times 5. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. I believe in you too, but thank you. Oh my goodness. Mad Dog says I got 7 scars under my eyebrows? You were never good with balance? No! And I can say none of them were fun. Never broke a bone though. Let's go! We take those victories! It was just kind of hard to stand up, and I found it really weird. Out of pure curiosity, did they ever mention why you might have? Like, do you feel dizzy, or you just feel like you're not good with balance? I'm just nosy. You know, honestly, you remind me of the situation with the scar, which this is not like a pleasant memory, but when I was young, oh my goodness. When I was young, my nephew and I were playing around, and he has his brother, and basically they ended up getting into a fight. And so his older brother pushed him, but he ended up pushing him into this, like... Okay, well actually, you know what? Let's actually... That basically hits the corner of a cabinet, a very sharp cabinet. He ends up getting a scar on his head. I'm like, oh, you know, I think there's no recovering from a hard push, you know? I don't think good balance is even in play with that. But I'm like, oh, that reminds me of that, huh? They need to get a little thing in his head. I'm like, oh, I'm so sorry, gamer. I think it's still there. I actually never asked, but now he grew out his hair, so I'm like, oh, I guess I'll never see. Anyway. Polish says teaching others is a good way to study. That's how I know board game rolls off the top of my head. You're so powerful because every time I get introduced to a new board game, I'm like, Polish says I broke many fingies while playing sports. Okay, now you're getting metal gauntlets, okay? You're welcome. I'm just a student, by the way. Caleb says, oh my gosh, hi Caleb, hi, welcome. I got new glasses and I found out the hard way my ears are uneven. Is there a PT to fix this? We have natural asymmetry of our body. Don't worry, gamer. Put a little cable around your glasses so they're fixated from the back of your head and they don't have to rely on your ears. That's what people with glasses do, right? Sorry, gamer. I actually don't wear glasses. These glasses are fake. Ah! I took away my glasses privileges, but they make me look so much smarter. Achoo. Anyway, sorry, gamer. Welcome. Hi. Let me go ahead and give you a little shout out. Polish says I once broke my right thumb so bad that the bone moved and had to be readjusted back into place. That's gross. Matlock says that sometimes I just forget my feet actually have collision. Oh, that's fair. Maybe there's some wacky issues with proprioception or where you feel like you are in space. So like if you close your eyes, would you be able to tell where your hands are, your feet are, like without having to look at them? If you can, then maybe, hey, maybe it's not proprioception, but oh boy. All the girls were snickering at me. No, don't group me. Don't group me. I literally just gave you a kind of solution. That's gonna be okay, unless. Anyway, hey, look at this vestibular ocular reflex, the gaze stabilization. So again, so our inner ear with the collecting our sensory information, the central processor processes all that information, and now our motor response is gonna be one of two things. So we have the gaze stabilization, the VOR. Our output is going to be the ocular motor nuclei, again innervated by cranial nerve 3, 4, and 6. And again, this is going to keep the eyes focused during head movement, so again reading while moving. And the VOR are going to keep the words not blurry, that equal an opposite movement. And again, recall that the semicircular canals is paired with some of the muscles. So the horizontal canal is going to be more with the medial and lateral rectus. And the posterior canal, sorry, this is actually new to me, hold on. And I wrote these notes, but I'm like, wait. Horizontal is the medial and lateral rectus, okay, that makes sense. Posterior. Oh, wow, this makes sense, okay. So when we talk more about the conditions and the interventions, we'll refer back to this. But basically, horizontal canal is going to be paired with the medial and lateral rectus, so eyes in and out, basically, or side to side. So you could do a Sorry, I read your name, sorry. I guess I could use that as an adjective. A mad side eye, like, Posterior canals is going to be responsible for superior oblique and inferior rectus, so helping the eye go up. And anterior canal is going to help bring the eye down, basically, with the inferior oblique and the superior rectus. But shh, we'll just ignore that. We'll say that we read it and we go from there. There's a really cool mnemonic to remember about the eye muscles, and this looks like we're going back to chemistry with this one, but the mnemonic is it's not even really a mnemonic, I guess, now that I think about it. But if you think about it like a chemical, lateral rectus 6, SO4 3. So this is to say that the lateral rectus is supplied by cranial nerve 6, or the abducens nerve. SO4 is the superior oblique, supplied by cranial nerve 4, the trochlea nerve. And then all other eye muscles that aren't lateral rectus or superior oblique are going to be innervated by the ocular motor. So this is going to be medial rectus, inferior rectus, superior rectus, inferior rectus. Okay? Okay. So, I didn't want to go over this, but I think it is actually pretty cool, at least for the horizontal canal stuff. But for VOR, let's say... Is it better to draw it? It might be better to draw it. One moment, Cubs. Let me also... Hold on. Sorry. I promise it's all going according to Kakaku. Okay. And then we get MS Paint up, and then we have this information here, and then I could talk about it. Yeah. Mad Dog says it's kind of fun though. I mostly can laugh about it, and it got a lot better. Good. As long as it got better. That's my idea. I'm like, oh please, gamer, please be okay. Bad proprioception is one of the many substats of ADHD build for whatever reason. I'm not gonna lie, that is a strange like correlation. So, let's say this is you. Wow, Tippa, how did you look through my webcam and know this is me? I know, because you have a award-winning smile. Anyway. So, let's say that you want to look over to the... I don't know why I didn't copy and paste the... whatever. Anyway, let's say you want to look over and this side is... Let's say this is your left. Wait, your right. Wait. Let's say this is your right, because we're thinking about the person's right. Or sorry, not the person. You're right. So, let's say, yeah, I'm looking over to the right. So what's gonna happen is the same side medial rectus. Oh god, oh, hold on. Okay, that do be my smile. Okay, I understand. I also have to orientate my eyes, okay? So, what's going to go ahead and happen here is the ipsilateral meaning same side, is going to be positive. But why would it be positive? So, sorry, the reason why I'm stuck, and I'll talk about that so I don't have to be here in silence being like Cub's concerned. Because if you're turning... Is it positive as active or contracted? Yeah. But medial rectus is supposed to bring your eye in. So if we're saying the eye is going right and it's saying that it's a positive, what do you call it? If we're saying it's positive, then the medial rectus should be bringing this eye in, the lateral rectus shouldn't be going, so it should look like this then. That's the understanding that I'm getting. But saying ipsilateral medial rectus. I get it, but I don't get it. It's the idea, so if you turn your head, basically your eyes should be going the opposite direction if you're fixated on something. So let's say you're fixated on this person being you, because this is a drawing of you. But let's say you're fixated on your nose, and I tell you to turn your head, your eyes move in a certain pattern direction. And according to these notes, which at this point now I'm like, damn, did I write these right or not? Gosh darn it. No, I don't think I wrote these right, because in my brain I'm like, it should be exactly how I drew it right here, because you know I am an artiste, and with the beret and everything, I know my art. So I'm just confused with my palette. I'm just like, what the heck? what the heck? All right, MS Paint break over. I'm just gonna ignore it. I hope I'm not the only one who instantly tries to see how that works. Yeah, if you're fixated on something, your eyes will move. I'm probably not the best representative of it. As my eyes move in my head, I have that VOR cancellation. Like, gosh darn it. Anyway. Goodbye, Cubs. Say goodbye to these very confused drawings, and say goodbye to yourself. Goodbye. Bye. Okay. I'm ignoring this now. Wait, let me see if I wrote it right. Yeah, it says ipsilateral medial rectus. Okay, so vestibular disorders, yay! Now we're at the fun stuff, yay! It just took a hot minute to decide and decipher my own notes apparently, so I do apologize. So vestibular disorders. So this is just a review again, but peripheral vestibular disorders are conditions that affect the inner ear, aka the vestibular system, or the nerves that transmit balance information to the brain. And so these disorders could be either of the semicircular canals, the otoliths, or the cranial nerve 8. Here's a picture of your ear. We had dissection done. So, we have 3 categories of peripheral vestibular disorders. We have ones that have inaccurate sensory information, so we get basically an excessive abnormal sensory input. So this is that BPPV, the APA, the APPPV, 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 So this is the benign paroxysmal positional vertigo. We have hypofunctions, which is going to be indicative of a reduced vestibular input coming from one side, typically due to some kind of viral or bacterial infection. And this is where I want to bash my head in. Sorry, this is what I end up getting like incorrect, because I thought it was just an ear infection, but it can be any kind of viral or bacterial infection. So it could be due to a neuronitis, a labyrinthitis, acoustic neuroma, which is like a tumor or some medication with autotoxicity, and it could be unilateral or bilateral. And the last category of peripheral vestibular disorders that we have is fluctuating sensory information. So this is going to fluctuate because there's abnormal fluids within the canal, so that perilymph we were talking about earlier. So we have things called like Meniere's disease and perilymphatic fistulas, which we'll talk about more in detail later. But basically, if we had to quickly TLDR these 3 categories, basically excessive sensory input, reduced sensory input, fluctuating. Yeah? Yeah. Mad Dog says I couldn't spell or speak that out. Brother, don't even worry. I'm like, don't worry. These words are also like a little quirky. Caleb says the only way that works is if your notes are corrected, as if the positive or negative refers to like muscle aches. Yeah, like the opposite is being stretched, I guess. But now I feel like I have to go back to the lecture to hear this out, because I'm like, huh? What? Huh? Or maybe I just picked the wrong direction. No? Anyway. So let's talk about BPPV. This is our big one. This is a very common one. This is so common that anytime you hear someone who has vertigo, they most likely have this thing called BPPV. Because BPPV is a very common cause of vertigo and nystagmus. And nystagmus is an involuntary eye beating, which we'll talk about even more in detail. So how does this happen? So this is going to be caused by mechanical disruption. So remember the otoconia, the calcium carbonate crystals in our ear that happen? So what happens is that these crystals are going to break away from the utricle, and they most likely get stuck in the posterior canal. And they're either free floating and they're treated as a canalithesis, or they're stuck onto the cupula and they're cupulothesis. So, ooh! Hi, gamer! Oh my goodness, gamer! What the heck? Thank you so much for 3 years, 9 months, and 29 days! It's been 1 year! I hope you've been doing well. Hi, gamer. Welcome. Hey, we're doing well. Happy Friday's Eve to you. Welcome. I changed my name so you might not recognize me. What was your prior name? Because I know we had good talks, but I'm like, wait, what was your name? What was your name? Oh, my! Hi, gamer! Yeah, no worries. Hi, gamer. I remember. I'm not gonna lie. I clicked it. I'm like, there's so many messages, but I don't recognize his username. I'm glad you kept the underscore in there. You sure? I am so sure. Don't. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Luna says, keep your earbox in the right places. Yeah, so easy. I love these funky little loops. Yeah. Nice to see you, Bearcat. Nice to see you, Cub. Welcome. Things haven't changed in a year. I'm still... You never changed. Yeah, nothing's changed. But hey, my semester's almost over and it's gonna be my last academic semester, so there will be changes, so it's okay. Sorry, it's just getting the... Yeah, things haven't changed. Yeah, you never change. I will. I'm changing every day because I'm growing in experiences and knowledge and whatever else people say. I think. Anyway, welcome. So, so remember those crystal things that I was just talking about? Remember, the crystals are gravity sensitive because those are hecking heavy. So the most commonly affected canal in the semicircular canals is going to be the posterior. Well, horizontal is actually really rare, but it's actually also the most severe, so... Luna says, soon to be graduated free laboring Bearcat. Carrie says, no, you changed so beautifully. Wow, compliments really do get you far. My self-esteem is a +5 right now. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Kayla says, oh wait, I ran into the VOR stuff since I haven't done any other stuff. And the reason the medial muscles on the ipsilateral side is engaged to keep the eye from drifting with the head forward in the turn direction. Hence the... So it is the opposite because of it fixating... I'm suing. But why am I not suing? That's gamer, what the heck? Thank you so much for gifting us. Oh my goodness, that's targeted. What the heck? Thank you so much for gifting us up here. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. 5 thank yous for the $5 that you apparently owe me, brother. You don't owe me anything. Look, listen, the doubters will always doubt. But you taking the time to be like, whoa, Bearcat's Aria. I'm like, oh, thank you. But no worries. As long as you know now, knowledge is power. Very opposite to me being like, yeah, ignorance is bliss. I've changed my tune very fast now. Polish says, I don't know any of these medical stuff, but I do remember the surface area of the standard Euro palette by heart, so I guess that's cool. What the heck is a Euro palette? I paid what I owed. No, gamer, I'm refunding it. Thank you, man. Thank you. Oh my goodness. All right, Caleb's teaching me. Caleb says, so like, turn head right. You want your eyes to keep looking at the same thing. Wait. Okay, but if I turn right, did I do the drawing wrong? Okay. I'm looking at chat. I turn my head away. My right eye is active. My right eye is medial. My right eye. Yeah, brother. I'm about to like take a photo. I'm about to. Ooh. Okay. Hold on. Now I have the dumbest. Yeah, look, my right eye is medial. It makes sense now. I think my drawing just sucked. Ah! Because when you turn to the right, the medial rectus goes in, and obviously the lateral rectus is inhibited because you're contracting the medial rectus to make sure that you're looking in with the same side. And then the left eye, it's the lateral rectus that's going to stay outward. So it makes sense now. Caleb, thank you so much. I owe you my grade of whenever that grade comes out. Okay, it says almost becoming a second-year student college. College student? Brother! Congratulations for making it almost through your first year! Let's go! I hope I could study like you. Oh, gamer. I hope you don't have to. I hope you don't have to. But I do wish you the best in finding a study technique that definitely works for yourself. I think definitely pomodoro is the way to go. Tippa always collects? I do. I always shout my message to the haters. Raiders come in. That's what I should start doing. Raiders come in. I'll be like, I'm a bearcat. Don't believe me? You owe me $5. I'm gonna start charging. I'll put a little toll to the stream. Haters, doubters can leave. Luna says if you want to look at the left, you turn your head to the left, and if someone punch your head to the left, you look to the right to keep your gaze in the same place. If you're fixating on that person, yes, but I hope you don't have to get punched in the face for that. But if you mean like a sudden movement, I guess sure. Oh my goodness. Let's test that! Let's not test that! But you'll need it to get those good grades? I believe in you, gamer. Honestly. Just remember why you're doing this for. I'm studying really hard so I can support Baby Peas. Which, by the way, if you haven't seen Baby Peas, I just mentioned this yesterday, but... Oh, will this post? Yeah. I now have a Peas cam, so anytime someone's like, who's Baby Peas? I'm gonna pop up this video. That's my baby girl. I love her. It's his bunny brother. Leave her alone. She's really going with the peas and carrots theme, and I love her for that. Caleb says if you turn your head to the right, you relatively start looking to your left to keep your eye being fixated. Yeah, you're looking to the left because the ipsilateral medial rectus is being activated to focus on that object. So, let's go! Let's go! The punch was just a quirky example. Good. Instant peas? I'm about to make it a redeem. Instant peas redeem? Anyway. Okay, Cubs! We gotta speed run through some of this! We gotta speed run! Polish says my logistics exams are creeping closer every day. I'm worried. I'm scared for you, gamer. But I believe in you. If I fail them, I don't pass. Oh, okay, yeah. If I fail them, I don't pass the next year, and I haven't studied at all yet. I got this. You know what? The cool thing about getting a solution or doing things is to acknowledge that there's even a situation that needs a solution. So you know what? You're on the right path, buddy. I think you should go study though. Despair is a cool motivator. Yeah, like again, the sense of despair and trying not to fail, really good motivator. So anyway. No, never apologize, gamer. You miss being here? Don't worry. I'm always here until I'm not, so... I have to change schedules soon because of my work business when school graduates, because I have to do my clinical rotations and I have to work for free for 12 weeks. So my schedule might work more in your favor maybe, but No worries, gamer. No need to reminisce on the past. We look forward to the future. We can have many more good times together. Even 3 years in the future! 8 years of streaming. Anyway, so, okay, so we talked about BPV, right? So it's a crystal. Crystal? Look at this, look at this, look at this. It's a crystal that gets stuck in the canal, and it could choose to get stuck in the canal or onto the cupola, and it's named appropriately of canalothesis or cupulothesis. So what's the difference between these two? So canalothesis is vertigo that's going to last less than 60 seconds with a short delay of onset, and then they're going to complain to signs and symptoms after the position change after 10 seconds. And they're going to float within, again, the semicircular canals, hence canalothesis. Cupulothesis. Now, this is when vertigo is going to last more than 60 seconds with an immediate onset. And it's because these stones are, these stones are stuck right here on the sensory receptor, and it's going to stimulate for like much longer, okay? Yeah. So what happens with here is that the vertigo resolves even if it's if the provoking position is maintained. So BPPV, an example is someone is like, I'm eepy and I want to go to bed, and this position change of them turning to like a side or putting their head to the pillow and laying back down, they're like, I'm dizzy, and they can either say I'm dizzy immediately and those symptoms last for more than 60 seconds, indicating more cupulothesis, or you lay down in bed, you're like, let me get a mirror in, and then it's like, oh whoa, I'm feeling pretty dizzy right now. And it's because those otolith crystals are floating in the canals, but the symptoms should last less than 60 seconds. Regardless if you have any one of these, it should resolve. But there's no aura, kind of like a radiating sensation in the ear. I know now we're talking about crystals and aura. Again, no, I'm just like, it's very magical, but I promise it's not. There's no fullness in the ear, like you have liquid or anything. There's no hearing loss, and there's no tinnitus. Tinnitus is that common thing where you hear people like a ringing in the ear. But of course, with hearing and stuff, I know this may not sound very like one-to-one, but it was very heavily emphasized in my grad program that your hearing is very related to your balance. So people who are having this difficulty and this dizziness and this vertigo, they may experience some imbalances and gait ataxia, or like a weird wonky way of walking basically. And so you end up with nystagmus, but we'll talk about that in just like one moment, okay? Polish says, nah, I took the test multiple times on the internet. You got 80 to 100, you got this? Oh, then you got it, but make sure to still review though. But I'm one of those nervous studiers. As you can tell, I could be chilling being like, yeah, I know this content, but I will study until the exam starts. So big smiley face emoji. Mad Dog said normally I'd be home in an hour. I was lucky to find a stream on my free day. Oh, point left, point right emoji. Thank you, gamer. Don't even worry. I still would have been live and whatnot. I'm very like EU friendly, time zone wise, so it all works out all according to Kikaku. I felt hi gamer who keeps streaming at 11 p.m. my time. This guy hates me. Well, welcome. No aura, just like me for real. Caleb says using the crystals in your ear to fuel your magical girl transformation. That's why they spin. It's like, whoa, I'm so dizzy. Whoa. Mad Dog says, as someone who knows migraine and no headaches, I know auras really well. No, wait! Well, maybe not wait. I was like, oh, maybe the migraines are from, like, you know, neck muscles. Maybe they're cervicalgenic. maybe a little PT can help you out. I can't wait to give unsolicited PT advice and be like, alright, sorry cuz, actually don't listen to me. Polish says, I didn't study at all, but I remember all from class type of person. Polish has a photographic memory. Looks away. So yeah, so nystagmus. So going back to this, BPP symptoms and nystagmus pretty much go hand in hand. So nystagmus again is that involuntary eye beating. Let's see if we can find a thing really quick.
The downward ear, which is the left ear.
Sorry, I'm processing. Hold on, let me not scare you. This might be scary. It's just a zoomed in video of a woman's face. Please do not get scared of woman face, okay? Please do not get scared. Woman face, here. So this video is a video of someone who has a positive Dix-Hallpike test, which we'll talk about that in a little bit later, but she has nystagmus. So you can see her eye has like a rotational torsion and it's beating upwards. You see that? Ooh, so spooky. Woman! Ah! But originally it was just like this, so I'm like, don't get scared, don't get scared. But yeah, so that's kind of an example of the nystagmus and that torsion going. So let me take this, let me take this. You don't have photographic memory, at least not entirely. It's basically photographic memory. So posterior, so we talked about the semicircular canals and what canals that they have, but the nystagmus, or that involuntary eye beating, is going to indicate what canal the crystal's in, with what direction the eyes are beating. So if there's upbeating nystagmus like we just saw in that video, it's most likely going to be in the posterior canal. If it's stuck in the anterior canal, there's going to be down beating, so the eyes are just going down, beating down like a kind of like that vibration, oscillations that we kind of saw, like this, like my mouse cursor. And horizontal canal is going to be rare, and these patients typically tend to be like way more sick with it. Oh, hold on. Oh, I got a message from Ryan. But yeah, patients are more sick, purely horizontal nystagmus with no torsion. So with that lady, you saw the, they're saying that torsion again is that like slight twist. So they have a slight twist up or down, and that's going to indicate the canal. Horizontal though, it's just going to be straight left, right. Horizontal though, you would have to test in a different way, in a different position. And for the horizontal, you would have them kind of laying off to their side and debating, do the eyes go up or down? And it's like, but we just said horizontal. No. Okay, now put them on their side, and now do the eyes be up or down? If it's down, it's called geotrophic nystagmus, and this is going to indicate that this is a horizontal canalithesis. And then if it's beating up away from the ground, it's ageotrophic. So I know that's a little bit weird. I'm not going to get too into that. I'm just going to say I know it at least, so it's fine. Smiley face emoji. Anyway, so for people who are experiencing these episodes of vertigo, it most likely may be BPPV. BPPV is self-limiting, so it means that it can resolve without treatment, and this typically resolves within 6 to 12 months. Which is a long time to be like, I have these dizzy spells and episodes. That's like a little scary, you know? But vestibular exercises, and which we'll talk about, and maneuvers, which we'll talk about, can help remove that crystal, the otoconia, and speed recovery. So if someone were to go to, let's say, PT for one of these things, and they're like, hey, I have this dizziness, one session makes about 80 to 90% of people with this. After one session, they feel a ton better after performing some type of positional maneuver. So yeah, if you're dizzy, call your physical therapist, smiley face emoji. But yeah, so now with BPPV, remember, we said that BPPV was that abnormal sensoriness because there's a crystal randomly floating around or stuck on a cupola. Now, we don't really have that issue with hypofunction. Hypofunction, we don't have that excess. We actually have the opposite, hypo meaning below. So we're not getting that sensory output that we need. And technically, this is going to be our second most common cause of vertigo, which is most likely due to a bacterial or viral infection, and this hyporesponsiveness is due to a faulty push-pull mechanism. So you know how we talked about that 1-to-1 earlier? Yeah. So, oh my goodness, excuse me. So what's gonna happen here is we need to recall that the vestibular system is always active even when the head is still firing. So remember, we have that like 80 pulses per second, that tonic firing rate in the left or right. So when the head rotates to the right, remember we said that there was going to be an increased firing on the right and then a decrease on the opposite side, so in this case the left. If there's a hypofunction on the right side, we're not going to have the same firing level. So the right side is going to be now firing at a lower rate than the normal tonic firing, while the left is going to be a normal tonic rate. So the brain is going to be thinking that your head is turning left when you're not even moving the head at all, or when you're moving to the right, it's like, actually I feel like I'm moving to the left because of that firing rate. So this is why the kind of mismatch of information can cause a sudden onset of very severe vertigo, and it's because of this abnormal push-pull, and it's because of this asymmetry that you're having on the left or right side, and thinking, hey, I'm moving, and really you're not even moving at all. Your head is perfectly still. So some symptoms people have with this is that they may get an acute vestibular crisis. So they'll have a sudden severe onset of vertigo, and that's spinning and dizziness, nausea, and spontaneous nystagmus. So they're not even focused on anything, but their eyes will be beating in a certain direction, and this can last days. Nystagmus for hypofunction is typically going to be towards the uninvolved side. So that's what got me. Anyway, sorry. I'm getting war flashbacks. I'm like, ah! But nystagmus in that beating is normally going to be towards the uninvolved side. So if your eyes are beating to the left, it's most likely going to be a right hypofunction. And then when the eyes are beating to the right, it's going to be considered a left hypofunction. And this is because it's always going to go beat to the side that has the most input. And the affected side has decreased input, so that's why there's this like weird opposite thing. Thank you for the headband. Thank you. Let me go ahead and finish this up and I'll catch up, okay? So as you would imagine with hypofunction, because your eyes and this very severe onset of dizziness, you're going to have vision and balance issues, and the system over time will compensate. And then over time, the vertigo will occur intermittently with head movements, so they'll become more episodic. They're not going to be random. It's going to be like, okay, when I do XYZ, this is what happens. And over time, if someone were to do like an eye examination, you would have a positive gaze-evoked nystagmus, where basically you're staring maybe at a target straight ahead, or maybe you're not even looking at a target, you're just looking straight ahead, and it's like, oh, their eyes are beating. It's like, oh, we're not even doing anything, your eyes are beating. Ah, okay, hypofunction. So there is some treatment to this, but as mentioned earlier, for a peripheral nerve disorder, the central system, because let's again assume that's more peripheral, not like brain spinal cord, it's going to adjust to this new abnormal normal as mentioned earlier. So yes, the symptoms are very severe. Yes, we should put them on medication, but unfortunately the medication should be like a very short-term 1 to 2 day thing, and then you have to get them off immediately, because the medication's suppressing the system that's making you dizzy so you feel better. But if the system is suppressed, then the central nervous system can't compensate. So the patient must experience unpleasurable vertigo to feel better to allow for that compensation. Hence the central compensation being the main term. So we'll talk about a different type of acoustic neuroma, but let me go ahead and catch up. Polish says, today I learned eyes can rotate. They can! Get rotated, punk! Polish also says, when I hear push and pull, I think of the distribution system, not anatomy. Yeah, this is the only time I think we had like a push-pull in anatomy in general, if that helps. Smiley face emoji. My hyphen, hi, thank you so much for politely liking a couple of check-in. I appreciate it. Thank you. And thank you, Mad Duck, for the hydrate and the head pat from earlier. Let me go ahead and... Oh goodness. Hold on. Okay. So I looked at the notes really quick. We're hitting another hour of stream, so I have to take a break soon. But I think we could finish this up. And then... Then we could take our little 3-minute break, and then we'll go ahead and forward. We're now page 14 out of 74, and before anyone panics, I still think we're gonna be okay. I still think we're gonna make it through the 74 pages, and we'll finish within the next 3 to 4 hours. Yeah? Yeah! Again, scary woman, ignore her! Thus as well, the double hand? Wait, where? The Mad Dog says, I really enjoy your energy. I couldn't keep that up for 2 hours. Oh. Well, expected more for 2 to 4 hours. Yeah! The rest are images. They really are. They really, 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 really are. So you have to look forward to it, okay? Okay. But thank you so much for lurking, Polish. Thank you. Hi, welcome. You just finished school for the week? I want to be in your shoes. What's your shoe size? I could fit them. It's okay. But congratulations, gamer, and welcome on in. Wait, it's Thursday. Wait, do you mean that you're done with school for the week, like just Friday, and you go back Monday, or are you done until like next Thursday? If you're done until next Thursday, then I'm like, oh, okay, cool. But if you're done for just a day, I don't want your shoes anymore. Anyway, hi gamer, welcome. All right, let me speed run through this really quick. So hypofunction, so another way we could get hypofunction is actually through a tumor in our ear. More specifically, the acoustic neuroma, which can actually be right here. Here's a little drawing of it. And this is going to actually press down on the cranial nerve. So this is a benign Schwann cell tumor of the cranial nerve 8 within the internal auditory canal. So we had the external, remember? The outer ear. Most of it's that external auditory canal where we put the Q-tip in. Well, now this is the internal, and this is really, really close. Like, look, this is our brainstem right here. So with this, as you'd imagine, as this is pushing down onto the nerve, that's sending the signals to be like, hey, I'm processing this information, this is how I'm hearing. One of the first symptoms you're going to hear, or not hear, is that this patient can complain of loss of hearing. Then, of course, second is going to be balance. And treatment, as you would imagine, tumors don't typically go away. So you would have to do some surgery in here to get it out. And as you would imagine, basically, actually, you don't have to imagine this, but because of how the nerves run, 7 and 8 nerve runs together. That's just how they're built. Cranial nerve 7 is our facial nerve. It's a motor nerve that's responsible for all our expressions. So the happy, the strong, the angry, all these emotions that we have are all, or the ability for us to express our emotions, obviously, are because of our face muscles of like, oh, I could puff up my cheeks. But the thing that's giving innervation is this cranial nerve 7, the facial nerve. The facial nerve runs together with cranial nerve 8, and cranial nerve 8 is getting affected by this, again, benign tumor right here. So sometimes this patient who is suffering from acoustic neuroma is also going to have a thing called Bell's palsy. This is something we haven't talked about in a very long time, but it's like a unilateral paralysis of the, excuse me, a unilateral paralysis of the patient's face. So you see inability to wrinkle eyebrow, drooping eyelid, inability to close the eye, inability to puff cheeks. There's an asymmetrical smile, and the mouth is drooping because they can't keep them upright, you know? And this is all because of this inflammation that is hitting and occurring cranial nerve 7 and 8. So yes, they do have to get surgery, but PTs can also help push for compensation to aid with some of that unilateral hypofunction that they might be having from some of the inflammation, whether that is from the tumor or that is from the surgery, because obviously your body will not be happy. There's a lot of inflammation that's always involved with any kind of type of surgery, okay? So hypofunctions tend to be unilateral, meaning that's only on one side. And so it's like, oh, okay, cool, if I turn here and I turn here, this side is kind of weaker, this side kind of sucks, it's whatever. But what if both sides suck? So there is a thing that people get called bilateral vestibular hypofunction, and this could be due to meningitis, sequential vestibular neurosis, autotoxic drugs, and basically what happens is that if it's symmetrical, sometimes it's worse, but it can be better, smiley face emoji, because this patient will actually experience vertigo or spontaneous nystagmus because both sides are affected, so that's like their new normal. But you're gonna see more that the world is bouncing, and I don't know how else to say this other than like my professor, but think of movies like, I think she said the Blair Witch Project, where it's like the cameraman has their camera on their shoulder and they're running, it's all like bouncy and all that stuff. That's basically how you're gonna see the world now. Smiley face emoji. You're gonna have a taxic gait, so you're not gonna have a normal walking pattern, and you're gonna have impaired balance. The treatment really is to just have exercises to enhance the non-vestibular sensory inputs. And so we just need to challenge your balance a little bit more. So with like eyes open, maybe have a narrow base of support, and just put it on a firm surface, because now that your vestibular system is not working, maybe we could train two other things that will still be vital for you to still process the world, such as working more and focusing with your vision, and also your somatosensory, so your sense of self on either a firm, even surface or a more pliable, uneven surface. But yeah, we'll move on to the next thing when we come back from break. A 3-minute ad break might play any moment now. So please use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat and drink something super duper yummy. You cubs won't be missing a thing. I'm gonna go ahead and pet baby peas, and we are on page now 15 out of 74. We got this. Cadet says I go back Monday. Okay. You could keep your shoes, gamer. The brain looks nice. Yeah, it was a pretty good drawing, I'm not gonna lie. Now you are hi, welcome, howdy, just in time for ad break. Let's go! Hi gamer, welcome on in. Welcome. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. Gamer! Hello. I hope you're well. Welcome! We'll catch up when we BRB. I don't want to get cut off, so I'm gonna run off now. Wah! The snail! Yeah, that's the snail! It's right here! It's right! Oh, you're at work? Oh, brother. Have a good day at work! I believe in you to have a good rest of your Friday Eve! Goodbye! Goodbye, gamer! Hold on. Raffle? Joy? Okay, I walk off now. Ahaha, hee hee, this is me walking off, pitter pattering. Ahaha. Hi, Hallowed. Oh wait, Hallowed might not be able to hear me. Okay, I go. Bye. Ow. Alright, hi Erica, thank you so much for your patience for the 3-minute ad break. Welcome back, thank you! Appreciate it, thank you. And hi to any cub that came on in, like Aura, of course, hi, welcome, and Howland, hi, welcome. And hi to any other cub that came in, yeah? Yeah! Alright, thank you so much for the welcome back, thank you! Thank you too! Thank you! Hold on one moment. Okay, we're good now. Let's go! Alright, you're gonna get a bailout from the Gao economy. Give points. Da-da-da! Hopefully that works. Yeah! Bailout! Yeah! You just put the Yuri Kuma Arashi opening in my Spotify playlist? Let's go! Honestly, Yuri Kuma and whatever else anime that came out at the time, not showing my age at all. It's not an old anime, but I'm just like, yeah, it was so good. Like, I remember Penguin Drum came out at the same time, and Penguin Drum has a very stellar opening. Anyway, yeah, welcome back, and hi to any cub that just came on in. Welcome. I'm reviewing and cramming for an exam that I have in now T-minus 5 hours. Which actually reminds me, can I open this? Or will it close out everything? I hope it doesn't crash stream. So I have this like thing called like a lockdown browser, but it's not lockdown browser, but it locks down my browser. I want to see what happens if I open it up. Hold on. Oh, okay. So for whatever reason, we have to download the exam. And I didn't download it yesterday because it wasn't available until 5 p.m. And I was like, okay. I thought Yuri and Kuma was more recent than that? No! That's the crazy thing! Same with the Ice Bucket Challenge. What are you telling me? It's 2013. Yuri Kuma also came out around that? Maybe now I'm like messing up my days. I'm like 13 or 16. 13 or 16. 15! Neither of those! So yeah, the series is 10 years old. Anyway. So yeah, cramming for my exam in T-minus 5 hours, and I just got my exam downloaded because I felt like, did I download that yet? And the answer was no, I didn't. Ta-da! Yeah, we just talked about BPPV, we talked about hypofunction, we're gonna talk about perilymphatic fistulas and Meniere's disease. These are all very quirky things and disorders that can happen within the ear. So boo, 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 boo. I thought it was much older? No. Dear S. Oh, brother. You know, I honestly thought Dear S was so cute. I never watched it because I'm like, I can't do that. I'm a say so 1-year-old. I cannot watch this hentai. Not hentai, this ichi. I cannot do it. But the designs are so cute. I still haven't watched Hobbit, so eventually. I can't believe we're gonna have a throwback anime night. We're gonna have 3 anime nights. We're gonna have a throwback anime night, whatever's current of the season. And Adventure Time just got in the Fortnite, and I never watched Adventure Time, so 3 different nights to watch stuff. Let's go. Let's heck go. But the oversized collars, Tip! The oversized collars! I think that hit my psyche a little bit, but that was just a fashion style back then. I can't say that Dear's S inspired me. I don't know what inspired me for a chunky collar. I don't know. Cause I have a confession to make as I stole on my examination. My original design as Tipanya, I know full government legal name here because this is a serious conversation that I'm having with you cubs as I stutter for a moment. This was not supposed to be a scarf. It's supposed to be a chunky collar, but then I thought I don't need people knowing how freaky I am, so so a scarf is much nicer. It's just a cozy design, so it's cute. One day, maybe if in another outfit, I was just thinking about it the other day. I'm like, oh, if I get a new outfit, what will it be? And I got so hyped up on what do you call it? The office look. I'm like, what other looks I can get? And I'm like, maybe I'll just do something more. I don't know. Oh yeah, like the chunky ones from the early 2000 animes. Steph says Adventure Time is fun, but some of the humor is very specific to the early 2010 style. That's fine. I was alive in the 2010s, so it's okay. It's okay. I think I'll get it. Risky Tippa design win? I think the pajama's pretty risky. I don't know. But you know, actually, now that you bring that up, so I was thinking, no, I'll talk about that later. That I was like, oh my gosh, if I bring back the chunky collar, what's gonna be the outfit? And I'm like, oh, but what if I do XYZ? And I'm like, what if it's just like a white dress but a chunky collar? So easy, so simple, so chic. But it's whatever. Don't worry. They're like, here's like your Ryan's chunky collar. I do. I'm gonna just like steal it. She's just gonna have the design without it, and it's like, where did it go? You love the pajamas? Thank you. Thank you. That one's really cute. I still look at the docky and I'm like, oh wow, beautiful. Anyway, all right, cubs. I'm done stalling. Wait, Caleb says risky Tippa design but turn construction site without sufficient PPV. Huh, I don't need a hard hat where I'm going. This inherited hard head that I have is gonna get me far, and it has. My stubborn butt. Anyway. So wow, fluctuating sensory information. So perilymphatic fistula. Wow. So I don't have a picture for this, so I apologize. But so what happens with this is that there's going to be a tear in the round or oval window between the middle and inner ear. So we can actually see it right here. And if you can't see it, it's because this image was made for ants. But but this is the round or oval window that is between the middle, because look at the bones. Look at the malleolus, the stapes, or maybe the incus. Oh my gosh, I don't know the bones anymore. I'm just going to smile now, but those 3 bones. And here's the window. So there's a tear in this. And when there's a tear, there's going to be a fluid between the compartments, and it's going to end up basically being very distorting. So this could be due to a variety of reasons. It could be due to pressure trauma, so maybe a sudden fluctuation of trauma has done this. A middle ear tumor, because that's possible. Or a head trauma so bad, I guess, that this bone smashes into the window and tears it. So as you would imagine, there is going to be some hearing loss. Positional vertigo, so when they get up and down into certain positions, they'll start being like, whoa, I'm so dizzy, ah! And they'll have that bouncing up and down, and they'll have skewed deviation. So really what's going to happen is that PT may not even be needed for this, but there's going to be some microsurgery followed by rest. So no lifting or straining, again, any kind of like differentiation and pressure. No bueno. So go get surgery. PTs won't really be efficient in this, unfortunately. Meniere's disease, however, this is really quirky. So this is a fluid level disorder, so there's no brokenness to it. But what happens is that there's just the fluid level is not normal in the fluid level going through these canals. So you can actually have fluctuating hearing loss. So one day your hearing's there and one day it's not. It's very quirky. Tinnitus, so that ringing in your ear, and vertigo that's going to be lasting 30 minutes to 24 hours. These people are going to experience that ear fullness and have that imbalance. So some of the treatments, because it is like a fluid kind of going wonky, is that you do want to restrict some of the sodium intake. You do want to avoid alcohol, caffeine, and nicotine. So hopefully Cubs are doing the majority of that. I hope you're not smoking or drinking, but I mean, point left, point right. I guess you live your life, you know. But of course, some medications can be helpful. But what's not helpful is PT. If this person's having this balance issues and they're lining up with all these kind of stuff that indicate Meniere's disease, this is not going to be it, Chief. Physical rehab is not going to be helpful in either one of these, you know. Mother heckers peeing so hard they start experiencing hearing loss. No, thank you. All right. Okay, so there's one last section of this before it gets a little bit wonky. So all those above are peripheral vestibular disorders. They're not affecting the brain spinal cord. What can affect the brain and spinal cord and what can make something a central vestibular disorder is a stroke, affecting maybe the posterior, the pica or the ica, a cerebellar dysfunction, MS or multiple sclerosis, head trauma, migraine-related vestibuloropathy, and post-surgical complications. So it could be something from like infecting or impacting the brainstem, or some kind of like infarcts affecting the vestibular pathways. So unfortunately, as we just mentioned, if you have a peripheral disorder, the central system can do something called central compensation, and your body can adjust to this new normal. But if that system is the one that's getting impacted, then oh boy, do we have some stuff to talk about, because the recovery for this is not as well as the peripheral. So, because it's not able to compensate, you just got rid of your system to compensate. So let me read this. Peripheral vestibular disorders are able to compensate. So, if physical rehab treatments are designed to push the system to allow the central vestibular system to compensate for the peripheral problems, the central system gets used to this abnormal peripheral input and kind of resets itself to create a new normal, and therefore compensates for the peripheral problem. But the central vestibular disorder, it's not able to compensate. You're going to end up damaging the mechanisms that allow for compensation. For example, cerebellar stroke, poor recovery because not able to compensate. So this, I'm going to go ahead and skip, because this is stuff we're going to be talking about in a little bit, and it makes more sense if we talk about it in more of the lecture style rather than this. But, I mean, I'm debating, hold on. Yeah, I guess we could talk about it. I'm like, Alright, so yes, Tippa, you keep saying peripheral and central, but how do we differentiate that? So you can help differentiate it in an examination. So we can do some ocular motor tests to help assess, hey, is this more central or is this more peripheral? So what's really going to be some main things is that, remember we talked about spontaneous nystagmus, that eye beating? Now this eye beating is just going to be thumbs like staring straight ahead, not even fixated on anything, or they could. And for central dysfunction, if they have one, it's going to have a down beating nystagmus, so it's going to be more of a vertical nystagmus. So when it beats down like that, just straight down, it's a huge red flag. And also another thing to indicate is that if there is a direction change nystagmus, direction changing nystagmus is also indicative of a central dysfunction, because it's not a peripheral. The peripheral, it's like, oh, the eyes are going to continuously beat to the left. It's not going to continuously beat to one side or the other. It's not going to change. That's just an indicator of the central central dysfunction. While peripheral, in horizontal nystagmus is going to beat away from the affected side. So for like that with the hypofunction. More visible with fixation removed. So if we tell them to stop looking at a thing and just to stare straight ahead at something, we're able to see more of that nystagmus. And for whatever reason, this nystagmus is also suppressed over time in room light, so it will eventually go away. This patient's not always going to have these beating when you talk to them. So for gaze holding, when you have them actually focus on something, again, central is going to change while peripheral won't. Ocular motor tests, which could be the H test, which I don't know if I'm going to get super involved in getting the videos out, but basically you have them follow your tip of your finger in the way of like an H. Just says off to the side and then up and down. And for central, again, it's going to be changing directions. It's going to be down beating. You're going to have like saccadic or jerky eye movements, so the eyes won't be able to smoothly follow. It's just going to kind of, it's going to be very jerky. It's point A, point B, point C, and not like point A, B, if that makes sense. And they may get some double vision, basically. While peripheral dysfunction, it may be normal, but they might have some, visual fatigue or dizziness. Saccadic eye movement, same thing, of like, hey, I want you to look at the tip of my finger, I want you to look at my nose, and keep going back and forth. If they have a central dysfunction, they're going to be overshooting, and they might have some nystagmus that, again, is going to do that down beating or direction change. While peripheral, they may overshoot. It's very mild, it's possible, but it's going to be very minimum. They should be able to complete this task. VOR cancellation. Inability to override the VOR while keeping the eyes moving on a target. While peripheral is going to be can maintain focus, but they have mild symptoms such as dizziness and nausea. we don't have this test, so I'm gonna skip that. Sorry, again, I have visuals and all that down there, so. So we are on head thrust. Central this function is gonna be deficits in slow and fast. Peripheral is gonna say that the slow is intact, but the head thrust test is gonna help indicate what side is affected, and I get war flashbacks thinking about it. And then we didn't talk about those. So we're actually gonna go ahead and talk about some of the ways we could go ahead and diagnose between someone who may have vertigo and determine whether it's a BPPV or it's a hypofunction. So we'll talk about some of the stuff, and then we'll also show a YouTube video. I just have to find a good one. Hi Devil, hi, welcome on in, welcome. Hold on. Hello gamer, thank you so much for the couple of check-in. Hold on. Ooh, okay, sure. That one works out perfectly. So, one of the maneuvers we can do to assess if someone has BPV or hypofunction, we're not sure, but they're showing the signs and symptoms, is this maneuver called the Hall-Pike sticks, or Dix-Hall-Pikes. It keeps switching. I can't tell you what's the order of it. But this is to determine if this person has posterior or anterior canalithesis. So remember, those crystals are like floating, what do you call it, in the canals? Or a cupulothesis of posterior and anterior. So again, the crystals are stuck onto the cupola. And remember, if there's an upbeating when you perform this test, it's going to be more indicative of a posterior canal, while downbeating is going to be an anterior canal. Magatini, hi gamer! It's so interesting with someone with nystagmus. Gamer! You're not experiencing dizziness, are you? Ooh. I'm glad that I could share some information about it. It is very like quirky and interesting to look and view and be like, yeah, this is indicative of this, and this beats this because of this, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Welcome on in, welcome. So how the procedure is done, because this I was gonna say YouTuber video won't this YouTube video won't go through the exact steps. Basically, you have the patient in long sit, so basically they're sitting with their legs out. You want to support the patient's head, turn it 45 degrees towards the involved side, and then they're going to go ahead and basically lay back down, and they're going to have their head extended in about 20 degrees of flexion. So let me finish reading the instructions. I'll kind of go through the picture and then I'll show you the video. So from here in this position, you're going to quickly move them back in that 28 degrees of extension off the end of the table while maintaining that head rotated position. And you tell the patient to hold this position for at least 45 seconds and tell the patient to keep the eye open. So let's say it gets stuck here. Let's say it's stuck in the canal. We're going to go ahead and, okay, remember, these crystals are very heavy, very gravity dependent. So putting them in that extension is going to move the canals, and so this, which was originally here, is going to move now down here, and we're going to try to dislodge it basically. So how does that look? It doesn't look that great on this YouTube video, but okay. So jump scare, real person jump scare. So this again is going to be indicative of a positive Hall-Pike Dix test. So they have the person in extension, and now you see the beating. Now I'm actually a little confused. Oh no, they're up beating. Okay, the nystagmus, the eyes are beating up, so this is going to be indicative that that otoconia or that crystal is going to be stuck in the posterior canal. Cool. My eyes? Yeah, this guy is probably not feeling that great. Whoops. Anyway, ta-dang! I never enjoyed learning so much. I'm glad I can make it fun, gamer. That makes me very happy. Thank you. Glad it can be informational and be like, wow, this is so cool. It is so cool. Does this person have a real test? So let me go ahead and read this and we'll show a video, okay? Old man, no! And you're not dizzy? Good. Keep staying not dizzy. My eyes! I love SpongeBob. Anyway, roll test for horizontal canal. So the above test, the Dix-Hall-Pike, is only for anterior and posterior. So hello, we have a third semicircular canal. What are we doing with that? it's going to be a horizontal test. So the horizontal test is going to be, or horizontal canal is going to be done by the roll test to test for horizontal canalithesis or cupulothesis. So you want to flex the patient's head or get their chin to their chest about 20 degrees. And you're going to quickly turn their head 90 degrees and you're going to assess where the eye is beating. Slowly return them to the center and then basically do it on the other side. Now, I don't know if this person has it. I doubt it. But, lay the patient, head flex. Okay, it says 30, definitely 20. Keep them 90 degrees. And you're looking for eye beating. But again, maybe if I find a positive one. Hold on. Positive! Okay, eye jump scare. Okay, so this person is already with their head flexed and they're laying down. They're laying on the side. They have 90 degrees. And their eyes, if I'm looking at the orientation right, their eyes are up beating. Yeah, their eyes are up beating. Okay, so I'm like, So this is going to be indicative of an ageotrophic. And with the ageotrophic, it's indicative of cupulothesis. Sure. Anyway. And remember, if it's beating down and not up, it's going to be a canalithesis. And it's just, where is it? Where is the otolith? In what canal? And how can we get it out? And blah, 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 blah. So this is all how to assess. We're going to talk about the test in just a moment. A really quick thing I do want to quickly go over is some of the treatment. So hypofunction, there's not really, like, we can get the body to adjust to different exercises, but there's no like wacky positional maneuver for it. Hypofunction, the vertigo doesn't happen because of position changes. It's just there because of this faulty push-pull mechanism. So there's ways we could train it with VOR times 1 and VOR times 2. And basically, they're really straightforward. Let's say for VOR 1, you could do it 3 different ways, and each one's kind of a progression. So we're going to go ahead and do VOR 1. So basically, you would have a sticky note. You put an X on that sticky note that takes up about 75% of the X. And you put that sticky note onto a wall, and you have the patient stand 6 to 10 feet away from it. Basically, you have them stare at that X, say, hey, can you see it? Cool. And then you have them move their head back left and right as fast as they can, and you have them stop if they have symptoms come on, or they're not able to focus on the X anymore. And our goal is to try to get 2 minutes, but because it's most likely their first time, we want to like build up the endurance and maybe be like, okay, let's try to see if we could do this for about maybe 30 seconds and then stop. A progression is that they have it near their hand. So basically they have the sticky note with their arm extended all the way, and they're doing the same thing. They're focusing on the X, and then they're looking back and forth, looking back and forth, and looking back and forth, you know? And then full target, this is imagine like a checkerboard. Basically, you put the sticky note on a more busy background, let's say a checkerboard, and you have them do the same thing basically. Question, answer. Did you put these pages together by yourself? Yeah. So all the notes that I go over is like my own personal study guides. I have some other ones as well that are, I feel like this one again is the least colorful one. So yeah. I feel like making my notes and being able to teach and not accidentally doxing my school is really helpful. There are some resources that you'll know at the bottom that I did end up borrowing from another classmate, because I was like, oh, they finished this section before me. Poggers! I'm gonna just take it from them really quick, and then I'll catch up, because I was like a little bit, like I felt like I was a week behind with another class that I was taking, so I'm like, I have to focus on this one. Oh no, this other class is going behind. No! But you'll see when the text changes. But yeah, I think coming up with the guide or making up the guide, it also helps me like put my focus to where, and hopefully I'm studying the material that I need to. This professor, as much of a stickler that she is, at least she gives us like a small outline of here are some expectations to have for the exam. So it's really nice. And you'll see more of that kind of outline format for like once we get to the rare diseases. But yeah, ×2 is basically the same thing, except now the target and the head have to move, but they need to move in opposite directions. So let's say you have your hand out, because we're doing the near target, you have your little sticky note or a pen or whatever you want to do, and you're going to move your head and the object in your hand in opposite directions. So if you move the object to the right, you're moving your head to the left, and if you're moving the object to the left, your head is moving to the right, but your eyes are going to stay fixated on that target, and you're going to try to do this as fast as you can. Same thing, you try to do it for about 2 minutes, but we'll work our way up, and then we could also do the same thing with the full field as well. Now, this, let's see, BPV. Now, there's no like again, you could do physical interventions and whatnot, but really this can probably be cured, as we saw with the statistic 80 to 90%. We can go ahead and do our best of doing this positional maneuver, and they're gonna feel pretty good after one session, because again, it's just a crystal that's stuck in their thing. So let's go ahead and unstick it. So we kind of looked at the Hall-Pikes test to evaluate to see where the crystal might get stuck, and basically a continuation of that is something called the Epley maneuver. And we're gonna use my favorite person, ask Dr. Joe. But anyway, yeah, you could do the CRM or the Epley maneuver for anyone who may have a posterior or an anterior canalithesis. And again, canal, these are people who have symptoms less than 60 seconds and they have like a short delay or onset. Okay. Doxing yourself is always fun, even better if you just want to share your Spotify playlist. Throwback to when Gallo shared it, and I'm like, Gallo, is that your legal name? What? Unfortunately, I don't have Spotify. Sorry, gamer. But yeah, let's see. Okay.
Than me, you might recognize.
Sorry, hold on. Alright, so this maneuver that you're about to see is very similar to what we had just saw, but now you're going to see it kind of more in full picture to the Halp Dix Pike. So they're going to still keep them extended. They're going to keep them in a long sit position. They're going to turn them 45 degrees to the affected side, and they're going to have the head hang off, or at least elevated to the point that they can at least extend the head 20 degrees, okay? So they're going to quickly come back. And they're going to go ahead and assess, again, is it beating up? Is it beating down? If it's up, it's posterior. If it's beating down, it's anterior. Yep. And so now with this Epley maneuver, you're going to try to see if we could dislodge this. So they're going to have a nystagmus, and you're going to wait for their symptoms or the nystagmus or that eye beating to resolve, and you're going to wait about 30 seconds, okay? People are gonna likely feel sick during this, and they're gonna try to jump up, is what she's saying. I'll try to put the volume. I don't know if you're gonna hear it.
So you just want to try and calm them down a little bit. It'll start going away, and they'll go, "Hey, I'm feeling a little bit better." And then you'll see those eyes kind of slow down a little bit. Once they stop, then you're gonna turn his head to the other side. I'm gonna go ahead and turn.
Yeah. So they're gonna turn the head, and it should be, I think, 45 degrees down.
But keep that 20 to 30 degree extension. I'm gonna turn him to the other side to 45 degrees again. So see, not 90. Not straight ahead, 45 degrees. So again, just kind of holding him there. If his eyes are moving, keeping an eye on that, talking to him, making sure he's feeling okay.
Boo.
Doing good. Feeling good. Okay, so another 30 seconds to a minute. And then what I'm gonna have him do is try and keep his head in that 45 degree angle. This is the hardest part for people. And then he's gonna turn on.
Yeah, so we didn't do one side or the other, basically.
Side,
we picked one side because we're like, oh, this person has this, so we're gonna treat that side only. We're not treating both. So
go ahead and turn on your side for me. I'm gonna move your head.
So they should turn
for me. There you go.
They need to point their nose down 45 degrees while keeping the neck extended.
And just a little bit. And same thing, I'm watching for his eye movement. It might be bouncing a little bit still, and if it's not, that's good. And then after that goes away, this is the big one too. Now he's gonna sit up, but I really want him to try and keep his head at that angle, so he's not really gonna move his head. I'm gonna move his head for him and kind of help him sit up. Now, when you're on the edge like this, the easiest way to get up is bring your knees up towards you. So bring them up a little bit, so you can just drop your feet off and then take this hand and push yourself up. Here we go. Up.
So easy.
So he's still there. Most of the time there's no more bouncing at this point, and then I'm gonna have him slowly kind of come back up. Feel okay? Feels good.
He looks scarred, but that's kind of the procedure. Easiest assassination. Oh, you're feeling dizzy? Let me help you. Yeah, but no, it's a lot of like head turning and making sure that they're safe and this and that, and it's thankfully not a complicated like maneuver, but it's still enough steps to be like, huh? What? Huh? But yeah, that's this test basically. So you hold the position until symptoms subside, plus 30 seconds, while maintaining them as to roll onto the uninvolved side. Then turn the patient's head another 45 degrees so it's pointed face down. Continue to support the head, and basically, once the symptoms resolve, ask the patient to slowly bring themselves up, maintain that head position, and bring them back to center. Teehee. You like the cursor? Thank you! It's me! It's me! And you could get it too! Do I still have that? Oh yeah, my little teehee! I had a little shop open during my 4-year anniversary. Now with everything happening in the world, I don't know. I wanted to get a little plush. So I'm like, ah! But I don't know how possible that is anymore, Cubs. I'm sorry to ruin the plush streams. Ugh. Oh, brother, what? TLDR, really quick, the cursor on the shop is free. I literally brought it because I wanted it to be a free thing. But you're more than welcome to grab it from there. But Mad Dog says, by the way, I found your stream because of your pixel art cursor review. I was so happy to see the cursor. You are so funny. What? The artist did such great work. They also did another Mutual's cursor, and the other, the Mutual had spoke really highly of them. So I was like, oh, I'm gonna get one too. Oh my goodness, that's so funny. What a weird small world. You also brought a cursor from them? Oh my goodness. Brother, they need to start like doing like a rotating cursor. Like every 5 minutes, the cursor just needs to change. Now! But thanks for reading the review. Again, as you already experienced, the person who did the art is super duper 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 duper. What do you call it? Cute. And they work so fast too. I was very, very, very surprised. If you guys are also like, I want a cursor of my own, well, you could get a tip of cursor, so. No, but I ended up getting it, drew this person, drew Fiverr. So, tee. Haha. Oh. Alright, let me go ahead and close this out really quick though. Alright! So we're gonna continue scrolling and rolling along with it. So we just talked about the Epley maneuver being good for anterior and posterior canalothesis. What about horizontal stuff? So horizontal canalothesis, because we're not gonna work on cupulothesis, just for the sake of the practical and test, is that we have this thing called the roll test. Or the barbecue treatment, where basically you have the patient lay on their affected side, and then you basically have them until their symptoms subside. Then you have them roll up, and then you roll down, and then you roll face down. It's like really, really silly, and then you get them back up. So you just have them roll like if they were in a barbecue, or like they're a rotisserie chicken, basically. So that's fun. This is supposed to be indicative of the canal, so see, it's right here when you're laying like this because it's gravity dependent. Okay, you're laying back, gravity dependent. Oh, it's kind of moving. Oh, you went down. Oh, you might have dislodged it. Let's go. Yeah, you spin me right round, basically. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have one more. My dog says, so yeah, after the review, I just saw you were live on stream. He's so quirky with it. But no, glad to have you. Thank you for checking me out. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, so Epley maneuver for anterior and posterior canalothesis, but what about cupulothesis, the more severe one, the one with the vertigo that goes over 60 seconds, and what else do they do? It's like an immediate onset. So you're gonna have them do this Liberty maneuver, and I don't know if my instructions are going to be like worth it. I think seeing it is actually so funny.
This video demonstrates a small liberatory maneuver, treatment for posterior canalithiasis.
So basically, you have them turn 45 degrees away from the affected side, then you have them lay down with their face up and then face down.
Biases. This begins with the patient sitting on the edge of the bed with room on either side of the patient to lay sideways. The
Let me
examiner
see.
rotates the head 45 degrees
See,
away
for-
from the affected
and then you
side
like slam
and
them!
then
It's another hitman job. Alright? You see how happy this guy is? And then after a minute, you wait. Or no, you hold them, yeah. And you throw them to the other side! And then their nose is supposed to be pointed down, and you're supposed to do this for like 5 minutes, 1 minute each side, you know? But it's like the funniest thing. You're telling me all this? Bam! Everything they look like they're gonna break the neck? No, they're not breaking the neck. This is so safe. Can I do this? I wonder if he shows you the other face. So funny. This looks fun. Yeah, I guess yeah. I meant to chat that's me. She's at work. Oh no! I was like, body double. Wah! But no, it's sorry. It's fun in its own regard. Smiley face emoji. How about that? But you know, it's fun in the sense that if you do end up getting this dislodged for the patient, they are gonna thank you. So, haha, ho ho. But yeah, let me go ahead and yeah. So now we're on 25 out of 74. This is all gonna be pretty much review at this point because all the stuff above was like practical stuff, and now this is kind of reiterating it into a lecture style. So yes, here's some of the interventions we could do. For BPV, we just talked about the Epling maneuver or the CRM, which is the canal repositioning maneuver. For horizontal, we have the supine dinner roll. The liberator maneuver or Samant is going to be for posterior annual or anterior cupula or canalithesis. There's two other things we didn't really talk about. We can have habituation exercises, which is to get the central system compensated and more habituated or more accustomed or adjusted to this new peripheral change. And we can make the patients do an at-home exercise to help keep putting this like abnormal input until they adjust to it. So we'll talk about that in a little bit, but this is really good for people who have anterior posterior canal or cupulothesis, just like a really not aggressive, but like a severe case of vertigo. It's like, you need these at-home exercises? Okay, let's do it. But yeah, for surgery, we have posterior canal plugging basically. It's very rare, but it's good for people who have persistent PPV or reoccurring episodes, and the surgeons are actually going to go ahead and plug the canal in to prevent the crystals ever from drifting there ever again. So we already talked about the Epling maneuver. The Epling maneuver has about an 80% success rate. Basically what happens with the rotation and moving them around and about is that they get into the common crus, which again is the joining of the posterior and anterior semicircular canals, and that means the crystal's out of the semicircular canals. Let's go! It dumps back into the utricle, and it means that the otoconiones or the crystals are out of the canals, and you're cured. So good. The crystals get reabsorbed into the body, and you live another day. So easy. The liberatory one is the one that we just saw. The reason why there's doing the sudden like up or left and right and all those kind of movements is to try to flick off the crystal, off the cupula, and into the utricle. So, yay. Now, this is something we didn't talk about, and this is what I was mentioning earlier. So, the Brandoff habituation exercise is very similar to the liberatory one, but this one is going to be with the nose. The nose never goes down. Your face and your nose are always going to kind of stay up. So, I'm going to just read it out. Smiley face emoji. So this is an at-home exercise program you could do for persistent PPV. It's good for anterior posterior canal or cupulothesis, and the goal is to habituate or accustom or to adjust the brain to abnormal sensory input. So you're going to have them sit and turn the head away from the affected side, very similar to the liberatory maneuver. So if you have right BPV, turn it over to the left. Lay towards the affected ear, nose up. So I know it's very confusing. Wait. Let's see. Sit and turn head away from the affected side. Oh, away from the affected side. Yeah. So then you're gonna lay towards the affected ear with the nose up. Wait 60 seconds. Return to short sitting right here. And then head up, nose up again with the opposite side. You want to do about 15 to 20 reps 3 times a day. And the patient throughout this is going to feel nauseous and a sense of vertigo, but it's because we're trying to have that sensation. We're trying to get that input into their brain so they can adjust to it basically. And eventually the brain will. And the brain will eventually choose to ignore the symptoms. So yay! Unilateral hypofunction, we could do the habituation exercises as well. This is explaining what happens, and our goal for hypofunction is for adapting via the central compensation. Gaze stability VOR using the Snellen chart. We talked about that with the different things we could do with the axis and the targets and looking down, so I'm not too worried. Basically, early intervention's great. People who have dizziness obviously don't want to move because they feel nauseous, they feel like they want to vomit, so they kind of cradle themselves into like a fetal position, and their whole body stiffens up and they never get to adapt, which is basically the worst thing you want to do. So it's very important to get them into early intervention so they can adapt as soon as they can. Make sure to expose the patient to vertigo gradually to help reset and get the brain adjusted. And do very short sessions. You don't have to do anything long. Literally 2 to 3 minutes is going to be like amazing. You don't want to have excessive stimulation because if the vertigo lasts for more than 45 minutes, you kind of hacked up and you should feel bad. Recall that if you have hypofunction bilaterally, we talked about working more on somatosensory, so on the ground, and we also talked about focusing more on vision because our vestibular system is a little bit out of whack. So we need to work on substitution strategies when we have a complete vestibular loss or a bilateral hypofunction. So there's no input coming in when you have this kind of loss, and so you're going to solely rely on the somatosensory, or the proprioception is another word I forgot, and vision. So you want to work on slow head movements using the cervical ocular reflex, or the COR, because yes, even though you don't have the sensation, you have that motor output for your VOR or VSR that we talked about way earlier. You can actually use this to substitute, because this is going to help stabilize gaze, because there are proprioceptors in your neck to be like, oh, my head is upright, and it can kind of work backwards from there. We could do some balance training. We could do with the eyes closed, or we can have it on an uneven surface or foam. And we could do eyes closed exercises to rely and to enhance that reliance on proprioception. We could do other interventions such as postural and gait training, so some stepping strategies, perturbation training. So this is like bullying the patient, unfortunately, but you like push the patient and you test what kind of strategy they have. Whether they have an ankle strategy, so they step out, a hip, so they lean and they grab it, or a stepping strategy where they literally step out. Like they're like, oh, I need to take a step so I don't fall on my face. And kind of training that to prevent like any kind of falls, or at least serious falls, you know? We can do walking drills, so we can have head turning while walking, reading while walking, and some balance challenges such as foam or single leg stance. For patient education, we want to explain what the condition that they have using some models, encourage adherence to at-home exercises, and avoid excessive rigidity. So again, we want to allow them to adapt. They need to move and they need to expose themselves to vertigo to feel better. Here's some outcome measures for vestibular conditions. These are going to be super duper useful to establish a baseline. So these outcome measures serve as basically like a little questionnaire, or for some we actually do perform to establish, again, a baseline to see where they're at, and then at the end of their session have them redo this questionnaire and have them take these tests again to assess, okay, you did make some improvements, so yay! So we have something called the Dizziness Handicap Inventory, which is going to assess the impact of dizziness on physical, emotional, and functional domains. The ABC scale, or the Activity Specific Balance Confidence Scale, to measure their confidence without losing balance. Functional Gait Assessment, FGA, to assess gait stability and dynamic balance during walking tasks. We have the BBS, the Berg Balance Scale, to assess static balance, so standing still, or dynamic, maybe having them one-legged or like moving, to determine fall risk. Dynamic gait assessment, timed up and go, 4-square test, Romberg, sensory test, head impulse, nystagmus, and test the skews. So now we're done with vestibular, and we're gonna go ahead and continue on with post-concussion, which only has 10 questions. But hey, listen, I'm getting points wherever. I'm gonna be so mad if I score high on this exam. It's like you still have to take the proctor. I'm like, no. So post-concussion. So we'll talk about this for a little bit, and then we have another ad break coming up. So, hee hee, haha, ho ho. So yeah, we talked about how do you call it? Concussion happening when you hit your head. I don't know how else to define. I feel like a lot of us are familiar with concussions, you know. But post-concussion is typically, post-concussions typically heal on their own. But post-concussion syndromes syndrome occurs when symptoms persist beyond normal recovery time. So after 10 days in an adult and you're still kind of suffering from like the concussion symptoms, you might have PCS. And then for you, if it's over 3 weeks and they're still like, yeah, my head is still doing XYZ, you might have post-concussion syndrome. But hi JB, hi, welcome on in, welcome. So we have a classification system, and basically they'll diagnose you with post-concussion syndrome if you have 3 out of the 8 symptoms at the 4-week mark. So if you're like, I have a headache, I'm dizzy, I'm tired, I'm irritable, I'm not sleeping well, I have sleep disturbances, memory issues, concentration problems, or stress intolerant situations, or alcohol use. If you have 3 of these 8, and as you can imagine, someone who hit their head, I would not be surprised if they still had headaches, horrible case scenario, memory issues, and they just felt dizzy, you know? But if you have 3 out of the 8 after 4 weeks, you are a likely candidate. So the really quirky thing with post-concussion syndrome versus like an acute concussion, let's say someone hit their head yesterday, is that post-concussion symptoms tend to be predominantly, but not exclusively, more psychological. So people are more complaining about irritability, anxiety, problems concentrating, depression, and sleep disorders, while acute concussions have more physical problems. They're more likely to be nauseous, vomiting, slurred speech, disorientation, impaired coordination. But yeah, there are some overlaps as I mentioned. So that you're gonna have your dizziness, your fogginess, and headaches. So PCS, more psychological, acute, more physical, overlap with dizzy, foggy, headaches. Hi Rooms, hi, welcome, hi gamer, welcome. We're just talking about post-concussion syndrome, so don't mind me as I have my exam in 4 hours! Alright. So vestibular. So there's subtypes of PCS, so we can group them into 1 of 6 groups. There are some overlaps, so you might hear people with both, but one is always going to be a little bit more predominant. Let me go ahead and take a quick sip though really quick. Okay, so the first subtype is vestibular. So we kind of actually just talked about this thing. So it's the dizziness, the vertigo, the nausea, and the impaired balance. Ocular, more vision. So this is going to be eye strain, blurred vision, difficulty reading. Cognitive fatigue. It's going to be difficulty concentrating, like a lot of mental fatigue. They can't think. Post-traumatic migraine, headaches with light sound sensitivity, nausea. Cervicogenic, neck pain, headaches triggered by movements and posture. And then the last one is anxiety and mood. So they have increased anxiety. They're always thinking about their condition, depression, and emotional distress. So some examination findings for each subtype in case-based scenarios is each of the following. So let's go ahead and read. So for vestibular, we talked about that being our balance, our hearing, our etc. Positive key findings would be a positive, VOR test with dizziness with head movement. Some case examples would be, patient reports with dizziness and imbalance in crowded environments, A busy or full environment might be too overstimulating for them and they're unable to focus. Ocular or vision, so they may have impaired smooth pursuits or saccades, and they may have some convergence insufficiencies, so when we bring like the pen close to them, if they're like, yeah, my eyes are blurry even though I have this like pen or pointer like a foot away from you, that's really not normal. Your eyes should only get blurry if I'm bringing my finger to your eyes about maybe like 6 centimeters or less. It's like normal. Anything more than 6 centimeters is like, oh goodness gracious, okay, that's a little weird. We'll have to definitely check that out. But some case examples, you might have someone who has difficulty reading and prolonged screen use like on the computer. Cognitive and fatigue, that's going to be more slow processing, impaired dual task, and they're going to have increased fatigue with mental tasks like studying. Post-traumatic migraine, they're going to have pulsating headaches, photo and phonophobia, so they're going to have aversion or fear of like bright lights or loud noises. And they're going to have headaches triggered by bright lights or loud noises. Cervicogenic, so originating from the cervical or the neck basically, is that there's going to be pain with neck movements or limited cervical range of motion. So these are people who are going to probably complain of a headache that's worse with prolonged sitting or neck motion. And the anxiety and mood is increased heart rate, hypervigilance, fear avoidance, behaviors, and they're going to have avoidance of social interactions due to anxiety. So subtypes in patient scope of practice, basically PTs can help out with vestibular, ocular, and cervicogenic, and yeah, maybe cognitive and fatigue subtypes. So mainly it's going to be these three: vestibular, ocular, and cervical. There's going to be referral, like we can't really deal with anxiety and mood, that's more of a psychologist thing. And then post-traumatic migraine, you might want to go ahead and see a neurologist or physician for that, because our PT interventions won't really aid in that. So interventions for subtypes: for vestibular, again with that dizziness with head movement, positive VOR, we want to work on gaze stabilization and balance exercises. For ocular, we had this ischial convergence and smooth pursuit exercises, so they're in the intervention, so let's go ahead and work on those. Let's train those. Cognitive and fatigue, we want to work on energy conservation, structured breaks, and cognitive pacing. Post-traumatic migraine, gradual exposure to light and noises. We want to make sure that they stay hydrated and sleep and they have good hygiene. Excuse me. Cervicogenic, we might want to do some manual hands-on therapy or do some cervical stabilization exercises like chin tucks. And last but not least, for anxiety and mood, though we cannot treat them specifically, we can have them have some relaxation techniques, some graded exposure to some of the interventions that we do, and just general mindfulness of the individual who may be going through this, who has this subtype. Outcome measure specific for post-concussion syndrome is going to be the dizziness handicap inventory for vestibular function, vestibular ocular motor scream or the VOMS. That's going to be very important. Neck disability index for cervicogenic symptoms. Post-concussion symptom scale, the PCSS, for overall symptom burden. Headache impact or the HIT-6 for migraine severity. And hospital anxiety and depression scale, or the HADS, to see and assess their emotional impact, okay? Yay! Now we're on page 39 out of 74. See? Post-concussion, so easy! And now we're on rare diseases, which is actually our last part. Rare diseases also has a chunky portion where there's like 4 questions each of each like rare disease, and this will be we'll try to do as straightforward as we can, but as you see, I'm gonna just quickly skim through it for you cubs. But as you see, these are more boxes, and like it's more formatted, and like look, this chunky picture took up like half a page, so we should be done again in the next 2 hours. Yay! Feeling says Tipa takes away my hypervigilance and anxiety? Wow! I didn't know I had that effect on cubs. Oh my goodness. But wow! I know! We're doing so good! So, cubs. Oh. Big stretch. So, in about a minute, We have a 3-minute ad break happening, yay? Yay! So during this ad break, please use this time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. I'll be back. I'll be back, and I hope you will too as we finish up with the 6 rare diseases, okay? Woo! Rare diseases! So I'll see you gamers in just a little bit. Please have a good break, okay? Okay. Bye! Goodbye! Goodbye! Yow! Alright, cause my granola bar isn't hailed. I hope you guys had an awesome 3 to 6 minute break. Welcome, hi Nanny Cub that came on in, and welcome back, Mad Dog. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Thanks for coming back. And Julian says I stretch and hydrated. Let's go! I stretch by standing up. I hydrated by chugging the water after the granola bar. All I know how to do is chug. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Thank you for taking care of yourself. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Rolingiak. Thank you. Thank you for the hydrate. I guess I will now slowly sip this. Hold on. Ah. Thank you. I've heard this track. Smiley face emoji. it is. Hold on. Let me grab it. It's on the same tab. Main. Let me get rid of the timestamp too. Ta-da! Don't overthink. Just do it. It's this one playlist that picked up traction. I saw it in my suggestion. I heard it once and I'm like, wow, I actually really like the instrumental. So big smiley face emoji. I was like, what a motivating message. Crazy. And you're like, yeah, of course. Oh my goodness, sorry, that's so funny because there was this post going around that I had just also peeked during break, and it's like, happy 1 year anniversary to anyone who celebrates it. And it's that one meme, or that one photo of the guy who's by the water, the beach, and he's like, blah 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 one boinky, or something like that. I don't know why I'm like boinky and linky just like clicked in my head. I'm like, this is the same word. This is the same message. Anyway, hand me one. Yeah! Oh my goodness. But anyway, Yomi, boing that I need right now is the pep to my step to finish the remaining pages of the study guide. Alright, gamers, so if you're coming on in, or if you're just like, Tippa, what the heck are we doing? I have an exam in T-minus 4 hours. I felt like I said that earlier, and I feel like I'm saying it again, so that's crazy. But, we're gonna talk about different types of rare diseases. We basically talk about 4 different things for them. We're gonna talk about the pathophysiology, how we diagnose them, something else in the middle I forget, and then basically interventions of how we would proceed with them, okay? Okay! Your friend would always quote it, so it's good to finally see where it's from. I hope I liked the post, and if I didn't, I'm not a boing boing I didn't like the post! No! Well, sorry gamer. I was gonna link this original. No, it's I don't know, there's just something about it. Anyway, whoa! So, we have 6 different rare diseases that we're going to go ahead and talk about. So the first one we're going to go ahead and talk about is ALS, or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. So we talked about this earlier. If ALS sounds even like vaguely familiar, it's because there was an ice bucket challenge. And I was talking about earlier, I'm like, I don't know why there was an ice bucket involved, but it is again to mimic the sudden muscle paralysis, or the shock-like sensations, or the loss of controls over people's like bodies. So it's like, whoa! Yeah, hi! Gamer! What? Hi! Hi! Oh my goodness, Gamer! Thank you so very much for the raid, and welcome, raiders! Welcome! My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya! I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the gaga, I do the nyanya, and it's very nice to meet ya! I hope you had a super duper productive time with your art. I got to peek a little bit. Were you doing some 3D? Oh, I hope you had a super duper good time, gamer. Thank you so much for entrusting your community to me. Right now, we're doing some studying right now about rare diseases, because I have an exam in 4 hours, and if I feel like if I go over my notes with Cubs and others who are willing to hear it, my grade gets like at least 1% higher. So here's crossing my paws and hoping for the best. So I'm just yapping about that, but oh my goodness. But I hope everything's doing well. If you have to raid and run, by the way, absolutely no hecking worries. Just make sure to go ahead and take care of yourself. Make sure to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. Please don't let me discourage any of the raiders, even though I'm studying. I am a variety streamer. I do game. School comes first, unfortunately. So bow! Bow! For Chronos and Captain here, thank you so very much for the follows. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome. Let me also go ahead and say hi to raiders as well. Surge, hi, welcome. Captain here, of course, hi, welcome. Thank you guys for defending the fort as well. Thank you. Oh my goodness, hiccup. I'm gonna die. Oh, Q10, like Captain, but Q10. Gamer. Thank you so very much for the follow as well. Welcome on in. Welcome. Ernest King, hi, welcome. Kira says we're working on our oil rig in Blender. Brother, oil rig? Are you an oil prince? Huh? No. Oh my goodness. Well, I hope that turns out well. Oh my goodness. I hope you you made a good progress and you feel like you got to where you needed to make, future Kira's life super duper easy. But you got a dip to do college soon? Oh, brother! Have a good time in college. Enjoy your Friday's Eve. But I hope stream has been wonderful and studying has been good. It has been! We're like halfway there, so I'm always very excited. So, yay! But have a good time with your classes and coursework. I am cheering you on, gamer, with your studies. And good luck. Good luck and enjoy the rest of the week, okay? They got some super sweet vibes though. Super comfy here already. BRB crying! Oh my goodness, is that the BRB screen? Oh, crying. Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you. Oil rig? Oil VTuber? Why are you bonking? Why the bonk? Why the bonk? Kira says it's more of a research rig, but the big floating platform which will become my stream space? Gamer with a 3D setup? Let's go! I hope it turns out beautifully done, and it will. You're a marine biotuber, brother? Cause are you hearing this? Let's go. Wait. Oh, wait. Another shout out, please. Oh my goodness, that's so fun. I hope I hope the classwork and all the studies are going well, and you get to do what you need to do. Oh my goodness. There's this, oh hey, you two both study biology, marine and medical. Good we collided? Now we explode. Ah! Yeah, I'm more on the physical aspect of medical stuff. I wouldn't call myself a doctor or anything with medicine, but if you got a muscle problem, don't come to me, I'm just a student. But I'll have a very big idea. Lena says I'm bonking myself for the joke. Oh, okay. Okay, puts the rock down, okay. Here's a water robot, let's go. Oh, Walter Goober? Brother, nuclear fashion. Very stylish. Yeah. What was I gonna say? Oh, yeah, no, so we're studying right now. I'm studying some neuromuscular stuff because, again, the exam is in a few hours. We're studying about the vestibular system, where I keep saying the snail in our ears to help us with hearing and balance, and it was very cool. We briefly talked over post-concussion stuff, and now we're talking about like very rare musculoskeletal disorders, and we're starting off with ALS because if you remember, there was like an ice bucket challenge going around to bring awareness to that disease, and that's this disease. Sorry, there's too many THs. The tiny snail whispers secrets. It does. It whispers pretty good secrets, but when it doesn't work, then oh boy, it doesn't work. Then that's when you get the nausea and the vertigo and the dizziness, and you're like, Snail, why did you betray me? But it didn't betray you, it was the crystals in your ear. Which sounds all like very magical, but I promise it's all very real. Or at least I would like to believe the stuff I'm studying is real. Smiley face emoji. Oh, welcome. But yeah, if there's other fellow students here, I do some co-working streams as well. We have a really cool setup with a pomodoro timer, so you might catch me doing some of that. And yeah, I promise I video game, but I only have 13 more days of school left. I have just my last academic semester, so co-working streams might not be that common, but I'm going to continue studying and doing my best. So tiki, haha, ho ho. But yeah, we'll go ahead and continue on then. If anyone has to go again, please just make sure to take care of yourself on this Friday evening, or morning, afternoon, or evening. And I hope you have a good one. Yay! You got this. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Thank you. I need it. I need the well wishes. Ah! Anyway. So, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or ALS, and we talked about the ice bucket challenge. But pretty much what happens is that this is a progressive motor neuron disease that is going to affect both the upper and lower motor neurons. So what does that mean? So there's different ways and different types of how ALS can affect. We'll talk about the specifics of what a upper and lower motor neuron is, but basically just think of muscle, think of movement, and think of how that's going to get affected. Sorry, I apologize. So it can actually be inherited, which is crazy to think about. Like, someone in your family has ALS, then most likely someone else in the family has ALS. Or it could be sporadic. There's really no set reason why ALS happens. There's not really any triggers or anything like that. There's guesses and factors that kind of might correlate and align, but nothing's like a guarantee, you know? Yeah, you'll be lucky, no worries. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Have fun learning. Let's try my best. But thank you. So for subtypes, basically, you have a limb onset ALS or a bulbar onset of ALS. So limb, this is going to be the most common one, where you're going to have motor symptoms affecting the arms and legs. Or you have a bulbar onset, which is actually going to start affecting swallowing and breathing, and this is about 20 to 30% of the cases. And again, as someone who had like an episode of dysphagia or like difficulty swallowing a year ago, I'm just like, this is scary. So ALS again is a progressive degeneration of motor neurons in the spinal cord, brainstem, and motor cortex in the brain. So I don't know how many times I have to say it affects the upper or lower motor neurons, because we're going to talk about it, but specifically here are some of the structures that get affected. The upper neuromotor neurons in the cortex, the brain, cortical spinal tracts. So this is really important because this is so heavily affected. this is going to disrupt motor output and cause difficulty with motor control. So basically, the signals are just getting interrupted. You're thinking one thing and you're telling your body to do one thing, but it's doing the other. Brainstem nuclei, so we have 5, 7, 9, 10, and 12. So our facial nerve, we just talked about that earlier, remember, with the acoustic neuroma, or the tumor in your ear. When we're talking about hypofunction, we talked about Bell's palsy, and we talked about, hey, this can happen because when you do the surgery and the inflammation and kind of the swelling and the inflammation and the swelling, pushing onto a nerve, you might get a weakness of the facial nerve, and the facial nerve is responsible for innervating all the muscles in our face and getting that motor, like, I can smile and I can be sad. Bleh. Sorry, that's facial nerve 7. 5. Two touch. Huh? What? Huh? What's 5? To touch. Trochlear. Do I have to think about it? Gosh darn it. Alright, olfactory, optic, ocular nerve, trochanter. What's the other T? Trigeminal! Trigeminal nerve, which is also, it has motor, it has sensory and motor. The motor is to help with the jaw chewing. So 5, 7, 9, I have to count again. To touch and feel very green. Glossopharyngeal, okay. So the tongue. Vagus actually does way too much. And 12 is the tongue again. Smiley face emoji. Gosh darn it, my cranial nerves. They're there, but in my brain I'm like, ah! But it's gonna affect all the motor cranial nerves. And there's also another mnemonic of, like, my big brother says, big brains, or money matters, but big brains matter most. And it's supposed to be like a very cutesy mnemonic of, like, to determine what's sensory, what's motor, and what's both. So that's another way to kind of indicate. And then the anterior horn cells and the spinal cord are also going to be affected. So basically anything motor is going to get affected. Okay, it says, by the way, what are your tips for studying mostly at long times? Make sure you eat a really good meal. eat really good. Remember your sense of purpose. Pace yourself with the Pomodoro timer. Make sure to give yourself a break so you don't burn out. And active recall. I think those are gonna help you, because if you're hungry, your brain's like, your purpose, you're gonna be like, oh yeah, I can't fail because of this. Pomodoro's to pace you out, because again, you deserve breaks. And active recall is to make sure that you're not just glazing through the notes. There's a reason why I choose to present my notes rather than do another co-working Pomodoro study on my own time, because I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs, I probably would have been done an hour ago reading through my notes, because I would have passively read through them and be like, yeah, I get that, yeah, I know that, yeah, sure, whatever. But if I take the time to at least read it out loud, then I'm forcing myself to read just about every word in here. And I'm not saying I have photographic memory, being like, I read every word here, so I know what I'm doing, but I can at least try to do an active recall at the time of the exam of, oh, I remember talking about this to the cups and trying to explain it like this. What was on that again? Let me try to remember and think. So it really helps me out in that way. But active recall for self-studying might just be like, what did I just read? Like going back, what are the motor stuff that are affected with ALS? Okay, we talked about the cranial nerves. We talked about, what did we just talk about? 5, 7, 9, 10, 12. And we talked about the corticospinal tracts, we talked about the anterior horns, and we talked about the upper neuron lesions. Bam, you see? You finally got a good tip. What are the other tips you were getting? I don't know. Maybe because, I don't know. Everyone studies differently, so I'm not going to ever heck on anyone's study tips or techniques. But I feel like if you get those as like a foundation or the basics, I think you're good to study like whatever. Or at least these are the things that have been working for me. Study? That's all? Boo, brother. That sucks. Whoever said that, throw tomatoes at them. But actually don't. Food is getting expensive. Yeah, but that sounds like parent advice. You know what I mean? Like you ask your like mom or dad and be like, I don't know how to study. Well, you just do it. It's like, what? Anyway, alright, so the general diagnostic criteria of this test for ALS is like it requires the presence of basically all the following. You need to have like a lower motor neuron lesion, an upper motor neuron lesion, and a progression of the disease within a region to the other region. So, what does that mean? So for lower motor neuron, you're going to have patients who are going to complain of muscle weakness, hyporeflexia. So if we test their reflex, we get a reflex hammer to their knee. They are not moving their knee. Hypotonicity, so they have a low tone in the muscles, atrophy and muscle wasting, cramps and fasciculation, so kind of like that twitching. Upper motor neurons are going to be spastic, so kind of like stuck in a certain position. Hyperreflexive, so if you hit the knee with that reflex hammer, they're going to be like, "Pacha!" They're going to kick you out. Clonus, which is a involuntary shaking when you do like one motion. I know people do it with bringing the toes up, and that could kind of activate, and then the person's foot starts kind of like juddering. And then other pathological reflexes. Again, progression of disease within a region or to other regions is going to be a thing, because again, it is a progressive motor loss disease. And exclusion of other diseases through pathology, electrophysiologic tests, and neuroimaging. So basically, you're like, hey, this person is experiencing the worst of the worst, but they have nothing else. It's probably ALS. So how does this present? So ALS symptoms are highly varied depending on the type, especially when we talk about limb or bulbar. Okay, but for lower motor neurons, again, it's the same thing: muscle weakness, hyporeflexia. While upper motor neuron is spasticity, hyperreflexia. Bulbar is going to have that like muscle of the swallowing in the neck. All those muscles are going to be weak. You're going to have dysarthria, so you're going to have difficulties with speech. Dysphagia, which doesn't have a bullet point, but I guess it doesn't matter, but difficulty swallowing. I don't know how to pronounce this word. Cialorhial? Yeah? Cialorhia? Which is excessive salivation. And pseudobulbar effects. So you're going to have uncontrollable episodes of laughing or crying that are just inappropriate. And we're not talking about nervous laughing. We're talking about like more like completely inappropriate. Like you just, I don't know what's a good example without being like too much into it, but it's just not appropriate for that situation. So what are some interventions and exercise considerations and strategies? So for ALS, unfortunately, there is no cure. It's something that we just have to treat depending on their symptoms and their pain level. There are some medications that you can do to extend your lifespan by 2 to 3 months, which will slightly improve function. Cannabis may help with spasticity, and really, you're going to need multidisciplinary care, so a team that's going to involve PT, OT, speech, respiratory, pharmacists, nutritionists, and other specialists to make sure that we have this type of management, okay? And we're going to talk a little bit more about exercise prescription, but Gamer, yeah, no worries. Have a good look. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. No, don't listen to me while you study. I'm gonna overlap with your thoughts. You're gonna hear like ALS, and you're gonna be like, what? So don't even worry. But thank you for stopping by. All right. So, okay. So exercise prescription in ALS. So we have manual resistance exercises using PNF. PNF is like an early neural technique that it's like proprioceptive neural facilitation or something like that. It's like a specific movement technique that we use with people who I don't know what's a good way to say it. Let me see. Okay. PNF techniques are best used to improve joint range of motion, enhance neuromuscular balance, and increase strength. They could be beneficial for restoring function for injuries, improving flexibility, and addressing muscle imbalances. But yeah, it's pretty much like a stretching technique that they can use, and we could try to implement this early so we get some motion and solution for the body kind of situation. And the muscle grades are 4 to 5 with no there's no bad effects, there's no negative effects, no harmful effects. Supervised gentle exercises, because we want to keep it gentle. There's really no reason to overwork this patient who's having progressive muscle loss. And we're going to try to decrease the pain and the stiffness, and we're going to try to improve the mental aspects of it. For aerobic duration, though, they cannot do more than 10 to 15 minutes, and this is going to be due to that decreased central fatigue or those decreased motor units because they're physically unable to do it. So for ALS, it's actually broken down into stages. We have early, middle, and late stages. For the early stages for impairment, we have a variety of abnormal signs and symptoms, but the limitations are pretty minor. Like, they're still able to do whatever they need to, and there's no participation restrictions. I don't know if you guys recall, but participation is in reference to the ICF model, the International Classification of Functioning model, where basically are they able to do the things that they need to do. Like, hey, I like going on walks around the park, I like going to the gym, I like drawing, I like hanging out with my friends, I like driving a car not for hours. Am I still able to participate in doing those? Well, activities again are anything really just kind of ending in an ing, walking, standing, running, etc. So early phase, there's not going to really be much. Yeah, you're going to see some weird signs and symptoms, but they're okay. They're pretty independent. Middle, they're now going to be partially independent, so they're going to have increased symptoms and increased number of abnormal signs and symptoms and severity. The activity limitations are going to be more minimal to moderate limitations, and participation restrictions are going to begin to develop. While late stages, it's going to be a lot of signs and symptoms happening. It's going to be so severe. We're on late stage here. They're going to become independent in all aspects of mobility and self-care. They need probably like a manual wheelchair and someone to push them around. Basically, they're not able to get out of bed by themselves. It's like really, really bad. And participation restrictions are going to be dependent. Give me 1 minute. Sorry. I'm like, should I bring this over here? Should I do one of these? Yeah. Sorry, I feel like the chart is so small, so I just brought it a little bit closer. Haha. Anyway. So, the stages, early, middle, and late, are then broken into 6 different stages, and 6 being again dependent, 1 being like independent. The first 3 stages, they're pretty independent. Stage 1, mild weakness, clumsiness. They're ambulatory, so that means that they're able to walk, and they're independent with activities of daily living. So for treatment, we're going to continue normal activity or increase if they start getting sedentary. Gentle PRE strengthening, no overuse, stretching, and probably a psych referral if needed. Obviously, not everyone's going to take the news the same of, hey, you have this progressive disease that's going to basically make you weak to do anything. You'll need to depend on others, and you're going to die. Like, it's... I don't think I mentioned it, because I don't think it's here, but typically when people get the diagnosis of ALS, they only have an onset of 3 to 5 years, basically, past that onset of living, which is so scary. It is so unfortunate to always be like, yep, this is how much time you have to live, so make the most of it, haha. And you know, obviously there is some outliers, people who have died earlier or died later, but still, it's awful. Stage 2 for independent. So now they're starting to have moderate selective weakness. They're still able to walk. They don't really have that ADL independence like they had in stage 1, and they may have some difficulty with climbing stairs or buttoning up clothes. For treatment, again, we still want to work on stretching and cautious strengthening, but you only want to strengthen for muscles that are 3+ out of 5. So this is a manual muscle test that we do to assess strength, and that means that they're able to have some resistance and able to push through gravity, if that makes sense. So it's the idea of like, hey, I can bring my knee, like if you're sitting right now and I tell you, hey, can you lift your foot up and bring your knee up? You're bringing that knee up against gravity. People who score below a 3 basically are unable to do that. You might want to consider orthotic or assisted device. For stage 3, now we're going to start having severe weakness in the ankles, the wrists, the hands. And regardless of whether they have a limb or bulbar in onset, they're probably going to have increased respiratory effect. So for stage 2 and 3, stage 2 is moderate, stage 3 is getting more severe. The treatment thankfully is a little bit about the same. Stage 2, now you want to continue, stage 3, you want to continue the stage 2 program, and you want to monitor fatigue closely, maintain physical independence, your activity, and assisted device. I don't know why I blanked out. So like assisted device can be a cane, a walker, a wheelchair, etc. We want to work on deep breathing exercises, chest stretching, postural drainage, and wheelchair prescription. Now 4 and 5 is where we start getting partially independent. So now we're getting a little bit worse. So stage 1, normal. Stage 2, we're getting kind of there. Stage 3 is start working on respiratory stuff. Stage 4, hanging arm syndrome, shoulder pain, edema in the hands, so the hands are swelling. They're now officially wheelchair dependent. They have severe lower extremity weakness, and they can perform activities of daily living, but they get very tired and they have a lot of fatigue fast. Some treatment you want to do is to treat maybe some of the spasms they may be having with some of the pain, so a heat or massage. We want to work on edema prevention, so that's swelling, so we might have them wear some compression socks or a gloves to try to get that swelling back into the heart and circulating again in the body. Active range of motion and passive range of motion of the limbs. We want to work on isometric contractions to tolerance. So this is like you're pushing into a wall. It's the idea that your muscles are contracting, but you're not actively using them. So we want to work on more isometric, like very small movements, but we still want to work on getting the muscles activated so it doesn't completely waste away, but working within their means. Might need to rely more on orthotics for upper body support, so maybe having them with a sling, a tray, and maybe some power mobility. Maybe you could get them into a power wheelchair. Stage 5 is again still partially independent. Now we're getting severe lower extremity weakness, moderate to severe upper extremity weakness, wheelchair dependent with ADL, skin breakdown. Family training is going to be important for the treatment for transfers, and we need to help position them because skin breakdown is an awful thing. You need to make sure that person moves like every 2 hours on the bed. If not, they risk getting a pressure sore or like a kind of wound basically into their skin, and then they get an infection, and then everything becomes worse because it's like, oh, you didn't move them. Like what? So you want to have them on some type of turning schedule with some home modifications for mobility, hospital bed with an air mattress, and possible home mechanical vent. So difference between 4 and 5. 4 is that you start getting wheelchair dependent and you could do some ADLs, while stage 5 you're not able to. Now stage 6, again, it's going to be our last one. That's going to be our dependent, and this is the patient who's completely bedridden. They're not able to get up, and they're completely dependent in their activities of daily life. They're not able to dress, they're not able to toilet, they're not really able to do anything. But the treatment for this, because they're still a living human being, of course, is that we're going to continue some of that family training, positioning, getting them on that turning schedule. We might have to get a lift device to help change their position and transfer. They are going to be suffering most likely from dysphagia, so difficulty swallowing, so they need a soft diet. May need to get adaptive feeding equipment, and basically start getting fed by a tube. Salvation, excessive salvation, that one wacky word I couldn't say earlier. You might have to do surgery or suction. Dysarthria, they're having difficulties with speech, so maybe you have them start amplifying their speech, or a tongue lift. Respiratory is clear airways, trach, and vent, and basically any medication to control dizzy spells. Let me go ahead and do this. So what are the goals for this patient population? What do you do with someone who is essentially dying? this progressive weakness where everything is just going to go downhill. What do you do? So you do what you can. So you want to help maintain functional independence and quality of life by targeting flexibility, balance, and mobility, or adapting exercises and assistive devices as the disease progresses. So I'm just going to read you this. This is a screenshot from the PowerPoint. But basically you want to have maintenance of mobility and independence and safe function for patient and caregiver. Maintain maximal muscle strength and endurance within the limits of ALS. So remember, no more at stage 2, we're working only 3+ out of 5 muscles. Prevention of secondary complications, so again, pressure sores and whatnot. Management of energy conservation and respiratory function, okay. Determine adaptive equipment and mobility needs, and eliminate or prevent pain, okay? Okay. So I'm gonna show you, cause the next thing we have, can't see it if it's there though, hold on. Such a cool thing. I wish I could move it though. They only let me keep it in this corner. So the next thing we're gonna have is this disorder called Huntington's disease. Huntington's disease, the main thing that they have is kind of excessive movement. Like they're always just constantly moving. I forget the term for it or how to pronounce it, but it's a chloric movement, basically. So there's no closed captioning. So, ooh, boo. Ooh, I can't hear. I can't hear him, no. I might have to open it on the other window. But it's the idea that they're always moving. Like, look, this person has their hands out, but look how shaky their hands are, especially on that left hand. Try to put tip to tip with the fingers, and look how much difficulty they're having with that. This is testing, again, just their general coordination. And their walking is very shaky, and what do you call it? The tremors are there, you see? How imbalanced they are? They don't need really an assistive device, they're able to catch themselves, but it's Hi Neko, hi, welcome! Study stream, yeah, it is! Hi gamer, welcome. Happy Friday's Eve. Rebel says, for me? Point left, point right? Yeah, that's a test you could do. You could do tip to tip to the finger. You could do tip to nose, so you can kind of like do a T-pose, and then one arm folds into your elbow and you touch your nose, and then you do the other side. I'm like doing it, but I forget you guys can't see. One day when I get full body tracking, it's over. And then it's like, wait. Like, what? Anyway. Hi, Lamoric. Hi, welcome. You're super duper sick today? Oh no! Gamer! Stay awake. No, I'm just kidding. Your cooties don't transfer in the internet realm. Okay, sorry, anyway. I'm here to say good luck on the second to last exam ever. You have 3 more in a capstone. We're almost done, gamer. We are! Wait! You're so funny. I forgot we were quote unquote graduating at the same time. This is so funny because Captain Chia rated me yesterday, right? She's so funny. Let me give her a follow. Captain Chia rated me, and I was like, oh my gosh, I only have so many days, and she's like, I'm also graduating. I'm like, you're also graduating? Oh my goodness. And then Citrus is graduating this semester, so I'm like, oh my goodness. So then I'm like, well, I technically don't graduate until the summer, but I'm done with all my coursework in like next week. So is it next week already? No, I doubt that. The math's not mathing. 2 weeks from now. Yeah. Schedule 1? I have no idea what schedule 1 is. I couldn't be smug about it even if I wanted to. But Terry, good luck on your exam, gamer. Thank you. And Rip, I knew you said you were gonna stream. Why am I not getting your pings? I'm not getting your pings. Anyway, it's at everyone. I'm everyone. Anyway, it's fine. Hi Rip. Hi Raiders. Hi. Welcome. My name is Tipanya. Nice to meet ya. I'm a bearcat VTuber. I do the Gaga, I do the Nyanya, and it's very nice to meet ya. I hope you had a super duper good time playing Repo. Let me go ahead and shout you out in capital letters this time. If you cubs are not already following Rip, first of all, what are you doing? I've known Rip for as long as I've been born as a VTuber. I was an infant when she picked me up. I was the introvert to her extrovert. I've known Rip for probably 4.5 years. I don't know. I feel like, or 4 years. I don't know. But please do give them a follow, please, and thank you. Let me go ahead and say hi to the raiders as well. Hi Gallo, hi, welcome. Oh my goodness, is that Robo? That's crazy. Hi, welcome. Hi Ichi, hi, welcome. I hope you had fun with the Repo. Hi Monte, hi, welcome. Rip has broken her ping machine? Fix it! I would have been lurking. I would have been politely lurking, gamer. What the heck? What an introduction. Adopted by a wild hyena? Sometimes that just happens. I don't know. Arthur, thank you so much for the check-in. Bro, it's about to become year 5? Yeah, it is! In August? I'm not doing the math. August of whatever. August 3rd of this year? It'll be 5 years of streaming. Ah, so spooky. Where did the 5 years go? No one knows. You like my ghost impression? Sawyer says, where's my shout out? Brother, where's your interaction with the chat? Hello? You expect me to read your mind? You weren't there in the voice chat earlier. Hi, Spaghetti. Hi, welcome. And hi, Lou. Hi, welcome. Hi, gamers. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for entrusting your community to me. I appreciate it very, 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 very much. If you have the raid to run absolutely no hecking worries, just make sure to take care of yourself. Make sure to stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. Unfortunately, gamers, I have an exam today now it's 4, so in 3 hours. But it's okay because I'm on page 42 out of 47, and a lot of these are pictures and yada. So we're gonna be a-okay and finishing up super duper strong, at least for the next half of the next portion of the stream. Definitely after a 3-minute ad break, you know. But yeah, anytime. Thank you. Thank you, Julian, for the ham smash. So the Mark says late day exams always stress me out. I don't know. I feel like I'm just built different. No, I'm just kidding. That's not any like shame or slack or anything pointing towards you. But it gives me time to study. I feel stressed out about it, but literally I've conditioned myself to stream study stuff. It gives me time to review, and I feel like this is a really cool way to review before the exam. I was talking to one of my classmates during the practical, and she's like, I just need to chill out before a practical. And I'm like, if I'm not studying up until the microsecond before that practical or exam, I will actually explode on the spot. So yeah, I get the stress, but you know, don't let the stress get to ya. It's gotta be done somehow, some way, and boom. A few months ago, they rescheduled my exam to 1 a.m. because I had to take it before going to Japan, and that was the only slot they had that weekend. Huh? I'd be like, ma'am, sir, I'm sorry. What? This is almost as bad. I'm not gonna lie to you. I think I had a very similar experience when I went to visit Rip for Thanksgiving. I had a mandatory neuromuscular meeting, and I was gonna tell my teacher, but this is the same teacher I talked to, by the way, like yesterday or the day before or whatever. Ugh. Anyway, so she wouldn't let me take it off. So I think it was like 1 or 2 a.m. by the time I was taking that meeting. And you have to have your cameras on, and I'm just like, I'm like tired. I'm like, oh brother, I'm not gonna make it. I'm not built for EU time zone versus EST time zone. Online exam proctors are usually overseas? Oh, I didn't even realize that, brother. We have something similar, but we don't need like one person staring us down for it, you know? It's just a camera and they record. It's like a lockdown browser, basically. Is this the good cry teacher or the bad cry teacher? The good cry teacher is gonna stay in my heart forever. But yeah, we're just studying for the exam. Right now we're on rare diseases and we just showed off a oops. Well, I guess this works out. Did this have voice or did it not have voice? Yeah, I guess it didn't. Anyway, so we were what were we doing? Showing off Huntington's disease. So basically, person shakes when they don't want to shake. Person has bad coordination. Person cannot put tip. This is actually a really sad disease. I'm not gonna lie to you. If you thought ALS was sad, Huntington's is also very sad. So, Huntington's disease. So basically, it's a hyperkinetic, so extreme, excessive movement disorder, which is in contrast to Parkinson's, which is a hypokinetic disorder. So this is the term that they use, chloroform movement. So it's involuntary, jerky movement because if there's an atrophy or a wasting or a decaying or declining, caudate nucleus, which is in our brain right here. So basically this area gets smaller, and because of that, our body is no likey. So the onset is typically kind of middle age. It's between the ages of 40 to 50. The causes are genetic mutation of a chromosome 4 or the HTT allele. The pathology is that there's an excessive CGA. Remember, get back to biology with the coding of DNA. But yeah, there's an excessive CAG trinucleotide repeating, which is going to lead to this neurological impairment and alter the brain and the basal nuclei. The inheritance, so this is actually an inherited disease and it's autosomal dominant. So I thought this was a recessive thing. No, this is like you have a 50% chance of giving this to your kid. So they really highly advise people who do have this gene to really carefully consider having a child because the likelihood of their child having it is pretty high. No point left, point right? That's sad? Yeah. I get those confused. The hyper and hyper? Huh? Hyper and hypo is one of those English options I wish we thought about a bit more. I never remember which one it is because phonetically it sounds the same if you don't enunciate. Hyper, hypo. Yeah, I'm like hypo. But yeah, this is hyper. So again, you see? Normal brain. Normal brain. Not normal brain. Not normal brain. This enlargement happens. Enlargement. Big hole in brain. Less brain to work with. Brain not happy. Body not happy. And that's really it. So there's atrophy of this caudate nucleus and the cerebral cortex, and they're going to end up with enlarged lateral ventricles, as you see here, due to brain tissue loss. So very early, so we have some hyperkinetic movement, so the chloria, and late we actually have some mix. So we have some mix of the hyper and hypokinetic features such as rigidity, freezing, and shuffling gait. So the motion, as you saw even with the walking and the hands, rapid, jerky, involuntary limb movement, and there's poor trunk control and balance. Non-motor symptoms is that there's a cognitive decline. Obviously, as our brain is getting eaten up by this atrophy, we are gonna have dementia. Cognitive decline, mood disturbances such as depression, anxiety, or aggression, and they may have some swallowing and speech difficulties. In addition, they're going to have muscle weakness and fatigue, hyperreflexia, difficulty swallowing and communicating, hypertonicity, atrophy, poor balance and trunk control, falls, and impaired mood and cognition. So how do we diagnose this? I don't think I'm going to get to the sad part, so I'll tell you comes the sad part. People get diagnosed at the age of 40 to 50 with Huntington's disease, and then they die. They die within their I think they die around the age of 50. They don't really go past that point. The disease only occurs at 40 and 50, and then they pass away from it, which is actually really sad. We talked about ALS being like once you get the onset and once you get officially diagnosed, you have like a lifespan of 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days, oh god. 3 to 5 years, while Huntington's is like, yeah, you just won't live past a certain point or certain age most likely, so. But yeah. So general diagnostic criteria. So clinical history is a family history, because again, this is an inherited disorder. Genetic testing, so it can confirm that presence of that HTT mutation and a CAG repeats. And then the neuroimaging, so this is going to identify changes in that basal ganglion and cortical atrophy. So how is this going to present and manifest itself? So the severity really varies depending on the extent of the atrophy and all the things that have deleted and repeated and the rate of progression. The movement, again, we talked about was hyperkinetic, rapid, jerky, involuntary, riding, uncontrollable. And so what are some interventions and exercise considerations and strategies with someone who has Huntington's disease? So we're going to have some medical management, so we could do some central nervous system depressants to manage those movements, and maybe baclofen for muscle tone regulation. Julian says this is why early detection and scientific advancements are so crucial. They are. They really, really are. Unfortunately, I think we kind of hit the wall with Huntington's disease because unfortunately it gets to the it is what it is situation. And it is what it is of if you know you have this genetic mutation, then you need to be very careful about having a kid with it, you know? But sometimes people don't know because obviously you can't just be like, yes, before I procreate, please let me check my genes, please. Especially when you know there's really nothing in your family, you know? It's like, well, none of my family members had it, and it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe you never asked. Anyway, so multidisciplinary approaches. We have PT, OT, speech therapy, social work, psychiatry, as you would imagine, and we do want to do some pain management or palliative care for late-stage management. So Huntington's disease kind of is very similar. Let me move it over. It's very similar to ALS, where it does have an early, a middle, and a late stage, by the way. The early stage, the middle stage, and late stage are pretty much as followed. Early stage is that you're going to have those weird signs and symptoms, minor limitations, and the participation restrictions. It just varies on what you need to do, basically. Jillian says, also, brother, I was prescribed baclofen once. Muscle relaxer. Pro tip, don't take too much. You could get lightheaded. Yeah! Just be careful with taking too much of anything. But I'm glad you're feeling better, smiley face emoji. For the middle stage, again, increased numbers and severity. Minimal to moderate limitations for the activities, so they may have difficulties walking, running, climbing stairs, sitting, etc. And their participation restrictions become more pronounced. For late stage, it's going to be numerous and severe, and they're going to become dependent in all aspects of mobility and self-care. Excuse me, oh my goodness. And participation restrictions is that they're going to be totally dependent. So let's go ahead and finish this up really quick. So rehab management and care considerations is that maybe we want to insert some rhythm into their life and cadence via auditory stimulus, so maybe like a metronome of like at a certain beat per minute, basically, and have them walk to the steps, because apparently having this kind of metronome and this audio cue, it has had positive effects on the gait disturbances in people who have Huntington's disease. Smaller amplitude motor controls are emphasized, so small, you're still moving, but you're not doing anything like crazy. Tai Chi is really good for that. Relaxation techniques may be helpful in reducing chloroformic movements. So, yoga, meditation, journaling, etc. PNF techniques, we talked about this also with ALS. Getting that stretching in and rhythm stabilizations for trunk control. And really just be careful about timing your therapy. Time therapy after medications to maximize sessions. So, listen, we just took a Clonopin, which again was that CNS. Oh my goodness. That CNS depressor, so it's going to depress those jerky movements. So it's like, oh, okay, those are suppressed POG. Let's go ahead and have your therapy now that the symptoms are working, okay? Okay. Goals for this patient population is to prevent secondary complications. We want to go ahead and maintain quality of life and independence and adjust interventions as the disease progresses. So I just want to go back and read something really quick for myself. Hold on one moment. Okay, so I think I was here. Yeah. So the next thing we're gonna go ahead and talk about, but we might have to wait till after break, tee hee ha ha ho ho, is the cerebellar ataxia. I'll go ahead and give like a small, like maybe a large introduction to it, and then we'll go from there, okay? So another rare disease we have in addition to ALS and Huntington's disease is cerebellar ataxia. So the associate so if you're not familiar with the brain, this is a brain, not your brain, because this is obviously this kid's brain, and at the back you have this thing called a cerebellum, and cerebellum is also back here as well. The cerebellum is responsible for coordination, so when there's something wrong with it, you may show with this kind of ataxia, and we've seen the word ataxia kind of sprinkled into this notes and lectures and whatnot. And again, it's just the idea that they have a very abnormal way of walking. I wonder if there's a video. No. Your brain is probably still that size? It's okay. That means just you have like a lot of folds in it or something. This word's dead? No, don't say that. Eh? Alright, so here's a video of someone. It's dead? No! It's fine. Anyway, so this is a video. Yeah, this is a video of an ataxic gait. So they have this incoordination walking, swaying of the body, da 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 da. So they look something like this, basically. Hi SG, hi, welcome. You're wondering if you're alone there? My Discord's still up. But I haven't traveled anywhere outside of the Cup Club, so I don't know. I will now send all of my Cup Club messages in chat and stream chat. Honestly? Sure, why the heck not? But anyway, you see how wonky this guy's walking? He's a really good actor. But this is what an ataxic, what do you call it? A gait pattern. Definitely we're not walking like this, so ooh. No, you're so crazy. Discord is just down. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, Discord is down for me specifically. Everything else is up. Sorry, gamer. Matt Dog says I just played Necromancer and Heroes of Might. Sadly, I don't have a Rise spell. Not yet. It was working on phone. Oh, brother. Now I'm gonna be staring at my phone. Apparently, I should not stare at my phone. Wow, look at all these mods. I know. Oh my gosh, a sea of green. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. I'm drowning. Oh my goodness. Hold on one moment. Wait, guys. I got. Hold on. I got news. Oh my god, I got so scared. Okay. Guys, Cubs, in the 3 minutes that we have remaining together, I have looked at my phone and I have noted a update with the retake of the practical. She said Friday at 10:30. Yeah, sure. Yeah, imagine me hitting all the traffic. Yeah, so it's next Friday. Sorry. But she wrote this long email. We did. Do I read this out loud? Oh my god. Alright, hold on. I'm like, oh my goodness. Okay. So as you Cubs know, I have to retake. I failed a practical, whatever. I don't really care that I have to retake it. It's the idea that I have to drive like 4 hours, which kills me, but it's fine for a 15-minute thing. It's so okay, so fine. So I'm so normal about it. Okay. So my professor basically for the for the 10:30, not the 10:30. I read that. I'm so sorry. Yeah, I gotta leave at 7. Yeah, I don't know. Tip right now. I'm like, but it's fine. Anyway, so I meet up with her and it's an hour meeting, and 30 minutes is going over the content, and the other 30 minutes is like, yeah, Tip, you have like a nervous laughter. And I'm like, I do? It was like really like weird and like awkward, and it was just one of those like weird wacky things where I'm like, oh, okay. So she writes this whole thing, and she's like, hey, I hope you're hi Tip, I hope you're well. Thank you for meeting with me this past Tuesday. I want to follow up on our conversation to recap the contents of our conversation and establish a date and time for the practical. In the recap, we discussed the content, specifically how accurate identify and decide when diagnosing a hypofunction. We discussed the locations where the instruction is available and how it was presented regarding the diagnosis of the correct side. No, we didn't. Or yes, we did. But I told you, hey, the side diagnosis wasn't in the lecture, and you told me I was blaming the lecture and I should feel bad. Okay. Next point. We discussed various scenarios to reinforce the understanding of a hypofunction versus a BPV and the various types of treatments for each. Okay. Third one. We discussed the strategy feasibility plan for further remediations with the material in preparation for the practical retake. Yeah. I'm gonna skip that because there's a whole like an other paragraph about that. Like, is she basically asked, hey, how am I planning to study for this retake? And I'm like, look at my resources and practice with a friend. And they're like, and she's like, that's what you're gonna do. We discussed logistics. Okay, this is where I drop my jaw. She's like, we also discussed the importance of self-awareness and communication, and how at times humor and laughter as a defense mechanism may be inappropriate during patient care and misperceived by a patient. I shared my perspective as a faculty member of my perception of this behavior as not taking the situation surrounding the need to retake this practical seriously. We discussed the nature and the root of this type of response. So if you weren't here, I had a meeting with her Tuesday, and she literally said, hey, that might be a deeper psychological thing, and I'm gonna go ahead and refer you to psych services. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then she's like, lastly, we discussed the importance of professionalism during these practicals and patient encounters. I refer you to additional resources, including the student success advisor and the psych resource that we have on the campus. Let me know if we could take it at 10:30 a.m. Please let me know as soon as you're able. Please let me know if you have any questions, comments, I was like, what? So I want you cubs to know. She probably felt so proud. It's a long email too. There's like another paragraph. She helped you. I'm so happy to be helped. But it's so hecked because I promise you cubs, it's not me laughing at like a, oh my gosh, like, you're in this horrible situation, ha 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 ha. It was just like, oh, I actually, how I opened up the the Tuesday conversation was that, hey, I just think this whole thing about retaking the practical is a misunderstanding. I didn't understand the information. This is how I process the information, and I just thought it was so funny because, and then she's like, but is it funny? And I said, yeah, like in hindsight, it was funny that I thought that this was the situation and it wasn't. And so I think that really like got to her. So I'm like, oh, oh boy. So yeah, you're taking this so much better than I am. I literally just have to take it in stride. I'm more worried about how am I gonna get to campus on Friday at 10:30, because then I have to like fight the traffic of people going to work. And don't get me wrong, but get me wrong actually. I don't know what's the best like plan. You think it's funny? Do I look like a clown? Do I amuse you? Her probably. Yeah, she literally asked, was there nervous laughter from nervousness or me not taking this situation seriously? And I'm like, oh, I'm very serious, I think. But sure, ma'am. You would have popped a blood vessel? It's so fine. I'm just like, Sunny says, so she analyzed your body language and she's referring you? Yeah, basically. She's like, yeah, here are the resources. I'm not going, okay, I just want to reiterate really quick in case it makes it sound like this. I'm not getting sent to a psych ward or anything for nervous laughter. But she has sent a letter or an email to our student success advisor and sent me the resources for the psychology stuff for a nervous laughter. So I'm like, oh, okay. Sure. As she says, it wouldn't To be honest, it probably wouldn't be too bad if you left early. The thing is just leaving early. Yeah, I think I would have to wake up at like, no, but I still am gonna run into some kind of traffic. Girl, you're about to leave. I know, that's why I'm like, brother, let me leave. Is she a psych major? No, so she's studying. So I think she's getting her PhD in psychology. So getting like an armchair psychologist like that was actually insane. But I was just not, I don't know how to explain it. I was already like weirdly emotional during the meeting because I was just like, yeah, this is how I understand the content, professor, ba 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 ba. I just think it's so funny, ba 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 ba. Oh, okay. And then she's like, explain this to me. And I'm like, ba 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 ba. She's like, that's not it. You said 2 contracting things. Okay. Then she explains it. I'm like, that's literally how I understand it though. Sorry, did I say something weird? Anyway, but that whole conversation only lasted for 30 minutes before getting to another side thing. Anyway, not the point. I have a practical day at least. The time is still a little... 10:30. You know, because it's one of those things where I'm like, is it even worth getting like driving the night before and just staying and waking up and feeling rested? It's just, it makes me so upset because it's a 15-minute thing. And I told you, Cubs, about me trying to do the setup at home. I did something so mental where I had 3 different POVs that looked very nice, by the way, about retaking the practical, but she said it was non-negotiable that I have to take it on campus. So yeah, it sounds like she's practicing outside the office, which comes off as a psych. So no, she's saying this as a faculty member and a professional, so it's okay. If getting a psych eval grants you extra test time, maybe. I don't know about that though. And by the way, I don't know if me laughing to these responses is showing as a nervous laughter or I think these are comedic. I literally now have a weird complex about like, oh, when do I laugh now? do I laugh when I think something's funny? Or is it not funny? Is it not appropriate? Like I'm like short circuiting. I am the robot now. I'm like, oh, okay. But yeah, that's so funny. But yeah, then leave at 5. Yeah, I think I might have to leave at 5 a.m. I'm like, because it's gonna probably take me an extra hour. That's why I'm like, oh. But yeah, it's a self loop. Never laugh again. Cease. No! It's only time to be a robot in the medical cases. Yeah, but I talked about this when I had when I had introduced this situation to Cubs Wednesday, because the meeting was on Tuesday. Literally, I think Caleb had said it best, where basically it's a very nerve-wracking scenario to put someone in for a practical that like depends on their livelihood and their grades and whatever else. So that situation's built much differently than like a daily patient care where you know you're gonna have your like 8 to 10 patients a day and you know, and you get used to like talking and doing this to people. But I'm like, I feel pretty good with the patient communication stuff. That's never an issue. I've never like rubbed someone off the wrong way of like, oh, your cheeriness is too much, you know what I mean? And she's like, oh, it's not about the cheeriness, it's about the laughing. Like, what? I don't know what you mean. I'm not laughing like, oh, I don't want to say it because obviously that could be something to someone. So I'm like, I'm not saying like, oh, so this so and so bad thing happened, ha 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 ha. I'm just like, oh yeah, sure, I guess. Anyway, not the point. Point is, that email had a read receipt too. So I have to figure out, I'm just gonna ignore it until the end of my exam, because I think if I even take a moment to reply to it, which I'm technically replying to it in voice, I'm putting out my thoughts out there, but it's gonna be the short email of like, yeah, 10:30 sounds good. Because I don't know what else she wants me to do with that recap. Read receipts on emails are rude. Yeah, but this one is because it's time sensitive, quotation marks. But yeah, I'm debating. Again, the debate is, do I find a place to stay for the night the day before, or do I just leave at 5 a.m.? And I'm like, well, I could save myself $100. So I'm like, maybe I just wake up. It's fine. I'll just wake up and sit in traffic. Yeah. Okay. But we'll figure it out together. Mad Dog, thank you so much for the hydrate. I appreciate it very, very, very much. We are, where are we? 3 out of 6 rare diseases. Yeah. So we're gonna go ahead and finally take our 3-minute ad break. Please use this time to stand up and stretch and hydrate and eat and drink something super duper yummy if you need to. I think we can finish it within this next hour, so please look forward to it. Yeah? Yeah. And worst case scenario, we finish it by 6 and then we're good. But I think these are going to be pretty quick, to be honest. So I look forward to finishing this all up with you, Cubs. Thank you so much for your patience and understanding during this silly, haha, wacky last few days of my last semester and getting through 70-ish pages of notes. Really do appreciate it. Hopefully you got to learn something from it and we get to see some more cool things together in the next hour, okay? Okay, but I will see you gamers later. The last few days, the end of an era. Honestly, the era needs to end sooner. Literally, I'm not gonna lie to you, Cubs. Yes, I am nervous about my last written exam. I am like stressed out about it, but I think as soon as I get done with this practical on Friday, I'm gonna be like, and that's when I know I'm gonna be like free. And you know what's so funny? That exam is like a few days. That practical is like a few days before that written exam. So I'm just gonna feel like relief for the next day. And at least I'll have my weekend free. Smiley face emoji. I think if I had to drive up on a Saturday, I'd be like, but we'll see. You got this. You're gonna crush all your exams and practicals. Top tier talent tip out the triple T. You're so funny. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and leave. Goodbye forever, Cubs. Goodbye forever. Goodbye. Goodbye for 3 minutes at least. Goodbye. Goodbye. Take this raffle. Even better? Even better. Go! Alright, gamers, we are going to do this thing called a speed run. No, I'm just kidding. We're gonna go ahead and probably just finish up and try to see as much as we can get done, at least within the next 45 minutes, and so we can yap a little bit. This is the run, this is it! But thank you so much for the welcome back. Thank you, Rebel. Thank you, Sunny. Thank you, Yak. Thank you! Thank you! Alright. Make sure to answer that email. She's gonna get an answer after I'm done with the anxiety of this exam that she's giving me tonight. She's okay. That's next week. I think the worst part if I just don't reply and I'm like, yeah, 10:30. No, she'll be fine. Anyway, so cerebral ataxia. So the cerebellum, which is again back here in the brain, is going to be divided into 3 lobes. So we're gonna have it an anterior lobe, posterior lobe, and then we have a other lobe called the floccular nodule lobe, which is going to be right here. So these are going to have 4 functional zones, and I don't think I have a wacky photo right here. So I'm just going to read it out, and you'll just have to smile and nod. Sorry. So anterior, posterior, and floccular nodule, and the floccular nodule lobe, if it sounds vaguely familiar, remember that's going to be our adaptive processor. That's going to be really important for vestibular function. So it has 4 functional zones, the cerebellum. So we're going to have the medial zone, or the vermis, which is a sensory motor information for the limbs. So basically it grabs this information from the limbs that are moving and be like, okay. And it has the motor output of posture, muscle tone, upright stance, locomotion, and eye gaze. So basically this is to help your posture. I like to memorize it in a way of like, oh, it's in the middle and it's upright and it's keeping everything together. So okay, posture and eyes. Yep, kind of just basically the trunk of our body without the limbs. Sure. Intermediate zone is the pair of vermis. So this is going to help coordinate agonist and antagonist muscle pairs during movement. And so this is going to have the variety of movements such as walking and limb coordination. So this is kind of like right outside our middle. This is also going to be responsible for the idea and motion of rapidly alternating muscular movements. So remember when I told you if you go into a T-pose and I ask you for one arm to touch your nose and then extend the elbow out to go back into a T-pose and switch to the other? Kind of rapidly doing that is a really good coordination exam you can do to test if someone's coordination is impaired or not. The lateral zone. So this is the intermediate. We got the medial, intermediate, the lateral zone. It's going to be managing more complex voluntary movements, especially with visual guidance, motor learning, and error detection. And that last 4th lobe, the floccular nodule lobe, which again very responsible for vestibular stuff, is going to help regulate eye movement and balance via the vestibular nuclei and visual brain regions. So this is going to be responsible for the health of the VOR, the vestibular ocular reflex that we talked about that was important for gaze stabilization. And know that the medial and intermediate, so again the sensory motor thing that's getting the input from the limbs, I'm going to keep with posture and gaze stabilization, and the intermediate, which is going to be kind of that coordination of the limbs, I believe. Yeah, coordination of muscle pairs during movement, are also going to be referred to as the spinal cerebellum. And these are the only areas to receive afferent information from the spinal cord. So afferent means sensory information. Wait. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Afferent is sensory information. Efferent is motor information. So the medial, again, which is for that postural control, sensory motor stuff from the limbs, and the intermediate, the antagonist, movement coordination, is the only 2 parts or 2 zones of the cerebellum that are receiving sensory information to act, and those 2 together are referred to as the spinal cerebellum. And it looks like this color-coded. I don't think it really breaks down the actual zones the way that I would like it to. So we'll just have to smile, nod, Well, actually, I guess, okay. I move on. So what are some diagnostic criteria? So this cerebellar pathology is very quirky. Let me see. Let me zoom in a little bit. So the general diagnosis criteria is that there's just different ways you can get this. So it can be acquired through some kind of stroke, tumor, structured Chiari malformation, which I think is like the swelling of the brain, toxicity, immune-mediated, trauma, which can go hand in hand to another thing down in the second column, or infection, and endocrine. It can also be a degenerative non-hereditary thing. So this could be something dealing with MSA or multiple system atrophy, or idiopathic, meaning we have no hecking idea how this even occurred. We don't even know the origin, and it's just late onset of cerebellar ataxia, and the ataxia again is that weird walking we saw earlier. Hereditary means that you're born with it, you inherited it, and it's an autosomal dominant disorder. So maybe you have CSA and it's episodic. It could be a recessive disorder such as Friedreich's ataxia, early onset, or it could be X-linked disorder. So it could be like a mitochondria or Fragile X. And remember, you know, XXXY. Yeah. Anyway, so for the acquired damage, no, this is just the same thing. I'm so sorry. Let me go back here. Okay. So it could be acquired, it could be degenerative hereditary, and then hereditary. For the acquired, again, non-hereditary. A stroke, tumor, structural, toxicity, immune-related. And the arrows pointing between the two is because the acquired and degenerative non-hereditary can overlap, because MS, which is here, the immune-mediated, can overlap between these two. Okay, so some common cerebellar lesions and impairments. It kind of just depends on what gets affected. So we have different arteries in the brain, and obviously blood flow good to brain. Impaired blood flow bad. So we have the SCA, or the superior cerebellar artery, and if you have some kind of impairment or some deficit with that, the patient can present with dysmetria of the ipsilateral arm, so the coordination is... Let me actually make sure. I'm like not talking out of my butt with that one. I'm pretty sure. Like you overshoot dysmetria. Yeah, dysmetria is the inability to control the distance, speed, and range of motion to perform smoothly coordinated movements. So we'll have that with the same side arm, unsteady walking, dysarthria, so difficulty speaking, and nystagmus, so that eye beating we were talking about earlier. Anterior inferior cerebellar artery, so you can have dysmetria, so same thing, but doesn't matter what side. Vestibular signs, so something that we talked about earlier, and facial sensory loss. We can also have posterior inferior cerebellar artery, so this is going to have vertigo, unsteadiness, walking ataxia, and nystagmus. So how I defined it is the superior is the ipsilateral dysmetria. Anterior is going to have dysmetria, but it's more anterior or front. So I associate that with face, because your face is in front of your body. Smiley face. And posterior, because the flocculonodular load is so low or so towards the bottom of the cerebellum, I just associate it with vertigo. So, sure, hopefully that carries me, or hopefully this question doesn't even appear on the examination, so it's fine. But the arteries can get involved all they want, and they have their own unique ways of characteristics of how they present. But all in all, recovery for this is going to be best when the deep cerebellar nuclei are not involved. So anything more into like less superficial is going to be great. Cerebellar brain tumors can also be a thing that is going to make this ataxia happen. And this, unfortunately, is more common in children than adults, but the prognosis of the likelihood of recovery is much poorer in adults. And this tumor, as you would imagine, is actually going to go ahead and most likely damage the deep cerebral nuclei, and the damage, or the amount of damage, is going to predict the recovery outcomes. For the hereditary autosomal dominant stuff we were talking about, we mentioned SCA as one of the hereditary things, which is the spinocerebral ataxia. And spinocerebral should sound familiar because we just mentioned that being the medial and intermediate zones. Medial, again, being more posture, intermediate being the agonist, antagonist, movement coordination stuff. So we're going to have an ataxia or an issue more episodically of how do we process this received sensory information. So there's 30 known distinct SCAs named by number. The onset is definitely like middle age to later in life. And genetic counseling is needed before testing, so kind of similar to the Huntington's disease, genetic counseling may also be advised. Unfortunately, there is no pharmaceutical interventions for SCA. As if for being episodic means that there's only brief bouts of ataxia, so you're only walking wonky for a little bit, and this could be due to excitement, stress, or exercise. Episodic episodes may respond to medications, but it may take the episodes may take minutes to hours. So what is the clinical manifestation? How do we tell that someone has something like this? So it kind of depends if it's progressive or non-progressive, and that's going to determine the rehab goals of whether it's restorative versus a compensation or, like a health promotion. Restorative means we're going to try to get you back to like normal function, while compensation and health means like, oh, okay, you're never really going to get back to normal, but we're going to deal with this new normal with you. Here's some presentations that you'll have. There is motor and non-motor impairments related to the cerebellum. So you're going to have, again, cerebellum is responsible for coordination, so all of these should kind of make sense for the motor stuff. So we have ataxia, so the wacky movement, dysmetria, uncoordinated movement, kind of overshooting, dyssynergia, which is going to be the synergy of you walking, it's going to look wonky. Dysdiakinesia is you're not able to do rapid movements. Decompensation, so we were able to compensate at one point, but now you've regressed. A rebound effect, very similar thing. An action tremor, so the tremors only occur when you're doing something and not at rest. Hypotonia, so low tone, and balance and gait, ocular motor and speech, and motor learning. We have language processing, which is going to be our non-motor impairments, working memory, learning associations between objects, high order executive function, and loss of control over emotions or behavior. And these non-motor stuff are going to be, they're still under investigations because they're still pretty misunderstood. I do want to re-emphasize something really quick. Decompensation is a breakdown of multi-joint movements. The rebound effect is the poor ability to halt movement. Okay. So how does the patient present? Okay, they're uncoordinated, they're this and that, but how do they actually appear into the clinic? So they're going to be imbalanced, which is going to lead to most of them falling like backwards, which is not as common than falling forward, or like falling off to the same side that they feel that imbalance, so they fall either left or right. They're not going to have a normal gait pattern, so they're going to have a shortened step. They're going to be slow because they're trying to be careful. The timing of their steps, we kind of walk in rhythm, they don't. Unequal step lengths, so from one foot to the other, it can vary. And they have a very wide base of support. So again, think back to that video I presented earlier. That's basically how they're walking. For the swing phase, they're going to be overly excessive with stuff, so overly high step, excessive hip and knee flexion. For stance phase, it's going to be forceful, uncontrolled lowering of the leg to contact the floor. There's going to be some veering along the path, and there's going to be some difficulty with turning and stopping, especially with speed. Imbalance versus leg coordination and gait. So obviously, balance is pretty critical. It's a critical element of walking. So we want to have some stability during that dynamic mobility while maintaining forward propulsion. So as we walk forward, we want to make sure as we're walking forward, we're not leaning or going forward to potentially get that fall. So imbalance has a much greater impact on gait than leg coordination, and that patients with minimum balance defects, but they have good leg coordination. Hold on. Patients with minimum balance deficits but positive leg coordination present with less gait abnormalities. So leg coordination, sure, whatever, but as long as you're not falling over yourself, it's good. Oh, Chai, welcome. Big Bearcat hug to you. You have to run for a bit for an appointment, brother. Go, 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 go. Have a good one. Good luck with the exam. Thank you. I need it. I need it. Ah! So thank you, gamer. I hope you have a good one. Thank you. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you and goodbye. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Okay, almost there. So, when we do a systems review to make sure that, you know, if someone's okay, maybe this could be something else, we want to assess a few things with a systems review. I don't need your brain. Wait, sorry. I don't need my brain cells for the appointment, so you can borrow them. Let's go! Let's go! I will be sure to return them after the exam, and then borrow them again for Friday, and then borrow them again for Monday. I'm very needy. I'm like, please, please! Ah! I just remembered something. Cringe. No, I'm just kidding. My presentation for this class also is due next Friday. So I kind of work with some wacky individuals. Two of them I've never worked with before. One who apparently has a history of not working in group projects. One person I don't know, and then my classmate that I'm well familiar with. So I'm like, I wonder what's the likelihood of getting their butts in gear for doing this project and trying to get it done by Wednesday. Nightly facing OG. And I still don't even know who the other classmate is that I'm gonna be practicing with. So I'm like, anyway, not the point. Oh wait, is this a systems review? Anyway, systems review blows up Tipa's textbooks with mine. Brother, you're gonna blow up my computer. You think I have textbooks? You're so funny. You're so funny. Anyway. Fatigability is very common with those who have cerebellar damage, which is going to lead to increased efforts to the movement. Further assessment may be warranted and include maybe some kind of endurance examination of maybe a 2 or 6 minute walk test. So the 2-minute walk test is the same as the 6, but I'm hiccuping. I hiccuped twice. This is a bad omen. No, I'm just kidding. The 2-minute walk test is the same as the 6. It's just that the patient really cannot walk for the full 6 minutes. What you would go ahead and do is you would do the 2-minute test and you would just multiply the results by 3. So big brain, right? And you want to check about the aerobic workload and monitor vitals and RPE. So the rate of perceived exertion, you want to see like, oh my gosh, how much did that take out of you, you know? We also want to check about strength of their muscles and their endurance, and we want to make sure we could try to get max repetitions recorded of various muscle groups before reduced force or range of motion observation. As for body structure and function, again, they're going to be low tone, hypotonia, voluntary and movement coordination, so they may have some, I actually don't know what these are, but finger tapping, supination, pronation, they might just palm up, palm down. Handwriting samples, foot or toe tap, and resistant movement. We all want to go ahead and check with these to see how well they are in performing this and if they have the coordination to do motions like this. Oh, brother, I wrote it here. I'm so smart. Anyway. Coordination test. Finger to nose. Okay, finger to nose is the one I keep saying with the T posing. Heel to shin. So this one is quirky. So you could do it while sitting, and it's the idea of can you bring the heel of, like, let's say your right heel, can you start in the front of your ankles on top of your foot and kind of do this like cross-legged figure 4 nonsense and bring the heel all the way up to the opposite knee. Does that sound weird? Did I explain that poorly? Well, that's a coordination test. If you saw it, you would be like, oh, okay. Finger tapping, pronation, supination for diadochonesis, and handwriting analysis for tremors. Balance and postural control, we want to work on static and dynamic testing and perturbations. Ocular motor testing, we want to work on smooth pursuits, saccades, and gaze stability. And activity limitations, we want to assess their transfer of stares, ADLs affected by dysmetria and tremors. And of course, gait analysis, we want to work on a self-selected pace versus a fast pace. Base of support variations, because remember, they're going to be walking with a weird, wonky, wide base of support. Surface changes, and again, perturbations if we kind of like push them. There's only a little bit more. I'm going to go ahead and zoom in really quick. So what are some interventions and exercises we can do and some considerations for patients with this cerebellar ataxia? So it just depends. Again, excuse me, is it progressive or non-progressive? So for the non-progressive, what we're going to have to do is a restorative approach, because hey, it's not going to get worse. So we want to anticipate improvement based on the examination, while we want to do more of a health promotion or a compensatory approach with progressive ataxia, and this is going to help anticipate the worsening of impairments and activities and etc. So treatment focus and approaches, yes, of course we want to work on gait and balance, aerobic exercise and resistance training, intensity and duration for intervention of longer, and compensatory strategies. So these are the 4 things we'd like to work on. There's a few more as well. Just a few. But for gait and balance, we want to work on part tasks. So we want to work on kneeling, sitting, quadruped is advocated for these patients, because it's like, okay, you can't walk, or we can't do this balancing. Let's break the task up as much as we can. We want to do multifactorial training, so we want to work on the gaze, static stance, so just standing in place, dynamic, okay, maybe some perturbations, maybe some leaning in, complex gait activities. We want to address specific impairments if affected the outcome, so the ankle mobility, locomotion training with BWS, a big wide stance. Oh, bilateral weight shifting. I'm sorry, I'm like, what? Treadmill training, visual guided stepping, and interventions that must provide a challenge and trial and error. Aerobic exercises, we want to advocate for those who are not returned to baseline, so again, those with progressive. And then we want to work on the endurance training, the submax resistance training that can reduce some of that fatigue that they have, which will most likely also correlate with reducing falls. We want to be cautious with cardiac comorbidities in patients with the Friedreich ataxia, and that's going to be one of the inherited diseases that is causing the cerebral ataxia. The intensity and duration of the intervention, we want to try to work for a little bit longer. We want to try to do about 10 hours a week for 6 months. Compensatory strategies is to slow down movement, work on breaking it down joint to joint, visual cues, minimize distractions, so keeping them in a not busy environment with a bunch of people, widen the gait, and only use assistive devices if you feel like it's safely managed. For other things we could focus on is biofeedback and EGM, so we could use a little bit of electricity, so fun. We could use more stimulation for the transcranial magnetic stimulation or direct brain stimulation, weighting, reducing upper limb tremor and ataxia, compression garments to manage the upper and lower extremity tremor and function, and to promote independence of mobility. Yay! So for biofeedback, we can... I'm gonna try to speed through this, I'm so sorry. We're gonna try to do some auditory feedback, we could do some biofeedback plus relaxation techniques, and we can have visual biofeedback. For the stimulation, more of the electricity, we can reduce the excitability associated with this kind of dysfunction, and stimulate where it needs to help improve clinical measures of ataxia, balance, and gait. For the weighting, we want to slow down movement, which is going to be creating difficulty at distal extremities, and there's really no carryover. Weighting means that we might put an ankle weight on them, and of course we're not always walking with ankle weight, so unfortunately there is no carryover, but it's practicing the idea that, oh, you're walking slower because you feel heavier. Reducing the tremors and ataxia of the upper limbs is going to help. Oh my goodness. Manipulation of visual information can improve movement, reduce visual input, and perform from memory. The compression garments, they don't really have a lot of evidence to support that. And really, to promote independence of mobility is always our goal, but not always the end goal, depending on how the patient presents. So the use of power mobility to promote independence, so maybe like a powered wheelchair with adequate trunk support and alternating controls as needed. These wheelchairs are getting really cool where you can even stand in them. It's really quirky, so you just have to see what works best for that individual and if it even gets covered. Impairment and treatment focus. So again, if someone has poor coordination, gradient, and muscle power, we want to go ahead and reduce the degrees of freedom. Maybe apply an external device like an orthosis and provide postural control. We want to reduce the if they have reduced adaptability of the environment, like, oh my gosh, I went from a quiet to busy and now I'm all out of whack. We want to have some graded exposure with that, sensory cues, and really just bring them into conscious attention. And we want to help reduce that learning from error. We want to reduce if they have reduced automatic walking, because you know, when you walk, you don't really think about it. But for these people, they don't think. It's not because of that, it's just a condition. So we want to help promote that normal automatic walking. So we want to do stepwise prompts, high reps, and have it bring up to their conscious attention. Reduce postural controls, tone, and tremor. We want to work on high intensity and conscious attention. We want to work on specific strength and balance compensations. Environmental cues, aids, and avoid dual task and consciousness attention to gait when we're working on altered timing of steps. So again, very specific stuff, and to specifically try to see if we could work on this compensation of the stepping and try to get them back to a normal gait pattern as possible. So gait ataxia suggested treatment focus. So it may vary based on location of lesion within the cerebellum. So the SCA is strength and balance, walking aids, cortically controlled walking, cues, etc. The VSA is going to be compensatory head fixing or retaining the VOR, strength and balance. And the CCA is to retrain gait in all functional environments and avoid obstacles. So what are our goals for our patient population? Great question! Okay. So our goals is that we want to focus on improving function and quality of life through rehabilitation, assistive devices, and addressing underlying cause. Again, we have to assess, is this progressive or non-progressive? Non-progressive is most likely going to be a first-time ischemic like cerebellar stroke. And if it's the first time, great. Better than the second or third time, because the prognosis only goes down from there. And there's really little to no residual defects. There's going to be a deep nuclei that's going to occur damage, and that's going to most likely lead to a poor outcome. For progressive, it's just going to progressively worsen clinical signs and symptoms, so you just want to help improve any function that they can and maintain that quality of life so they're able to get through what they need to, okay? Okay, and with that, we are halfway there and we get into some brain tumors. These should go by a little bit faster. You may notice there's a little bit change to the formatting because I may have stole from my classmates' notes. Aha! And I was too lazy to reformat it because I just physically did not get to that part yet, and I'm like, I'm gonna rely on your notes. High tassel, 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 high tassel. Nice. Hold on. Hi gamer, hi, welcome. Sorry, I got like nasally for a moment, so I'm like, huh? What? Hi tassel. But study hard, you got this. Thank you gamer, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I think unfortunately, I mean I do got it, but I think I might have to take a little baby break after the brain tumor, and then we'll finish strong, okay gamers? Okay. So, it's not the next hour, it's just we have 27 minutes till the next ad break. I think this might take me very short. Yay! Never mind! Yeah, never mind! Yay! But we'll still probably take a little break after the brain tumor just to make sure the ads don't kick our butts, okay? Okay, so for brain tumors, the associated pathology basically is that it can be a cancerous or a non-cancerous mass or growth of abnormal cells in the brain. This is going to mimic presentations of a central nervous system disorder. I don't know how many times I have to emphasize to you because the central nervous disorders are a little wacky, a little cray-cray. And the brain tumor mimicking that? Not so fun. So the brain tumors are going to cause a neurological problem through mechanisms including direct tissue damage, as you imagine. Kind of see a tumor right here and it's pushing you on things that it shouldn't. So yeah, direct tissue damage, compression, increase intracranial pressure, so the fluid in your brain, and disruption of fluid flow leading to symptoms such as headaches, seizures, and cognitive and motor defects. How do you diagnose this? So there's actually different ways to do a medical diagnosis. We could go ahead and look at this PowerPoint slide that indicates the history of present illness. Maybe they're complaining of headaches and vomiting, which are not good signs. A neurological examination, and then we could do some imaging. So for the imaging, it's really going to be our main way of diagnosing if someone has a brain tumor. Yeah, they can have signs and symptoms, but until we see imaging, there's no way we can confirm with just our eyes, without imaging, that they have a brain tumor. So we can go ahead and do static forms of imaging, so that could be like a CT or MRI. Dynamic gets very quirky, where you could use PET scans or spectroscopy scans, MRS, and fMRIs, which is functional magnetic resonance imaging. And what's really great about this functional one is that it's dynamic, because if the patient thinks of something or is able to move part of their body, then you can see various aspects of the brain light up according to those regions that are being tasked in the brain. So I don't know if it's worth it, but I think it'd be fun. I'm sure you cubs have seen something similar to this. Let's see. Ta-dang! You see? So the brain would light up into something like this, which is actually pretty cool. And then, you know, your MRIs, they put you in the tube. And then this is a really good cross-section of the brain. Wow. Yeah, ta-da, and it'll light up similar to that. I'm sure you've seen it in like medical shows or whatnot too. Another way that we could do imaging other than static and dynamic is through computer integration, and so there's some stereotactic methods in order to gather a biopsy, and also use an ECG, which can also help detect some seizure activity. Here again is it looks like I don't remember the view name, but like above the head view, and we could see that there is oh my goodness, a tumor towards the back on this patient's left side. So what are some clinical presentations and manifestations of someone who does have a brain tumor? So what's going to end up happening is that headaches is going to be #1 thing. Headaches are going to interrupt your sleep. It worsens on waking up. But thankfully the headaches do lessen up. They do improve throughout the day. This is going to be elicited by postural changes, coughing, exercise, etc. More severe or a different type than usual. It's not like a normal headache, like, owie, my head hurts. This is going to be something a little bit more severe. And it's typically associated with nausea, vomiting, oh my goodness, palpedemia, which I have to go look that up. Hey, Tommy! Hi, gamer. Hi. Hi. The brain tumors here. They are. No, I'm just kidding. Hi gamer, thank you so very much for the raid and welcome raiders! My name is Tipanya, nice to meet ya! I'm a bearcat VTuber, I do the gal, I do the nya, and it's very nice to meet ya! Oh wait, cuz I'm supposed to tell him to pay me $5 if you don't believe in the existence of bearcats. But Hitomi will never doubt me, we're buddies! Hi gamer, I hope you're doing super duper well. I hope you had a super oh! You played Split Fiction? I hope you had a super duper good time with that. I've heard nothing but positive reviews. I haven't played the It Takes Two yet, but I heard like it's like just as great, if not better. But welcome on in. We're doing some studying because I have an exam in 3 hours. No, two! Ah! I have an exam in 2 hours. I take it online on the computer, so there's nowhere I have to go, but I'm finishing up my notes. I'm on page 56 out of 74, and right now we're covering some rare diseases. And right now we're on brain tumor. Let me go ahead and say hi. Tichia, hi, of course, welcome. Tiax, hi, welcome. It's me, of course, hi, welcome. The brain tumor, it's here. Oh my goodness. Welcome, Raiders. Yeah, welcome. If I sound like I'm out of it, it's also because I've been reading my notes straight for like 5 hours. So I apologize. I also promise that I do more than read notes. 4 or 5 hours. I also game, and I hope to game as soon as this examination is over. It's super fun. Oh, I'm so glad to hear it. But thank you so much for entrusting your community and all that good stuff. I'm gonna go ahead and get back into the grind. And I'm gonna try to see how much I can finish up before we have to take our little ad break ourselves. So we try to do this every hour, but I kind of timed it out a little bit wacky. That I do a 3-minute ad break every hour. So ads don't play for people, and then you guys won't miss a thing. And then I can also take a break. I can make myself a little protein shake. Shaka 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 shaka. Okay, anyway. But it's always nice seeing you, gamer. If you have to raid and run, also make sure to take care of yourself on this what do you call it, beautiful Friday's Eve, this beautiful Thursday. Stand up and stretch, hydrate, and eat and drink something super duper yummy. And this goes for anyone, you, and any member of your community. Thank you, but good luck with your exam. I'm gonna dip to rest now, brother. I hope you have the most beautiful rest. I hope you wake up rested and fulfilled and ready to take on the next standard. But thank you so much, and bye bye, gamer. Bye bye, gamer. Bye bye. Because I'm not following Hitami, brothers. What are you doing? I feel like I rated Hitami recently though. So if you weren't there, you could be there now. For the next time I get to catch her. Ah! Anyway. I forgot what she was playing too. It was a game with an alien. I don't remember! But the alien looks so pretty because you're stylizing the alien. I don't remember though. Ah! Anyway. Brain tumors! So, as I was mentioning before, brain tumors again are really associated with the symptoms of headaches, and it's not like, owie, my head hurts, give me some ibuprofen. It is more just, ow, this is really severe, and it's associated with nausea, vomiting, and oh, this is the word I wanted to look up. Palpilledema? Oh, yes. This is swelling of the optic nerve that occurs when pressure builds up in the brain, so... And focal neurological signs. Seizures can also be associated with brain tumors. About 10 to 20% of new onset indicates a tumor. Altered... This is really kind of topical, but one of my high school friends, who I haven't talked to in a hot minute, started posting about that they started getting seizures out of nowhere. And I think they recently got to see a neurologist, maybe like yesterday or the day before, but I haven't checked, to see if there's an update with that. But they're relatively young because they're like forever 17, just like me. But it's weird. It's weird to just get seizures out of nowhere when you don't have a family history and this and that. And so yeah, it's again. Oh, I hope she does not have a brain tumor. Yay. Oh god, okay. Anyway, altered mental status, so that could be an initial symptom, and it's typically very subtle and associated with the frontal lobe and increased intracranial pressure. Papilledema, oh there it is! It's a swelling of the optic nerve, which is not as common. I don't know what the swelling of the optic nerve, like, I wanna know what the symptoms are. Headaches, nausea, vomiting, ringing in ears, and fleeting visual changes such as blurred or double vision, or temporary vision loss. That's horrifying. Okay, but it's not as common with brain tumors. Vertigo and vomiting, though, are pretty common with those who have a posterior fossa tumor. Fossa? Yeah. We talked about this a little bit when we were talking about pediatric stuff, so if this sounds vaguely familiar, then hee. Clinical manifestations of primary gliomas and secondary tumors, again, are going to be headaches, seizures, focal weakness, ataxia, aphasia, mental and behavioral limitations, and signs of increased ICP. When the tumor is large enough to displace, headaches are going to correlate with the changes of the ICP. So the worse your headache, probably the more intracranial pressure you have. This is where I started taking from my classmate though. So what are some exercises and interventions that you're going to do with someone with a brain tumor? So activity and motion and exercise is always going to be for everyone. Unfortunately, when it comes to any kind of cancerous thing, or non-cancerous, or just a tumor in general, we want to consider side effects from chemotherapy, radiation, and surgeries. So fatigue is definitely one thing we want to be careful. Not only fatigue from the treatment, but the brain tumor is going to affect the central nervous system, There is a thing called central fatigue and cancer-related fatigue, and these are going to be based on the issues in the central nervous system as well as these aggressive treatments. Low blood count? I'm saying like clown, I'm sorry. Low blood count. Make sure that you're aware of the appropriate levels of the lab values to be exercising with your patients. Sometimes those will be the barrier for our progress and our ability to intervene. So if someone is not getting enough blood or the oxygen that those red blood cells carry, and you're telling them to take away from their brain to go do these interventions to send their brain the blood somewhere else so they could get the power and the oxygen and all those good stuff to go and get the blood pumping, but you don't have enough, you're not going to get too far, gamer. And you might actually make some of the symptoms worse. And one of the other last things we want to talk about when we talk about some of the side effects from all these treatments is gastrointestinal complaints. So nausea, vomiting are all going to happen most likely from these interventions, and it's just something you have to be careful when you're going to ahead and doing your PT interventions. Thank you, Double! Double says, wishing you the best on your exam tonight. You got this, Galmer? Thank you, Galmer. Thank you. I need it. I need it. I'm dying. I'm perishing. But thank you! I appreciate it very much. Thank you. Please have a good rest of your day, gamer, if I don't get to see ya. And I catch you next time. And perish at this very moment. You could hear it in my voice. The bowl of Cheerios, it's waiting. I'm getting hungry too. Anyway, I will politely unperish at this moment, but I will probably read this all with very low energy, enthusiasm, but low energy. So apologies. Okay, sorry. Okay, deep breath. Okay, so a little bit more left to go for the brain tumor stuff. So for our clinical decision making, we want to consider, will your patient's health and safety be compromised by your intervention selected? So we want to use the evidence, clinical practice guidelines. They're going to be very, very important. We want to also understand that there has to be some flexibility. You're going to have your good days and bad days, and the timing and patient presentation is going to be a must. You're going to have to work around their treatment schedules and their chemotherapy, and work around the fatigue and the GI problems, and being very adaptive and flexible. Monkey, hi, welcome! Side effects may include tiredness, back pain, leg pain, inability to see, hear, move, taste, smell, heart attack, stroke, hemorrhage, parasite, death-like symptoms, and see more on back. That's basically all the pharmaceutical commercials to be like, yeah, this could do this thing, but did you know it could also a gao gao nya nya? Can I reverse it? Can I be like, uno? A gao gao nya nya in this economy? You're crazy. You're insane. Sure. Oh, hi Raphael. Hi, welcome. Did I just stumble upon a medical student that still wants to VTube and decide to do both successfully? You're so funny because actually... no, I'm just kidding. Yes, hi gamer. I'm in a hybrid program, so I'm able to VTube. VTube? Why does that sound weird? I'm sorry. You said that, but I'm like, oh, be a VTuber. Yeah. It's possible. When I was in my residential, I'm in a hybrid program, but when I was in a residential program, it might be doable for very short hours. There's some really cool, how do you call it? Medical VTubers out there already. I know one of them is doing their residency, but I'm not a doctor, by the way. I want to say, not a medical doctor, not in med school. Big difference. I am only a graduate student in the world of physical rehab. Wink wonk, wink wonk, wink wonk. But yeah. Monkey says, thanks to this, I can finally stop sneezing next to Roses. The catch you can't see? Oh. Well, there's a price to pay for everything, I guess, and that's a pretty big price. Sorry, gamer. I hope you find another solution for your allergies. And this economy hits different? Brother, please. I'm looking at everything and I'm politely looking away. But hybrid, yeah. So I am in a hybrid program that allows me to, how do you call it? study. Well, I'm able to work, so I also work part-time. I'm so cool. Nice. I'm sorry. I'm trying to make a good first impression. But the hybrid program allows you to do work, and basically you go to school like every other weekend. And I'm actually at my last semester of doing this for the past 4 years. And then I graduate, and so life will be good. And when I mean graduate, I mean work for free for 24 weeks. And then I graduate in December, but I'm almost done with all my academic work, so I'm very, very happy. Next thing I have to do is work for 24 hours. I wish. No, I don't wish that. Who would work for 24 hours? Work for 24 weeks, even worse, for free, and then I have to take my boards, and then I'm a certified therapist. Smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji, smiley face emoji. But yeah, it still puts a lot of perspective on the types I know that say they never have time. Yeah, but it depends, you know. Honestly, you pick and choose what you want to focus on, you know. I started VTubing even when I was doing school stuff. I would stream. I had classes 8 to 5, and I'd pick 2 to 3 days out of the week to stream at like 7, 8. But it was just obviously when it wasn't that busy, or I'd pick like a weekend, you know. But the weekend streams are very rare. But yeah, I appreciate it. The quality making this is quality making time energy. Thank you, gamer. Appreciate it. Considering what chiro and physical therapy can do for help, I respect the effort. Thank you, gamer. I do appreciate it. Times 2. Keep kicking butt. Thank you. I will continue to kick butt, but this is kicking my own butt. Thank you. Sorry, Neko. This is not to dismiss your gao nya nya, but now that I have the energy and the motivation and the kind words of a cub, I can do the gao nya nya. So gao nya nya has been redeemed, and if you're not familiar with a gao nya nya, gao being like a bear roar and a nya nya being like a cat nya. So on the count of 3, let's still go ahead and do our gao nya nya together, okay? Okay, just like that. Go! Okay? A 1, a 2, a skibbity-doobity-doo. Gao and nya. That's me driving to my campus on Friday next week. That's the sound of the bearcat. Thank you so much, Uncle, for redeeming it. I appreciate it very much. Thank you, Rebel, also for the Nya. And thank you, Raphael. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Welcome to the cockpit. Welcome. Huh? You're gonna pick me when I hear someone make an excuse again? Let's go! I don't know. Look, send them over. Look, sorry, this is me getting a little off topic. What is the thing I love? Send them the, oh my gosh, what is it called? Eisenhower Matrix. I'm sending you, I'm sending it to you. Eisenhower Matrix. Just send them this. Now, do I actually write out stuff? I'm actually too powerful. I don't need to do this anymore. Will this link be very ugly? This link is very ugly, and I hope you trust a random stranger to send you a link on the internet. But this is a really cool thing to help organize people who feel like really overwhelmed and blah 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 blah. But you still want to make time for, you know, your life and social life and da 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 da. So putting in this matrix really puts things in perspective. So hope it helps. Neko says, "Gao nya nya brings me joy always. Thank heckin' goodness. Thank goodness." Oh, okay. Can I make it? I think I'm gonna make it. Okay, I'm gonna make it before the ad hits. So, so when you make your interventions, again, you want to consider the patient's presentation, the flexibility of what you need, and the cognitive effects, because what happens with people who have a metastatic brain tumor, and when they develop these malignant tumors that might occur in the frontal lobe, that might affect some of their cognitive abilities, and this can appear something similar of a stroke or a traumatic brain injury, which we briefly talked about the last time I had a neural exam. Excuse me. So our treatments are gonna vary depending on where the patient is. Are they in the ICU and acute? Are they inpatient, or are they home health or outpatient? They're kind of out and about. So ICU and acute, kind of more severe, kind of like, hey, this just happened. This is typically after some kind of form of surgery for the resection to get that tumor out. So we want to work on getting them in and out of bed, mobilization, monitor their intracranial pressures and vitals, oh my gosh, ventriculostomy. This is, I think, draining the fluid from the brain. Communicate with the registered nurse in mobility deficits. Mobility equipment. Want to work on getting them moving anyway how, and if they need some kind of assistive device, we can. We want to promote mobilization, discharge planning to next level of care, and monitor the ICP and vitals. For the inpatient, this is going to be to optimize the function of reducing the burden of care for a safe discharge home is the goal. This is where the FIM, or the Functional Independence Measure, will come in handy to help kind of guide where they need to be with the discharge planning and help with any other outcomes we need to measure. So we want to optimize function to reduce the burden of care and safely discharge the home. We want to consider their personal goals and interests, recreational therapy and community integration. We want to combine recovery and compensation, so we're going to kind of double dip here really quick. Giver training and problem solving, and motor learning and repetition. And this is fine. And so for home health, when they're discharged from the hospital, maybe they're getting care, someone's coming to their house, or maybe they're going to an outpatient clinic, we want to keep considering caregiver training in the home and patient education with those with continued recovery and compensation methods. And we want to exercise principles for cancer-related fatigue. That's going to be very important to implement because we want to help combat some of that muscle wasting. When we could do this through aerobic and resistive training. Yes, sorry, I feel like I'm going to say more, and I feel like I am going to say more, but then I'm like, no, never mind. So with someone with a brain tumor, what are some of our goals in this patient in the population? So what we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to try to provide various opportunities to promote mobility by doing task-oriented movement strats. So we talked about part tasks earlier with cerebral ataxia. With brain tumor, we're going to try to do the whole task. I'm like, okay, I want you to walk up this flight of stairs. Hey, I want you to put this together. I want you to make this distance. You know, we're going to try to do that. We're going to provide potential for compensation as need be. Vocational, recreational therapy, and introducing neuropsychology as needed. But the goals for patients with brain tumors must maximize their function, provide task-oriented movement and strategies, emphasize various movement options to promote mobility, and really, if some of these options include return to work, sport, leisure, etc., we might want to consult vocational rehab, recreational therapy, and neuropsychology. For the prognosis, if it's poor, we want to consider on family training, any kind of durable medical equipment, palliative care, and hospice needs if it's going really bad. I think this is just repeating, but I'll say it again just because we have a little bit of time. So we want to make gains and benefit in the rehab setting, whether it's acute or outpatient. We want to improve in functional gains, adapt to worsening impairment, and we want to work on that recovery to compensation model. We want to assess, are they more on one side or the other, and go from there. And as always, with any condition, we want to address the person as a whole person rather than their pathology. And with this kind of stuff, we might want to focus on a multi-system assessment. Yay! So we're on page 59 out of 74. I know this was going to be the run, but it's okay. You want to know why? Because the next one's the run. It has to be. Because I have my exam at 7. So it has to be. Hi, Sinisters. Hi, welcome. I'm late. I didn't take notes. Oh, brother. I took all the notes for you. I can link it over to you if you need me to. And blah, 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 blah. Hi, gamer. Hi. You made it just in time to take a little break. I think I'm going to try to make something to eat because I'm really peckish. I'm dying. I'm going to perish. I'm going to be like the Minecraft. I'm going to lay on the floor and then poof. So I'm gonna try to see if I could get a cute little snack. I ate a granola bar before the other break, so I'm like, why am I hungry? This is why you're like one of the best streamers for real? Oh my gosh! Cause Argentina is complimenting my low self-esteem. You're crazy. Thank you. Yeah, but let's go ahead and politely BRB, which means be right back. We're gonna finish up. We only have 2 conditions left. The last one's really short. Post-polio kind of sucks. I have no idea. I'm actually kind of upset because polio is considered rare. But the post-polio is very in-depth. for no reason whatsoever. And I get it. Yes, there was a there was a polio pandemic. Yeah, but didn't we like? Isn't that like a really, really long time ago? I don't know. Anyway, but we'll figure it out together, okay? Go. Nico Maru. Hi, gamer. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cop Club. Welcome. Okay. I don't know if I want the ad to play by itself in the next minute and 20 seconds, or play it now. Do I want to make a protein shake? Do the protein shakers still smell like vomit? The world will not know until I let them. Thank you for the hydrate, gamer. I'm actually out of water too. It's my water bottle ASMR. Ooh. Biogoop. Oh, Spuds, you were not there, were you? You weren't there when I got moldy oatmeal. Oh my gosh, if I have a picture, I would show you, Cubs. Let's see. Do I still have it saved though? That would be insane if I had moldy oatmeal. But I don't remember. I don't name my images either. Oh, I got to the tooth images, so it's a little too far. Let's see if I can find it. Nope, I found a delicious bowl of ramen though. No, I don't have it. But yeah, extra bio goop. I'm leaving. I'll be right back. Use the time to stand up and stretch, hydrate, eat and drink something yummy. Yeah. Bye. I'm gonna fill up my water bottle too. Thank you for the hydrate again, Nikomaru. I appreciate it. Goodbye. No! Alright, cubs. I am waiting for the sugar of this 400 calorie brown sugar cinnamon Pop Tart to go through me. And I was like, 400! Ah! But you know, I'm like, I worked out today. You know what? The 400 goes to that. So I hope, yeah, I was devastated, but I was also like, blood sugar going down? I don't know. Don't tell me that. I'm horrified. Brother, that's like 1/3 of my calorie intake. Like, what? Like, what am I gonna eat tonight now? I'm in shambles? I'm in shambles too! I looked at it, I'm like, what do you mean? No wonder. Oh my goodness. But hi Ryan, hi Danny Cup that also came on in like Sakuni. Hi, welcome. Yeah. Welcome. Delicious melted sugar on a cracker. My favorite. Pop-Tarts are a staple here. Come on. And thank you all so much for the welcome back though. Welcome. Thank you. But yeah, other than being in shambles, this is the run, I think. We're gonna go ahead and speedrun. We only have 2 conditions left, and if somehow I don't finish it in this Pomodoro, then you know what? The next run is the run. So easy. So let's go ahead and get started. So if you're coming on in, welcome. I'm just talking about some rare diseases because I have my exam in an hour and a half. Let's get started. So, if you're familiar with polio, then you would know it's a condition that has been quote unquote eradicated in America, at least, and is now considered pretty much extremely rare. But it was also kind of similar to ALS in the sense that it affected the motor. But as I'm looking up something and check something, they said polio is a highly contagious, potential debilitating, and sometimes fatal infectious disease caused by the polio virus that can attack the nervous system, leading to paralysis. And polio is transmitted through contaminated water or food or contact with an infected person. Many people who are infected with the polio virus don't become sick and have no symptoms. However, those who get sick develop paralysis, which sometimes can be fatal. Treatments include bed rests, pain relievers, and portable ventilators. So, for the people who do not immediately perish from this disease, they go on to, well, live as best as they could, and then you end up with this condition called post-polio. So, with poliovirus, the motor neurons are affected or damaged. Such significant damage, there needs to be a reinnervation from surrounding motor axons to create larger motor units. And so, what is the cause and pathophysiology of this? Well, it's pretty inconclusive. There's a lot of theories. It could be post-polio occurs because there's remaining genetic viral material, and that could be like an immune response, similar to like a multiple sclerosis. It could be an imbalance between dysfunction of the degenerative and regenerative physiology function of motor unit. So you break, you build, you break, you build, and unfortunately they just keep kind of going at each other. The structural function or impairment of muscles that lead years down the line has impaired this muscle performance and the muscle function, and this muscle weakness that presents with post-polio syndrome. So basically it's saying that polio virus might be reactivated, but there's insufficient support, but the theory is not off the table. And aging may also play a key role with those of post-polio syndrome. This is because those who are affected with post-polio viruses are often children, and you'll see that there has to be a phase of neurological stability for at least 15 years before the symptoms occur, and then someone is diagnosed with post-polio. So it takes it into becoming a chronic neurological disorder that is then compromised by the effects of aging. And so in the support of the aging, or the theory of aging post-polio syndrome, what happens is that our anterior horn cells, anterior horn cells should be sensory, but anyway, we start losing them in our fifth decade of life. So if you're about the age of 50, it just kind of deteriorates with post-polio or without, and by age 60, loss of neurons may be 50% or more. So we become weaker as we age, so this combination of natural loss of anterior horn cells in the spinal cord and brain, and the already limited neuron pool already existing due to the polio virus, the remaining anterior horn cells may not be able to overcome this process of aging, and they succumb to the sequela of the primary symptoms of post-polio syndrome. So the primary symptoms are decreased muscle strength and decreased muscle endurance, and these are going to affect both the affected and unaffected muscles, along with pain and fatigue. It might not be the loss of motor functions alone, but rather the length of time from the onset of polio and the reoccurrence of new symptoms that are more critical here. Sorry, one moment. Ooh. Let me see. In a study, it shows that there's correlated the length of time since an acute polio virus, joint muscle and pain, physical activity and weight gain, and that these are factors associated with post-polio. Overuse can cause a metabolic failure and inability to regenerate these axon sprouts, so we can't have the muscle regenerate because there's this failure, and apparently this was supported through biopsies and electrodiagnostic tests and clinical responses to exercises. But another suggestion says that the neurons were initially affected by the virus and they were histologically compromised, and they're vulnerable to premature aging and failure. So there's a lot of for post-polio. That's the TLDR. But if we had to pick a theory out of the hat, not really, but if we had to pick a theory that has like the most backing, we're saying the theory of aging is most likely because we don't really diagnose someone with post-polio unless they have stability of 15 years with their symptoms, and then suddenly after 15 years their symptoms get worse. So the natural aging process is that we're naturally going to have a decrease in muscle strength, endurance, we're going to have joint pain limitations, and multifactorial health issues that can lead to functional loss. So I know aging doesn't really sound exciting, but it kind of is what it is. But what you could do now is to prevent it or prolong these effects as long as you can with a relatively active lifestyle. Tee haha, ho ho. Physiological aging, comorbidities, and overuse can all impact a person's state of health years after the initial poliovirus, thus PPV. There are some peripheral mechanisms that might lead to the loss of strength. And of course, with loss of strength, we have loss of fatigue along with pain and fatigue. And what are some of these peripheral mechanisms that's going to lead to this loss of strength in someone with PPS? So sometimes there might be a compensation mechanism, only partial, de-innervated motor units in this muscle. So there's going to be a change in the structure of the muscle fibers. And we know this happens when in activity, but in the type 2 fibers, it will transition from 2 to 1. And 2 is more like, I don't know how to explain it, more powerful, while 1 is more like no motion, postural, kind of keeping you upright, while 2 is like running. So to have that transition, not that great. It's going to change the speed of the contraction to those of a type 1 fiber, and it can explain the difficulty to adapt to various constraints of that muscle. Another peripheral mechanism that could lead to the loss is maybe some metabolic changes and decreased energy production in type 1 fibers. So we're going to have that fatigability and decreased muscle endurance. Also, it can happen maybe possibly due to enlarged motor units, and you would think, wow, but isn't larger the better? Well, the motor units that are affected and damaged and the de-innervated, but then the surrounding neurons that aren't affected can help re-innervate. And because of this, like, oh, I want to help, and it's like, no, don't help. It's going to create these weird enlarged motor units, and due to the recovery process of the initial virus, they can actually create some instability, and you may lose some axons with intense overuse of these enlarged motor units. So, how do we diagnose someone with post-polio syndrome? So this is the diagnostic criteria. They need to have all 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First one, the patient had to have an episode of paralytic polio episode from the polio virus. Second, they need to have partial complete neurologic recovery from said episode. 3, the stability in their symptoms and presentation for at least 15 years. So they must have been okay after 15 years. Like, yeah, nothing's been bad, da-da-da-da-da-da. The fourth one is a report of a quick and progressive loss of muscle strength and muscle endurance of both previously affected and unaffected muscles in conjunction with now a cold intolerance and even fatigue. And the symptoms should have progressed for more than 1 year. So after 15 years, you're stable, and then you're like, I've been suffering with any of this above for like the past year. It's like, oh, okay. Some additional diagnostic criteria may include asymmetrical muscle atrophy with weakness, areflexia, so if you hit their knee again with the, what do you call it, reflex hammer, they're not gonna move. Ah, hi, thank you, gamer, for the follow. Welcome to the Cup Club. Welcome. Hi. Idleman's Triangle. Hi. Welcome. I'm just studying for my exam that's in like 2 hours. Ah! Well, not 2 hours, 1 hour! Ah! So don't mind me. Sure is nice nobody has to get polio anymore because we're so good about vaccinations. Yeah. Ignore the measles outbreak in Texas right now, but otherwise, we're good. Anyway. Hi, Cloudy. Hi. So they should have normal sensation at least one limb, normal sphincter function, and decline in function after a period of stable functional status with no other known cause. So basically, stuff is just getting worse or just not working, and that's additional diagnostic criteria. There's also the medical diagnosis of just how it kind of goes in order. So what is some of the clinical presentations and manifestations? Okay, so polio, they were paralyzed. So what is post-polio? So post-polio is going to have musculoskeletal symptoms, and they're going to affect both new and prior muscles that are affected by the polio virus. So they're going to have decreased muscle strength, endurance, and atrophy. So again, that wasting away, fatigue, pain, weakness, and cold intolerance. And then I'll read a little bit more in a little bit. Betito, thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome, welcome. Nice to sound stuff. I hope it goes well for you. With a little wink. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. It is tough, but I'm tougher. Dice. But thank you, gamer. Thank you. Cold intolerance, Monka? Just like politely ignore. Alright, let's go ahead and continue reading down the list of stuff, okay? The presentation of this weakness is often asymmetrical, and it could be proximal, distal, or patchy. Repetitive stabilizing contractions and manual muscle tests might not effectively assess because of that fatigability. There could be a decreased ability to recover rapidly after contractions. So if you're doing multiple assessments within one session, even from the beginning to the end, and this could be like a 45-minute to an hour session, basically whatever you do in between may not be extremely valid due to this decreased ability to rapidly recover. So some new symptoms that they may have had that's going to progress for over that year is the fasciculation, so that kind of like tics, I guess you can say, which occur at rest and with contraction, cramps, the wasting away, atrophy, and if blood work were done, you can see an elevation of muscle enzymes in the blood. For mobility and postural issues, you may have osteoarthritis, specifically in the wrist and hand. Gait analysis, so you may see there might be some overuse and substitution, the vastus lateralis, bicep femoris, so we're getting our like yes. No, our hamstrings, our quads, our butt, our glute max, and when the soleus is not functioning. And the soleus muscle is important for posture, and it's an endurance muscle. But with those fiber type changes, again from 2 to 1, that could be kind of an issue. I need to look up something really quick. One moment. Type 2 fibers. I'm like, did I get it wrong? Yeah, type 2 fibers are fast twitch fibers characterized by rapid contraction speed and ability to generate high force. Okay. Type 1, endurance, sustained activity. Yeah. Okay, sure. Anyway. Overuse and substitution, by the way, when doing the skin analysis or just having them kind of moving and grooving, we have to be super duper careful because we can end up with microtraumas and exhaustion for those motor units. Type 2 explosive like weightlifting, type 1 cardio? Yeah, and isn't it like also posture? But maybe there's like a, I know, isn't there like a type 2A and B? Anyway, temperature and tolerance. There's going to be a sympathetic nerve cell damage, and so there will be excessive heat loss. When you're able to assess skin integrity, you will notice that they're very cold, and you need to educate them about proper outerwear. Assessing sleep, 50% of the population is going to have issues with sleeping. Some red flags that we want to go and probably most likely refer out to is the acute onset of bulbar muscle dysfunction. So we talked about this earlier with ALS, the bulbar being that swallowing difficulty and breathing, and if they're having difficulties with that along with dysphagia, hyperventilation, so rapid breathing, issues with sleep apnea that have not been addressed by one of their physicians, and any other cardiopulmonary insufficiencies that you're noticing, please refer them out to a medical practitioner. Interventions and exercises with someone with post-polio. It gets a little hefty, but we can do it, okay? So plan of care, systems and functional approach. We can address generalized weakness through therapeutic exercises and strengthening. And we want to make sure they're non-fatiguing. We don't want to do overuse. We will do more harm than good if we decide overuse and fatigue the system. Aerobic exercises, orthotics, and lifestyle changes. For pain, we could do healing modalities and cryotherapy within reason, especially given that the temperature and tolerance issues that the patient has. I know the patient might be, I love ice, but if you have a cold intolerance, maybe not the best. We could do some lifestyle changes, pace their activities, work on stretching, and maybe consider power mobility, like a power wheelchair, which has been very popular today. For fatigue, we want to work on energy conservation, concept of pacing, taking rest and naps, and giving lighter weight orthosis and power mobility. We can address each of these the way that we can. So for generalized weakness, we had just talked about it. Pain, we talked about it. You can also take medication. Fatigue, again, energy conservation. Cardiopulm, we could do, if someone's not having a great heart, we could try to do some aquatic therapy, endurance training, or psychoagrometer. For pulmonary, we can do pulmonary therapy and breathing exercises. For psychosocial, refer out to a counselor, and dysphagia can happen with some dietary changes and some breathing and swallowing techniques that we might need to choose. So, there's really inconclusive prescriptions of either aerobic or resistive exercises for those who have post-polio, but just provide non-fatiguing resistant exercises. So we want them to be low reps, I want 4 reps or 3 sets of 30, nothing of that. And we want to apply it to the muscles that are 3 plus out of 5. Oh, teehee, I got that wrong on the quiz. Anyway, it's kind of counterintuitive because we want to strengthen the muscles that are weakest to that are 1 or 2, but with the considerations we have to, consider the overuse, fatigue, and monitor those motor units that are degraded, and those affected muscle is being more fragile, more vulnerable than we want to address in those muscles having 3 plus or more. So basically TLDR and the MMT go a score of 0 to 5, 1 being like a trace, 0 being absent, 5 being like you're so strong. We only want to work on those that can, again, go against gravity. 1 and 2 we might be just overworking, but any of these exercises should be supervised by a PT, and we should perform retesting every 3 months to assess progress. The average program that we would do with someone who has post-polio is 12 weeks. Aerobic training, to show that we have some improved cardiovascular fitness and functional independence. Some of these studies are questionable, but we could try to do aerobics for 3 times or more. The goals for the patients are as follows. We could do modified strength and endurance, postural correction, energy conservation for the fatigue, lifestyle modifications with weight loss, mobility and locomotions with assistive devices and orthotics, balance and functional activities, pain reduction, functional endurance, transferability, and respiratory function. So last but not least, let's go ahead and go to our last disease, the Charcot-Marie Tooth disease. This one stays with me because one of my cubs a long time ago, maybe 2 years ago, approached me and they're like, I have this. And I said, you what? Welcome! Mr. Blue Squid, nice to meet ya. Thank you so very much for the follow. Welcome to the Cub Club. Welcome, welcome! Welcome. I'm preparing for my exam in an hour. Please don't mind me. Anyway, so Charcot-Marie Tooth disease. So this is going to be a group of inherited, you can't see, peripheral neuropathies, which means that they're going to affect the nerves outside the brain and spinal cord. And these nerves that they're going to affect are going to affect muscle movement, sensation, and balance. Ta-da! And of course, it's an inherited disease. Yay! Huh? Maybe it falls so I can watch later. I have to sleep now. Good night. Oh yeah, gamer. No worries. Time zones are a hecker, but please have a good night. Sweet dreams. Thank you so very much, and hope to catch you later, gamer. Thank you. Thank you. Good night. Howdy says, honestly, it's so inspiring and cool to help viewers within the field of knowledge you're in. Yeah, but I was like, I don't know much about it, but I'm sorry. But it's cool to get more information now down the line. It's always fun to be like, I have this, I have that, and I'm like, I'm so glad I'm learning this then, you know? Because of course it's like, oh, people have this, but then when you realize someone more closer in your circle has it, it's like, oh, okay, well, we could try to do something. But yeah, there's over 30 types of this disease, and it's variable and it's quirky. So we have A1 and B1, oh my gosh, 1A and 1B, and they're all different types with different types of mutations. But it's very quirky because these can be autosomal dominant, recessive, or X-linked pattern. Common to all of these, however, even as quirky as they are, it's going to be demyelinization and axonal degeneration of the nerves. They're going to affect the afferent and the efferent, so the motor and the sensory, nerve conduction velocity, and the motor unit action potential. Oh my gosh, I'm actually blanking out at something really quick. Hold on. Okay. Afferent is sensory. Efferent is motor. Okay. Anyway. There's a lot of types and subtypes, but here are the general classifications. Type 1s are for demyelinating form of CMT. Type 2 is a little bit more severe at the axonal degeneration, and type X are more rare and they affect both central and peripheral structures. This lecture is only going to be focusing on the not rare ones with the peripheral and the peripheral axonal ones because those are the most common ones. The CMT and all this can cause a genetic mutation on a specific allele of a different chromosome. So what is the general diagnosis of this criteria? So basically this needs to be done by a neurologist after a robust characterization of their symptoms. They want to do a family pedigree basically to confirm if this is a disorder or not. And to confirm, they're going to do genetic testing to isolate to see if they have that abnormality which is contributing to those disease impairments. They're going to do EMG finding to confirm the demyelinization or the axonal degeneration because we're going to have that decreased nerve conduction velocity. So basically, I tell brain do this, but the signals are not sending and they're not going as fast to like my legs or something like that. Decreased motor unit action potentials and increased F-wave latency. Sometimes you need to take a nerve biopsy or conduct a nerve ultrasound. So these are all different ways we can get it, but all in all, we could just assess their muscle strength through these kind of testings, or we can again assess their pedigree. Hi Ping Trong, hi gamer, welcome! So for the clinical manifestations, the clinical characteristics is going to be steppage gait, so they're going to avoid dragging their toes because they're going to trip up due to that dorsiflexion weakness, so they're not able to bring their toes up to the sky. They're not able to dorsiflex, they have that weakness, so they'll lift their knees and hike their hips. So they're like really dramatic with their walking. They'll march and step drew gait, that's basically it. Hallmark hammer toe deformity, do I have a picture of that? I can grab a picture of that, I guess. Rain says I'm doing my best. That must be your. No, I was gonna say something. Like, that must be your brain. I'm gonna save you, Cubs, by not showing you a real life image. Okay, this is a hammer toe, and so this is gonna also be with flat feet. Wait, not flat feet. What the heck? What the heck? Oh, it's a high arch. Okay, I was like, huh? Okay, I won't save you from the high arch though, I'm sorry. So we're gonna have hammer toes with high arch. Hammer toe, high arch. This is their combination. As you see, maybe walking, not the greatest. But anyway, they're gonna have dry, flaky skin, and it could be cold to the touch on their distal extremities. They're gonna have increased bony prominences in the lower extremities, and they're just gonna have wasting of intrinsic foot muscles. They're not gonna have that ability to eccentrically control lowering their foot when they come to a heel strike because they're kind of stuck in this position. They had normal foot slap gait pattern upon initial contact. However, they pretty much avoid everything else and they just do their low steppage gait because again, they're not able to bring their toes up. This CMT kind of mimics late stage rheumatoid arthritis, and it really just kind of it's a lower motor neuron reflex or motor neuron issue. So we're gonna have weakness, fatigue, atrophy, hypotonia, hyporeflexia, poor balance and trunk control, and falling. The hammer toe deformities I mentioned before: shiny skin, dry, flaky skin, and we're gonna have the high arch. Look at this guy. This guy has a high arch, maybe has a hammer toe. I'm not zooming in like that. And then we have the inverted Coke bottle shape. So this is how their leg looks, which is crazy. I don't think it even explained why it had it, but that's just like one of those hallmark signs of CMT. So their legs or their shins are very like thin, but their calves are like, again, inverted Coke bottle. It's like you put a bottle of soda upside down is the idea. They may have some thumb atrophy because this is not just a foot lower leg extremity issue. It mostly is, but it can affect the hands as well. So there might be some bony deformities in the fingers, which again, more overlap with characteristics of RA. But when you see the foot like this, it's like, oh, okay, that's CMT, that's CMT. Here's more things about the CMT, and here's some wasting away of the DNR muscles in the hand. Are we reviewing stuff we learned at Bearcat School? Yeah. I have an exam in an hour, so I'm bum rushing it. But yeah, so these are obvious signs. Like there's no other doubt in your mind that this is not what it is, and this is CMT. So we're almost done. So interventions, exercises, considerations, and strategies with someone who has CMT. We can go, you know, honestly, we could do this too. Hold on. We can go the medical route. We could do the NSAIDs and corticosteroids. We can consider the timing treatment due to the fatigue from the activities of daily living. Patients may also be on antidepressant medications. Multidisciplinary approach involving maybe OT, doctor, DO, RN. Symptomatic management can maybe be the pregabalin or Lyrica, or some neuropathic pain. So similar to the other stages that we have different other stages for CMT, where we can have an early stage, a middle stage, and a late stage. And then they go as followed. So early stage is going to be a variety of abnormal signs and symptoms with minor limitations, and the participation may vary. For middle, we have increased numbers and severity, minimal to moderate limitations, and the participation is going to be more pronounced. For late stage, we're going to have numerous and severe. They're going to become pretty much dependent in all aspects of mobility and self-care, and dependent as in they're depending on someone else. And for participation, they're totally dependent. They cannot go out without like a caretaker. We can go ahead and do some outcome measures. We could do a falls questionnaire, a balance and functional ambulation, gross motor functional measure, and lower extremity functional scale. Other things we want to do is that we want to avoid those contractures, brother. Let's try that. Avoid contractures through stretching, and we could do that through some low load sustained stretching. Embrace your splinting in later stages. Resting and night splints have been shown to be effective, and zero casting the ankles have also been effective, so we can kind of reshape their foot if we really wanted to. But we're going to continue to evaluate the need of DME or durable medical equipment as they advance through. I told you Cubs the other day I ran into someone who had CMT, and it has which by the way, CMT is Charcot-Marie's tooth disease. But they had a walker with them. They were pretty young too, so I was very surprised. But again, it's an inherited disease that I know it kind of skipped through, but the symptoms actually don't show until they start becoming like a teenager, which is probably like the worst. It's probably like very awkward. It's just like, yeah, I was really fine as a kid. I was very active, and now this disease hit me. It's like, oh. Hi, but they're gonna need protective shoes and socks given their inability to sense, and this is mimicked by diabetic neuropathy. Diabetic neuropathy, they have like excuse me, a glove and stocking kind of sensation loss, like if you're wearing gloves and stockings, smiley face emoji. So we want to make sure that if they have lost the sense, it's important to make sure that they're doing foot checks and all that good stuff to make sure they didn't step in a nail and they're like, wow, this nail's been in my foot for 2 days, I didn't know that. I want to make sure we're protecting that because they're susceptible to injury and ulcerations. So some rehab management, again, we had talked about that. Exercise in neuromuscular diseases, a light to moderate resistive exercise is not contraindicated. I know some people are like, leave this poor guy alone, but motion is lotion for the body, and we need to get some exercise done, and light to moderate is not contraindicated. It can actually be very beneficial for someone who has CMT or any type of neuromuscular disease, but it's very important for patients to listen to their own body and see what level of exertion time that they need for recovery for these kind of exercises. We don't want to do overuse. For rehabilitation of CMV, multidisciplinary approach and care is key. When appropriate, you want to use non-weight bearing or partial weight bearing cardiorespiratory modalities such as a bike or aquatic therapy, because you do want them to get moving, but their feet are going to be really painful. So non-weight bearing or partial weight bearing, okay. Make sure you're incorporating longer bouts of rest between each session because they are prone to fatigue. And again, exercise is not contraindicated. There's no evidence that it's gonna expedite the disease process or harm them. And psychosocial factors is another thing we want to consider. That's really it, because their mental health is very important. Patients may cope with the fact that they no longer perform their ADLs on their own independently, or may have exclusion in social settings. You may want to take that into consideration to address the whole patient. So what are some of the goals for patient population? So this management will incorporate various exercises including stretching, grip strengthening, aerobic conditioning, resistance training, supplemented by orthotic interventions such as supportive shoes and ankle orthosis to address foot drop and improve ambulation. And with that, we are done. Dun 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 dun. We are. I thought the 75 pages were gonna be faster than 6 hours, but I don't know. That maybe that's an on me issue. But I'm happy to report that we have gotten through all the things that we needed to, and now I leave it in my mind palace to remember what I need to remember for for this examination that's just gonna be in just 1 hour. To be honest, Cubs, like I said, I feel okay, and I feel like Sunny, I'm offended and hurt. No, I'm just kidding. Hi Sunny, hi, welcome back, gamer. Brain zoom, that's how I'm feeling. But like I said, look, worst case scenario, let's talk about worst case scenario. Not putting that out in the open, I'm just literally saying what it could be. I'm saying that even if I somehow fail this exam, I should still be able to pass the course. Like I need to get like a low D or F to fail the course at this point. But I feel like I could pass it. I would love the opportunity to to like score really high, rub it in my professor's face, and still have to retake that practical. Be like, I know what I'm talking about. I know. You got this. Hi B. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try at least. Tip of flex. Oh brother, if I could, I will. Not that I'm smug about it, but I feel like I deserve this one. let me have this one, okay? Okay. But yeah, let's go ahead and see if we can raid into someone. Yay! Actually, there's a lot of people streaming today. Oh, what's up with that? You like Tipa? Thank you, so I appreciate it. Oh. Okay, so we have options. We have choices. Okay, so raid. We have someone who's playing Chilla horror games. The guy. So that's cute. We have someone who's playing Schedule 1. I know Lamork like did like a smug face. I don't know what Schedule 1 is. So sorry. We have someone who's playing Everhood 2, but I don't know if I want to play Everhood 2. I don't know. Let me see my other options really quick. We have art. Yeah, art. Oh, the person I wanted to 2 people I want to raid ended? Question mark. I want to play this game. So I don't want to raid. Outbound. I'm not familiar with Outbound, but that is also a game. And then our last option we have is SCP-5K. Couldn't tell ya. That's a Breaking Bad sim. Oh, that's so funny. Drug dealing sim. Ah, then you talk to a professor and say it's not funny. It's hilarious. I'm gonna get kicked out of the program somehow, some way. Anyway, let me go ahead and unpin my little study thing. But we have, oh, this looks like a lot. 5 options, okay? 5, count it. 5! The only amount of options of people to raid. I have no problem of who I raid in today. What? Stutters. I have no qualms or like huge urges of people to raid today. I think they're all pretty good choices, okay? Excuse me. I'm actually not familiar with the person playing the SCP 5K. Outbound is Tearberry if you're familiar with her. Ama is doing some sorry, I got jump scared. Art, and I don't think it's emotes or anything, but just doing art. Breaking Bad Simulator. I see her a lot to stream. I still haven't raided into her. That's not me like I have to raid into her. But yeah. And the other person, their name is Pixie Hound. I have to look at them again. Because I don't think I raided into them. I'm like staring. I'm like, oh, I don't even follow them on Twitter. Whoopsies. But yeah, those are your options. Your options are chill horror game, schedule 1, art, outbound, SCP 5K. Pick. Chilla? Okay. But I don't know what game they're playing from the Chilla series. They're actually still starting soon. Never mind. Of course, they transitioned over as soon as I said that. Oh, that's fine. By the way, Tips, did you hear that Overwatch introduced a perk system? Yeah. Wait, do you mean like the time stuff? Do you mean that? Like, you know, like after this and all your cool skills, now Torbjorn can throw a turret on the wall because that's his new little perk or skill. But if you mean something else, then I don't know. Sorry, I don't know. Yeah. I think that was super cool, to be honest. I'm a fan. They stole it from Paladins? Huh? The Overwatch killer? No way. Well, I mean, hey, I can't blame them. Overwatch is still trying to stay relevant, and it's still relevant in my heart, I think. But yeah, Cubs, I'm gonna go ahead. Oh my gosh, it's 6 away. Okay, good. Okay. So Cubs, I have an exam in 50 minutes. So let's see. I'm going to go ahead and chill, and by the time I'm done chilling, maybe we find someone to raid. But thank you. Oh my gosh, Cubs, I cannot emphasize. I will emphasize every day of my life. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. Thank you for your patience with the oh my gosh, the studying as always. This is the second to last exam. We only have technically maybe just one more study stream just like this, and you'll never have to see it again. At least not until board, so maybe you'll just see me study and like read notes and be like, ugh, and like on my tablet like scrolling like ugh. So look forward to that. But it's a little sad to be like, yeah, this is one of the last ones. That's crazy. No more 6-hour reading notes. That's crazy. But feel free to join the Discord. It's the official Cub Club. On Mondays we have anime night. I'm going to squeeze in the Gundam episode somehow, some way. I just don't know how. Maybe I 2x Apothecary Diaries. Like, oh yeah, anime night still starts at 8:30, but Apothecary Diaries, we're gonna just 2x the speed, okay? Thank you. We're watching Oran High School Host of Apothecary Diaries, and I do want to squeeze in Gundam. Witch Watch, I think, is a series that I'm gonna have to watch on my own, which is sad, but it's okay. I'll stay strong. I have to also catch up with Medalist, so. But thank you, Monte, for joining. Thank you. Thank you, Sunny, as well. Do your best drawing my brain cells to you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Feel like what exam you got this? Thank you, and I hope you do well. Thank you. I'm also hoping. But yeah, something. Oh yeah, but yeah, feel free to join the Discord. I ping when I go live Anime Night Mondays and all that good stuff, and I'll keep you Cubs updated. I don't get my test scores immediately, but if I felt like I did well, you'll hear about me tomorrow. How about that? So you'll have to tune in to be like, how did you do? Feel free to check out the Twitter. I have my schedule posted. So speaking of tomorrow, Blue Sky on Twitter, I have my schedule posted for double stream, maybe triple. So double stream in the morning, I'm going to go ahead and do some taxes. And if I have some extra time after my taxes, I'm going to go ahead and do some school stuff. So look forward to it, okay? Okay. It'd actually be really funny to do something very quirky, but anyway. Feel free to check that out in the morning, and then the afternoon we're gonna play some Yakuza, and then Ryan invited me to play Marvel Rivals, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So it really is what it is. But I might hop on Ryan's stream tomorrow playing some Marvel Rivals. So we'll see, okay? Feel free to check out the socials as well for the YouTubes, the TikToks, and all that good stuff. And last but not least, feel free to grab a raid message. If you're not subscribed, absolutely no hacking ways. Feel free to use the berry emoji with the Gao Gao raid. And feel free to, if you're supporting me, thank you so very much for your support. I appreciate it very, very, very much. Feel free to use the Sipa Gao with the Gao Gao raid, okay? Okay. Game? Do they have that game? Tax Heaven? I know what game you're talking about, but I thought they didn't allow that. I thought they were like, you can't have cute anime girls teach you how to do your taxes. Let's see. Tax time in 3,000. Oh my gosh, it is a game. And they do have the category for it. That's so funny. That's so funny. Hilarious. Comedian. No, they have the category. It's funny. I thought they were not gonna put it on because XYZ reason, but as much as I would love to fake a category, it wouldn't be the first time with education. I'm like, oh, I would feel wrong if I do that one for some reason. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, Cubs, go ahead and grab a raid message. We're gonna be raiding into Pixie Hound, which I don't know what she's playing. I just know it's a Chila's art horror game. She's super duper cute. She's a doggo. She's a cute girl. She's a cute dog girl. You know what? I don't see a lot of that. So, yeah. Bald? She shouldn't be bald. She was bald once and she's not bald anymore. Yeah, thanks for streaming. But you got this, gamer. Thank you, gamer. I appreciate it. Like I said, I'll keep you Cubs updated tomorrow. Bald now. I only have this. Whoa, there's a bald emote. It's just that. Do you see that, Cubs? That's so funny. No way. Okay. Anyway, is that me having to leave now? That's crazy. Anyway, we're raiding Pixie Hound again. Super duper cute. Doggo VTuber. I want to raid her before. I don't know what horror game she's going to play specifically from Chilla, but if you play them one, you play the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So I hope you like spooky, scary stuff, okay? Okay. My loop stopped? My loop stopped? My loop stopped? That's crazy. They only let you loop for 6 hours. What the heck? Anyway. That's a sign. That's the sign. All right. Oh my gosh. I lost her thing. Oh, I lost my thing. I'm leaving. Bye, Rika. I hope to see you tomorrow. If I don't get to see you tomorrow, I hope you have a good rest of your week, a better weekend. Until next time, I should be back with more Pomodoro. And I have a wacky work schedule next week. I need to squeeze in studying as much as I can, but I do want to squeeze in Peppered. But how much would you Cubs hate me if I put other games on hold until my exam's done? The hate is such a strong word. More study, never ends yet. My next exam's on the 21st, brother. 11 days, and I have not looked at the content. So you bet your patootie I'm leaving. Sorry, but I'm studying for that. So, tee. We'll wait and see. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and rate. Look, we had a full body version and model of this girl. Let's go! We get to see her full outfit. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Cubs. Have a good day. Lots of love to you. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate it. I'll let you know about the exam tomorrow. And let's go ahead and support, okay? Okay. Oh, and she's small now. Let's go! She's in a little chibi. She's so cute. Ah! Okay, I'm fine. Goodbye. Got ready, message. Goodbye. On the table? She's so wild. Oh, we're leaving. Bye!